We in the building.
Oh shit. Yes, sir. What's poppin'?
What is popping, man?
Hold on,
It's
let
the
me go.
day, man. It's the day.
Today is the motherfucking day. It's up. Let me get this. Let me get this link. I'm gonna slap it on his Facebook shit. But
Okay.
before we do that, welcome to a special episode
Special.
of the Free Your Mind podcast, where you come free your mind and help others free theirs. I am your co-host, and I go by the name of Woon, and I'm all about balance, like the sun and the moon was popping.
Yes, sir. I am the other co-host, and you already know you gotta tap into self to know thyself. Always, man. I see Lala in the building. We got Chris Posey, man, in the building. What's up with bro?
What's going on? How are y'all today?
Solid, man. Solid. You came on the right show.
Hey, I'm trying. All right. So what y'all got for me today?
We got. Let me see. Hold on. I'm trying to still send this link out. I see some people was hitting me for the link.
Yeah, I just now posted the link on my
Oh, okay.
on the Facebook shit. But yeah, this is a special show, man. The 1 year anniversary. Hey,
Yes, sir.
we would slap some Tony shit, but we don't want to. You feel me? If y'all want me to sing, I can sing that shit. I'm dope at that song in particular.
Yes, sir. We got a raffle. Hey, look. Hey, wait, hey.
What's up?
On a serious note, they're gonna be like, this thing ain't serious. Look, we are at 99 subscribers on the YouTube page. Did you heard me?
99.
99.
Yep.
We need one subscriber to hit 100. I don't think we should start the raffle, bro, until we get that one subscriber, bro. I ain't even gonna hold you.
Yeah, we might have to get that lit.
But
It's off the
come on, bro. We can't settle at 99. So we gonna have to. Hey, man. I know you got a partner that ain't subscribed or something, bro. For that one subscriber.
Facts. Hey, Laura, I sent you I emailed you the link. I don't know if you checked your email and shit, but I emailed it to you. But yes, one person. That's all we need is one person.
One person.
Hey, y'all can get one person for sure. One person. One person subscribe. That's all y'all need.
That's it, bro. That's all we
Hey,
need.
man. Okay. Y'all can get one person. It's going.
Hey, this shit is hella bright, but y'all know what I drink. I'm finna get this shit lit.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, man.
By this shit, I mean me.
Hey, when we get some people in here, bro, we gonna have to take a shot or something.
Facts.
I'm still cutting up these names, bro.
Right.
Hey, if you ain't dropped your name,
Now is the time.
now is the time for
Now's
sure.
the time for the raffle.
Now is definitely that time.
How many raffles? One raffle? Two raffles?
We doing 3, man.
Good
Unless
grief.
something else pop off, but yeah, we doing 3.
3 raffles, 3 chances.
We get that 100. We might do 4, maybe.
See, yeah,
Right,
that gives me an
yeah.
incentive. You know what I'm saying? That gives us a little
Incentives.
incentive.
Yeah, some incentives.
Yeah. Hey, Av boy, I see you in the building. Is you subscribed to the YouTube, brother, so I can throw you in this raffle? Cause I seen you on here before. I'm just trying to make sure because everybody's name didn't pop up on the subscription list when I went to go see. It was only giving me like 30 people, but we got almost 100 people. So I just want to make sure I got everybody's name. If not, hit the subscribe. We just need one person, bro, to get that 100. That's it. That's it.
Hey, shout out to Side Nutter and them, man. Side Nutter live right now.
Yeah.
I'm over there, get that one subscriber, and I'm a hot back.
Lala in the building. What's up, Lala?
Lala was popping.
The YouTube channel is Free Your Mind. Exactly how it's spelled at the top. It should take you right to the channel.
Facts. Right there. Get this shit popping, B.
Yeah. Empress in the building. Peace.
Hold on, where's you looking at on Facebook?
Nah, on here, the chat.
Oh shit, hold on.
Oh. Go ahead.
Yeah, because my shit tripping. I can't see shit.
All right. It ain't lit? It ain't letting you?
Nah, hey, click it.
Okay, there we go.
There you go, yeah. Oh,
So,
hold
wait, I gotta verify it. I gotta verify it.
Good looking out, lady. We appreciate that.
Sub, baby, we at 100. Okay.
Oh,
Let's go.
yeah.
Hell yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me write it down, man. Let me write it down.
We
Shout
appreciate
Tanya,
that,
man.
lady. That's what I'm talking about. Hundo. First year, Hundo is everything is up, and today's the first. So yeah, it's good.
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Okay, here we go.
Get them names popping, B.
La. Our sound ain't working.
Yeah, go out and come back in. Where you are? You overseas or some shit? No, you just not supposed to. You was in Reno. And it's snow. It's that snow. She got that snow popping.
You can't see. I'm gonna have to turn that off because y'all gonna think I'm cheating or something.
Yeah.
But I got the names in here though. When it's that time, I'll take the little background off.
But yeah, let's take this time, man. I wanna shout out everybody who's been fucking with us for this whole year. This shit cannot be done without y'all. For real.
Facts.
Super appreciate that. Like, you know what I mean? So this was for y'all. We super appreciate it.
Popped one.
Yeah.
To y'all, toasting. Okay.
Cheers, salute, Schlaheim, and all that other shit.
Hey, but look, in the meantime, before we do this first raffle, while we got the brother on.
Yeah, it's all good. Y'all do your thing though. Hold on. All because I'm on here don't mean y'all can't do your thing though.
Okay, so you chilling, you vibing?
Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah, this y'all show. I'm a guest. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I didn't know. You know, sometimes people having time limits, and you know what I'm saying, that whole nine. So
I dedicated my time to y'all today, so it's all good.
Okay. Hey, love for sure.
Definitely. So yeah, so for y'all that don't know and haven't been seeing the posts and shit, back-to-back weeks we've been on a big platform, Side Night Studio. Shout out to him. We definitely want to shout him out for sure.
Yeah.
Because he shouted us out twice and made it a point to do that. Like, you know what I mean? So everything is just coming how it's supposed to be coming and shit. So, you know, we're trying to build this channel, like, you know what I mean? So we out scrabbling with the big dogs and shit. You feel me? Or what people would consider big dogs. Because me and Selfmade been big dogs before we even started this podcast. To keep it a band.
Right.
And that's why we do this shit. It's regular, like, you know what I mean? And that's, again, I gotta give my co-host his flowers, man, because, you know, I feel so comfortable with doing it with him. I couldn't do it with nobody else. Like, you know what I mean? There was a lot of people who approached me and asked me to do a podcast, and I get it. Like, you understand what I'm saying? But on this type of time, like, you know what I mean? Like, like it was the perfect candidate to rock this shit. Like, you know what I mean? So, again, I like to give him his flowers because, you know, ever since we met, we've been locked in and we've been gun busting like a motherfucker. Naturally, though, I'm talking about nonstop. I'm talking about I'll go to the podcast. We'll have a conversation for hours about everything. No phones. Niggas ain't on phones. Niggas ain't watching TV. Niggas ain't doing shit. Niggas is just vibing the fuck out for hours. Like, you know what I mean? So, salute. For real.
Yeah, salute to you, my brother, for reals, man. This shit go back, man. This shit really go back. Yo.
We're gonna start calling this shit the God Squad, nigga.
God Mode, God Squad. I am in the building. Lala still can't get in. She said, "Lala." She said, "Peace, Carmen. What's poppin'?"
Carmen in the building was good.
She said, "I got my drink ready."
Oh yeah, nah, we gonna when y'all come on this shit, we gonna take shots. So yeah, if y'all want to just come show y'all faces shit real quick, and that's another thing too. And I like to thank everybody for actually coming on the show.
Yeah.
In the beginning, it was kind of slow. We like a lot of people was more comfortable. Excuse me, with being in the comments and shit. But then slowly but for surely, people started getting in front of that camera, and that's like the best work. Like, you know what I mean? Get that throat chakra popping, bitty.
Mm-hmm. That's you stepped in the ring. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Get that shyness about you. Everybody, everybody's still learning. So don't feel like, we know everything. We still building with y'all and shit. Everybody, just sharing this space and information and shit. So hell yeah. Do not
That's
feel
what it's all about.
come pull up and come up with us one time for the one time.
That's what it's all about, man. For real, for real. Building with the people. It's building y'all up, it's building us up at the same time.
That's a fact. What's up, Lama? What you doing? What you got popping?
Hi, you gave me a welfare link. I was like, what kind of welfare recipient link did you send?
I sent it from my phone, so it might have had a little bug on it and shit,
No, I first logged in because I went on Facebook, like on the live, and then I was downstairs. So when I went upstairs to get to my desktop, the link didn't work. So, but I'm here. I'm Lala. I'm all about balance, like the law to the ah. Wait a minute, I had
oh, he's gonna come in.
To the okay.
I had to try it at least once. I had to come through. What did I win though?
You already won.
You here. We here right now.
Here. Yeah.
So y'all handing out bootleg gifts too? What's happening here?
hey.
No, I'm here. It's good to see the 1 year for you guys for sure. I saw because I took a social media break. But when I came back on, I see y'all on Sonetter's channel and so I was like, okay, I see you. So good shit. Good shit. I'm gonna have to double back because I subscribe to both channels and go watch the footage.
We're gonna try to make it a regular thing, man.
That's a fact.
I've been saying it. Go, you sometimes you gotta step into a different ring, different realm. There, the contenders out here have already, they've already been beaten. So sometimes you gotta find new ones.
I was waiting on the word. I'm like, what word is she gonna pick?
Talk your shit.
But definitely, happy first year, you guys keep rocking. I see you guys. Definitely support.
Thank you.
Yeah, nah, we appreciate that shit.
Hey, Payne, I got her in the building. I see her.
But yeah, nah. So
your name's down.
Like you said though, Lala, just going over there, especially watching Sonetta for so long. In fact, the first time I was on there, I was out there in Reno and shit, right? But that was just me being over the phone, right? So actually coming on there, and just like I just now said, like sometimes you got to show your face and shit. So when I show my face on there, it's different because there's so many different energies that's in there, and you got to peep the room. You got to see how niggas is doing, see how niggas is rocking. I came on there with an intention to speak about one thing. By the time it got to me, I was in a whole different area and shit, but I was still able to spill my spiel. But I'm just like, okay, I see how this gym work. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you feel me?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you watch Sonnetter, you know what I mean? There's a few of us who do. You know how it is on there. Like one thing will pop off and then you're somewhere else. And but yeah, I definitely want to go back and look at the clips. I have, like I said, I've been so busy with this work, life, school. I haven't had time to do anything for myself. You know what I'm saying? Although I'm working and doing things for myself, I haven't had that self-actualization time. So I'm going to sit in the bathtub one night with some wine and go back and just watch all the clips. You know what I mean? So good to see you guys on there though, for sure. I want to see the topics and see, how it went in. So congratulations. Like
It's
Them niggas, for the people who was on when we was on, body bags. I'm not even gonna hold nothing.
you gotta tag me in one time too.
yeah, they was running like gazelle in that motherfucker. Like y'all need to chill. They was running. Hey, Fred didn't want no smoke.
And these
what were some of the who'd you did you get Black Jesus Minister? Did you get Apostle? Who was on there?
That's
I'm
exactly
like,
who we got. Black Jesus. That's exactly who we got.
Okay. Yeah, I have to go back and watch.
It was his show, actually. I didn't know that when I jumped on, but when they stepped, like, he just kept going, and I'm like, Russ, I ain't finna, like. And then I finally heard him say, like, nah, this is Black Jesus' show. And I was like,
Yeah.
I'm surprised you guys didn't get Apostle. His slow talking ass. But
Apostle was on there when I was on there. He was. I don't know if he was trying to rebuttal what I said, but I guess I had him in the background and shit. But I'm spilling shit on some metaphysical. This shit ain't literal. And then I seen his mouth move, and I'm like, yeah, unmute that nigga so I can chop his whole ass head off. Like,
send me the link to that too, because I want to double back and watch it. That way I don't have to go, go through his channel to find it.
Oh yeah, no, I got you. But yeah, we're gonna have
good. Good to see you guys on there for sure, representing, especially the West Coast. You know what I mean? To bring the West Coast out like that, that's dope.
Yeah,
gotta represent.
Yeah, so I just can't wait to actually, because I always wanted to go to Harlem, so I can't wait, especially now, to go out there. I'm gonna be like, yeah, nigga, I am niggas in the building. What's poppin'? Let's go.
All right. I remember us talking about it earlier. Like, I don't think there's no West Coast people like that be on that show. They be all, East Coast like out there and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So we bringing it from the West Coast. Trying to connect the dots.
Right. Oh, it's a whole different swag too. So
exactly.
Hell yeah, I look like an East Coast nigga, so it's good. We slide right in that motherfucker with no problem. But yeah, no, we're gonna have fun this year for sure. We're just trying to, reach out, expand our shit, like, you know what I mean? So it's up.
I thought I damn won. I ain't even gonna lie, because I saw something about like a raffle, and then I get a tag, and I was like, "Oh shit, I win! Go ahead and slide that gift card."
Right.
I immediately was like, "Oh, okay, I win." And then Woon's retarded. I was like, "Yeah, you did win.
You're a born winner, Lala.
I'm a born winner.
You're already chosen.
Yeah,
that's nice. I'm an Israelite. I heard that. No, good to see you guys though, for sure. Like I said, life's been crazy, life's been hectic. It's goddamn
it's hectic for you to, continue your elevation.
Oh, for sure. Even, sometimes you gotta live in between both worlds, the spiritual and the physical. And I'm finding that, that it can be a hard balance. So trying to do, like I said, school, work, trying to get my clinic off the ground and stuff like that, it becomes time consuming where you lose track. Although you're with yourself all the time, you sometimes lose track of self. You know what I mean? Because you're so go. That like I said, I haven't had time to study. I haven't had time to tap in. I haven't had time to do anything. But good to see you guys rocking. It's snowing out here. It's nasty, but it is what it is. So.
Oh yeah, nah. Continue to do your thing, because you just now blew past it. Like, we got to rewind what you just now said. You said you're about to open up your own clinic. That's boss.
Yo, that is big.
We can't just fast forward past that. We got to.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got to give you your flowers on that. That shit is so bad. That's lit.
Thank
you. That's
where
all that work that's where all that work is going.
Yeah, it is,
And that's big right there, though, for real.
It is. You find yourself putting in like 20-hour days. You look up, next thing you know, you're like, by the time you fell asleep, it's time to get up and get it again. So it's been a struggle, but it's been a productive struggle. So I can't even be mad.
Hey,
yeah,
like you said, that's what it's about, for real.
For y'all watching right now, just tap in. You know what I mean? She got that shit popping. nearest clinic coming to you. Like, you know what I mean?
What is the the basis, I guess, or like what is the clinic wrapped around?
It's gonna be primarily cosmetic, but I'm also, you guys know I got my shaman shit, right? Yeah, I did. So I completed that. So some spiritual healing, but at the same time, equally cosmetic. So medical
Okay.
aesthetics, a little
Okay.
bit, a little bit of this, a little bit of that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's
What's
lit.
up. Definitely tap in.
Yes. Congrats on the congrats. Brenda said, Mama, yeah, hell yeah. She said, how can I lose and I'm already chose? Okay.
Right. Yeah. That's what's
When's
up,
the
though.
next Sonnetter?
Man, that nigga go live every day.
I know,
So,
right?
he might be on tomorrow or something. Like, shoot, I don't know. It depends on the topics, though. We got to jump in on the right topics because
Yeah.
sometimes it'd be like, he'd be setting up debates. He'd be just having anybody on there now. It's like, I see he be sitting back a lot and he just let everybody else talk. He's at a point, it seems like, where he's just cool with just chilling back and letting people use his platform because he's still running it up. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He's big punning right now, sitting in the back, like chilling. But yeah, we just got to catch the right type of topic.
What was
But
the
just
last topic when you guys were on there?
something about this, the Canaanites. Canaanites is the original Jews, right?
Oh, okay.
Or
Yeah.
the original Israelites.
The original Israelites, yeah.
You know what, you guys, speaking of that, I watched a documentary the other night about that, about like an African tribe. And I got to go back through my history because I was watching it like the day after Thanksgiving or whatever. I'll send it to you guys. It was actually hella interesting because they went back and they did the DNA testing of that tribe and they were able to trace it back. So it was like super, super interesting. They call them the people, the Lem people or something along those lines. But they were talking about, that the whole Israelite bloodline. So, but they had facts, they had DNA stuff. So I was like, okay, I see you. So I'll definitely blast that out to you guys when I find it.
Okay.
I know that show had to go up though, especially talking about Israelites. So
Man,
Yeah.
look. They
Like 1,000 people watching.
they was also talking about the ark, and I was breaking down the ark and shit, and I don't think they ready.
They wasn't, a lot of shit wasn't registering.
Yeah.
You
And
know,
I'm talking about, well, when I post a clip, y'all see it, but I gave undeniables. Like, you know what I mean? Everything is connected, baby. And I was just like, okay, so if they don't pick up this, then everything else is, like y'all catch that shit later.
yeah, I have to go back and watch it. Was it like a 6 hour or how long were you guys on?
it was 4, but I think we jumped on at the last,
Like the last 45 minutes.
yeah, like the last hour maybe.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, apparently they
I don't
went
want
for
to
like
hear
12 hours.
I don't want to hear Apostle talk for 3.5 hours and try to make out what he's saying and shit. So
That was Black Jesus.
Black
Jesus
Yeah.
was just
My
going, bro. Like, bro, chill out, my boy.
Who's the other one? There's another one. I forget his name that does that.
JJ
Who is it?
7000.
No. It's another older dude and he does the same thing. He rambles and he don't let anybody talk. And that one time though, I seen Apostle go up on a woman. That shit, I'm not gonna lie, that episode was hella funny. But otherwise, he's too slow motion when he speaks. So, but yeah, I'm gonna double back and watch it for sure.
Definitely. You got Karasi Rhymes in the building. What's poppin', lady?
What's poppin'?
I'm definitely gonna come pull up on y'all show tomorrow, so I'm gonna be there in the flesh.
Okay. Well, like a rap music?
Yeah, she just now got her business started. I think it's called like Mind Candy or something like that.
Okay.
And then her and him just now started their they got I don't know, yeah, they got a podcast and shit too, but they got an actual rap show, and then she got like a book where she's gonna be doing her Mind Candy product. So
Okay.
y'all out there in Vegas tomorrow, come pull up. Like, you know what I mean? DM me. And you're gonna, get a chance to see the play in the flesh. Motherfuckers be like, nigga, do you really exist? Yeah, I do. You just gotta be where I'm at.
You be moving, boy.
Thanks. So what's up? You wanna get this first one popped off? Because we already got the 100th sub.
We do got the 100th sub.
Yeah.
All right, what we raffling? We doing one of mine or one of yours?
We can start off with one of yours. It's good.
All right, so look, I gotta cut this off because they ain't gonna be able to see.
Oh yeah, because it looked like a ghost is jumping on your shoulder.
Right. Cut that off, man. All right, so look, we're gonna do okay, so the first one, we're gonna do 2 products. Y'all, I mean, if you in the building, like if I pick somebody that can pick the products that they want to pick, then you know what I'm saying, you can just drop it in the comments or something, and we can do it like that. If I pick somebody that's not watching right now, then I don't know, they got a 5-minute redeem.
Yeah, I was
package.
Is that
Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, you ain't in the building, I don't know what to tell you. Unless you know what I'm saying? Unless it's somebody that we know.
Right.
Then but yeah, nah. Y'all see the names in the thing.
I was like, I want to see something because y'all might be over there cheating.
I ain't cheating. Everything. I just put all the new names that was that just subscribed and dropped their names in the comments. So look, we got the black soap you could choose from. I don't know if you've been on the website. We got the naturalwayonly.com website where you can find all your natural, plant-based, vegan, hygiene products, all the way down to toothpaste, deodorant. So we got all that. Toothpaste, deodorant. We got the body scrub. We got body butter.
Can I do a little plug right there? The exfoliator they have is impeccable. So is the body butter, you guys.
Body butter
those
goes
2 products
crazy.
right there, they go together.
Got the deodorant. Couple of different scents too. I got a toothbrush, a tongue scraper. So yeah, I'm gonna let you pick any 2 of the, of the products, and we can just do it like that. So
we got
another thing, we were supposed to have a Young Life pull the raffle. Nana came, you know what I'm saying? Moms came and swooped him up smooth. So he not here. I could have the queen do it, unless y'all don't, you know what I'm saying, you don't trust my hands or something. Zenithine, what's popping?
Hey, is Zenithine in it? You put him in there?
Yeah, he in there.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He in there.
To the loser guy.
Chazak. Oh, let me get the last minute names real quick. Javis okay, that's bro.
Oh yeah, I was like, who's that? Javis James?
Javis James. All right, look, check it out, man. I hope you subscribe, dog.
Niggas gotta verify that shit.
They gonna be mad, like, man, I had to subscribe. This nigga ain't even had to subscribe. You got some scissors? Yeah.
This shit right now.
He said it should go to the original. All right, let me get this last one in here. If your name ain't in here right now, you're gonna have to catch the next one. But I think I got everybody. I need a drum roll or something, bro. What we doing?
Yeah. Who's pulling? Who's pulling? Is this pulling?
You want to pull? You want to pull? You want to pull? Yeah. They gonna get No looking. Look the other way. That's it.
Yeah. Glow
Posada Castro.
Oh.
Oh, it's backwards, but you see it. That is the first winner. Hopefully she in the building. Congrats, congrats, congrats.
All right. We're going to take a shot for that shit real. Damn, I should have got some hard alcohol. But, salute.
Salute. Hopefully you in the. You know who that is? You got that? They on Facebook or something?
Yeah, show the book.
Okay. We good. Put it over here to the side, man. Look, he said Rick.
Yeah, hey, it did kind of look like, all right, nigga, like, you know what I mean? It looked funny because it's off camera, like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, right.
She was like, nah, not that motherfucker. Not, yeah, glow.
She said, wait. Yo, Trigger, what's up?
Trigger the building.
Y'all funny as hell. Hey, man, look. We got Chris Posey in the building. I wanna.
Yeah, let's bring him on, man. Let's bring him on.
Yeah, my bad. I'm here. I'm just letting y'all do your thing. I'm here though.
We ain't forget about you, bro. We ain't forget about you. We had to get that one out the way, and then we'll double back on the next one in a second. But look, we got to tell the backstory too, though. At the same time, like we were supposed to set up a show with bro, and it just so happened that it ended up on today being the 1 year anniversary show. So we like, hey, it is what it is. We finna combine it, I guess. You know what I'm saying? So we celebrating and still getting to some information at the same time.
Right.
So I mean, if you want to give the people a little background, you know what I'm saying? What you do, you know what I'm saying? What you into?
Myself, shoot. Shoot, I'm an electrician. Shoot, I don't know. I'm bad at telling myself, dog. Let's see. I don't know, dog. I was born in LA. I was raised out here. Like, I don't know. But other than that, like the main story, I'm a Christian though. I'll say that. Like that's
okay.
That's the main thing we about. Oh well, I'm here for it. That's what I'm here for. But yeah. I don't know. What's a good thing to say?
No, you good.
I'm an electrician. That's a good one. All right, I'll stay right there. but
Christian, okay. Is there a certain type of like, you know what I'm saying, when it comes to being Christian? Are you like non-orthodox? Because I know there's a couple of different types and kinds.
Yeah. No, I get you. So I go to Capital City Church of Christ. I go to Church of Christ, and like, man, it's like I wasn't raised in there, but I eventually liked it because I like the I don't know, certain morals. I don't know. To me, my preference, but each person got their different preference. So if you like this one, ain't nothing wrong with it. If you like that one, ain't nothing wrong with it. But I go to Church of Christ, so they don't actually use instruments. That's one thing that I'll be telling people that's different that people probably don't know. But it's more acapella. Everything's acapella. Like when you sing the song, it's like old school Motown type stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's like
okay.
But yeah, so that but yeah, I when that so I go to that congregation, but like philosophy, like I'm more like a philosophical thinker really when it comes down to how I perceived the Bible. So that made me more have more of an understanding of what I've seen in there more to anything else. I'm more of a like apples to apples like comparison. Like if somebody had this and somebody had this and we weighed the same thing, and like is it comparable?
Right.
So that's how I seen it, and that's how I navigated in there. So that's a backstory I can tell y'all right
Well,
there.
let me ask you something with the last thing you just now said, Chris.
Yeah,
Because you said you're more into the philosophy, right?
yeah.
So, and then you also said like a comparable. So the Bible is written in parables, right? So
I said no, comparable,
No,
like apples to apples.
right. No,
Yeah, yeah,
I got you.
yeah.
So with that being stated, is there so is there a specific person who taught you how to understand scripture, or do you just go on your own accord? How does that work?
Great question. So myself, I learned from multiple people, I would say,
Okay.
and to be real with you, I'll tell you how it all started, dog. It really started because I never really believed in it myself as well, too. But the crazy thing is that little ancient aliens thing, I was watching that, right? And then I started looking into the backstories of all the things that they be saying, right? And then started looking to the backstories of the backstories to the backstory. And then things started being more comparable. There's similar stories. And
Right.
then when there's similar stories, there's an original thing, like an original thesis, I would say. So yeah, I don't know. With all those comparable things, it just led me to more of a, okay, how can I logically think about this? And then that's what more led me to this way, more than like Buddhism or Hinduism
Yeah,
or
definitely.
things like that. My preference. Because me, I feel like there's a God. I ain't gonna just, you feel me, say that there's not. I stand on that. Like, you feel me? It's crazy to me when I think about it, and when people think about it, they'll live their life based on your astrological signs, which I ain't knocking, I ain't caring. You feel me? That is what it is. But if you want to live your life on that, that's cool, but can't you see that that's perfection, and that perfection can't come from just like destruction? You know what I'm saying? That perfection has to come from a perfect artist to make that perfection in there. So that's how I feel when it comes down to look the simplest things like zodiac signs, and like if you believe that, then that's cool. That's great. And if you feel like people are similar, then that's great. But like, can't you see that they might be an architect behind all that coincidence or something? If we gonna say that, like, that's just how you know. That is
That's a good segue, I guess, into the main topic that we was gonna have tonight,
yeah,
as far as dealing with what is this architect made out of.
yeah,
Right.
You know what
Right.
I
yeah,
mean? Because once we start diving into that, then
yeah,
more dots is gonna get connected, and we might be able to paint this picture out by the end of the night. I don't know.
yeah. No, for sure, for sure. And that's that's a question. I'll tell you right now, straight up. Ain't I'm not brave enough to say that I know that answer. And I'm not. And I don't think any Christian's brave enough to say that they know that answer. But with that being said, I'm not gonna give you no answer. It's because like I said, philosophy. So I'm trying to, how can I answer this in a way that makes sense? And like to ask like what God is made of, first of all, is like you gotta say at least characteristics, he's balanced. I'll say that. I'll start with balance.
With what balance between what two
Balance,
opposing?
balance in every sense of the word. Because when you think about it this way, it's like, how can you ask what something is created from when, like, asking what somebody is something's created from is a created question. You know, that's, you can't, before a creation, there is no creation. So therefore there can't be nothing that is created from. You know, there before there was before, because if we break it down, you know, like what's a human made of? Skin. Okay, go further down, blood, bones, marrow, atoms, and then now we're to a breaking point where we go to the atom, and now there's nothing prior to that, and that's what God's made from. And so it's like
Mhm.
it's so hard for me to give an exact word,
Nah,
but
we
like,
hey,
Yeah.
you right you lined up right now. You are
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely
very.
For sure.
yeah,
and I want to respond to that, but before I do, I want to give an introduction to Benet Love Bailey in the
Hey.
building.
Building.
What's up,
What's
y'all?
poppin'?
Hey, happy anniversary, guys. I'm so excited. I'm so happy for you.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Like, I think I was on episode 1 or 2, one of the two, but I had to double back, right?
Original.
Right. You know what I mean? I could not miss this. This is such a great accomplishment. We don't give our Black men they flowers. So Selfmade, Woon, I give y'all flowers right now, you know, to come in and to be consistent, right? Like a whole year. You know, people start things, right? And it'd be like, whatever happened to, you know, whatever, right? And so you guys are just doing really, really well. And I'm just excited to be, you know, here to witness this 12-month, 1-year anniversary. So congrats.
I appreciate
Thank you.
that.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, because you know I'll be feeling neglected and shit because I be giving people flowers and I just don't. I like tulips.
Well, you know what I'm saying? Hold on, wait. You know what I'm saying? I had to get my Bel Air on, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, yeah.
So, you know what I'm saying? I'm feminine, so I'm gonna do rose, you know what I mean? So I'm gonna pop that in. So,
See a shot, take a shot.
yeah, I'm getting ready. I'm about to
Hey, we
pop
gonna
it.
play that game. Let me.
Right. Y'all in the comments too. Y'all seeing it. Y'all watching.
But let me talk to the chat real quick. So for the people who just now coming in, we did give off a one raffle so far. I just now hit her and shit. I don't know what she's doing because I know that she in I think in the Midwest. But hey, Seth, what we doing? We gonna give her a little bit of time to pull up?
Yeah, we're gonna give her some time. We ain't gonna just do it like that.
For the people that's still watching, we still have other raffles. We're just, you know, spreading throughout the duration of the show.
Yeah.
So going back to Chris, man. So you said that busting down what humans are, and this is what I caught when you were spilling your spill. Because you said humans, blood and bones, then the atoms, and then whatever comes before that, right? And if we look at what's in the nucleus of an atom, we know that it's consciousness and energy. We can say the proton, neutron, electron, but we all know that. So we're just going to say consciousness and energy, right? But the crazy thing is that you said that God is made of the same thing, right? Is it safe to say you said that?
that God is made of what exactly?
When you stopped at atoms, right? Is that what? Were you tracing that back to what God's make up to?
My thing is no. Well, if that's the answer, because I guess if that's what you're saying is prior to that, I'm saying prior to that. You know what I'm saying? It's prior to existence of things that created things as well.
So
Does
my
that make
question.
sense?
So you said it's prior to
It's like,
things that created
Scott,
things, but
I'm sorry.
you
Go
said
ahead.
it's prior to things that created things. But what you're saying, so that would still bring us back to the same question: what is this creator thing made of?
Real quick, that's why I was gonna say, if you take everything away, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you said, the human, the blood, the bones. If you take all that away and you have this other thing before all of that, where is this thing getting the materials to make all of that?
Correct. Right.
That thing is the materials. It's what I'm trying to explain.
Right.
It's what I'm trying to explain to you but it's not
I get you.
but that thing is not the materials though. because that thing created the materials. That thing is materialist. It's 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 materialist. It's like
Okay.
material is a created thing. Like in order to have a material is something like physical. Like that's what
Right.
material. That's when they say materialistic. They're not talking about somebody who is concerned with energy and how they connect with people. They're talking about something physical. So it's like it's prior
But
to even anything physical as well. And even if material or go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I
I
was
don't
just
mean
gonna
to cut.
say
well, and I
that's
was
you
gonna
kind
kind
of.
of go ahead, Woon.
Nah, I was just gonna say you kind of going where I was trying to take you. Because when we talk about blood, bone, skin, you stop right there, and then you went into atoms and shit, right?
Mhm.
So when we look at again what atoms are made of, when you look inside the nucleus of an atom, is consciousness and energy. There's nothing physical about it. There's so what ultimately what I'm saying is that the matter that you're referring to as being the physical is really non-physical
Right.
in its greatest form.
Right.
Mhm. And this is what okay. Do you know what the universe is consistent of? Are you aware what the universe is consistent of? Do you
I
realize what we know about the universe is actually less than 5% of the universe? Like even atoms, energy, all that. 25% of the universe is dark matter, and another 75% of that, or whatever, 68% of that is dark energy.
And
The
that's
things
three,
that
right?
the
That's
thing, but the things that we see and the things that we know are only part of the 4% of the things that's actually in the reality of the universe. Like we don't know and we can't explain what this what dark energy is, or what that even is. So what, and that's not even what I'm trying to get. I'm just trying to let you understand is like what we can consciously grasp is only 4% of what's actually in reality. And my main example would be this: it's like even galaxies don't make sense. You realize there's not enough like gravity in space to actually keep a galaxy together. Like, and that's why they made up something called dark energy and dark matter, because that's the only way. Because if you think about it, if you know that little play disc when we was kids, right? Where you spin on that stuff and everything, and everybody spin, and then you eventually fall off type stuff. That's because that energy is pulling you out. And that's the same thing with the galaxy, actually. It's like it makes no sense that the stars are staying there and they're even staying at a consistent speed. It makes no sense, even on that sense, because those stars should be falling off. You
off of
know,
no,
what?
so,
but
so
and scientifically speaking, it'll tell you that, but they'll say that the only reason why that's staying together is dark matter and dark energy, and you can look this up. This is the absolute fact.
correct. And so I kind of you went a couple of different places, so I may go back. If you don't know, and studying my doctorate in metaphysics, right? So I go way deep in this, right? So I just might circle back, but I like what you said about dark matter and matter, period, right? So when you were talking about dark matter, let me ask you this. Can you see really what's in front of you? Do you think that there's a thing called empty space? Or is there things going on in between you and your phone or the camera?
Good question.
Because
That's what I'm explaining. That's the dark matter and dark energy that I'm saying, and that's unexplained anyway. That's something we
well,
can't even explain is the dark matter and dark energy. There's no scientist on this planet that can actually explain what that is.
well,
Myths.
actually, I
Please.
watched a couple of things that actually explain that, and I don't know it off the top of my head.
Okay.
Me and Self, we kind of we be in a group chat, and I drop all kind of videos. But what that dark matter is the separation of light from itself for a few moments, and it comes back together, and what we see is clear, right? So when you say balance, that is darkness and light coming together. What would that look like?
But it's more than that, because it also causes gravity. It's not just dark light, and it also consists of gravity and something that tethers something together. It's not just that. It's also, it might be that concept, and you might be right. And I'm not gonna lie and say that you don't know what you're talking about. You might absolutely know what you're talking about. But also with that consistency in what you're talking about, and also consistency of tethering and connectedness.
But you said, just real quick, you said the three. You said we have a 0.5% of visible light, we have dark matter, and we have dark energy. That within itself, if you look it up, it's called the electromagnetic spectrum. It has nothing to do with gravity. It's magnetism, and electricity.
That's a theory. It's a theory. Yes, it's an electromagnetic theory for sure.
If we're gonna say that, then we can say gravity is a theory as well.
Right? I mean, but that's
because
the whole
it's not
thing.
a proven. It's not a proven thing, off the rip. That because what is gravity? There is no explanation of the pull. They just say there's a pull.
I'm not disagreeing with you, bro. I'm just saying the logic of gravity doesn't work in space. That's the whole thing I'm saying. So in order for that to work in space, they make dark matter and they make dark energy.
Electromagnetism works in space.
Correct.
If it works in space, then it
have you seen?
Would explain,
I mean,
it would if it actually works in space, bro. It would only explain dark matter. It wouldn't explain dark energy. The electromagnetic thing that you're speaking about only speaks about dark matter, which is the 25%. That leaves that other 68% of dark energy unexplained.
Now let me ask you this: do two protons magnetically come together, or do they naturally repel themselves? Because you have what, 6 neutrons, 6 protons, and 6 electrons. Out of those 3, some are coming together and some are being pushed away, and that's how they maintain that space between each other.
See,
when you take that on a micro level and you go macro, when you take that on a micro level and then you go macro, certain planets have a certain charge. Some are positive, some are negative, just based off of, how they are created element-wise. You feel me? So like right now, I could eat a whole bunch of garbage ass food and lower my vibration, and I could be vibrating on a certain level. That's going to either repel or attract certain things to me. And then vice versa. If I change the way that I eat, if I start working out and I start doing this, I'm going to start attracting those types of energies to either repel or attract towards me. You see what I'm saying? So you could do this on all 3 of those levels. That's how you know when something is connected. You see what I'm saying?
Okay. Well, if we were able to find that out, we'll be able to do time travel, space travel, and all that. But since we can't do that, that means we haven't found that out. Because if we found that out, we can move through space faster. You realize that? So the theory of it is the theory of it is like, yes, it's possible because of these things, but the actuality of it isn't as possible as the theory, because no one's done it. No one's actually tested it. So, like, what tests have been done on this theory?
When you say, and real quick, Benet, because I know you want to speak to that, but when you say time travel and space travel, you don't think that we do that right now?
I'm gonna say no, because I don't think so. But if you think so, I'm not okay. It might be possible. Like, okay. Like, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not knocking nobody who think anything. Anything's possible. You feel me? But do I think it's possible? No. If you think it's possible, then there probably, but I just don't know any scientist or science formulas that has been even put together in a way that would explain time travel.
Science got to catch up,
as a possibility
Well,
either.
Selfmade just now dropped something on you that I think he probably said it, in a different type of time. But anything that's comparable from the macro should be comparable. For the micro should be compared to the macro, right?
Mhm.
That's not true though. That's not true.
Okay.
That's
Let
balance, right?
me tell it to you in your language. I think that the Bible says, "As above, so below." Is that a Bible scripture? Is that in the Bible?
Yes.
Yeah, but that's more of like not a
Hold on,
good thing.
wait. Don't
That's
give me
not
no
a good
speed.
like.
Asking. Hold on,
That's
wait.
more of like a
Asking.
satanic thing, you know.
Huh?
Wait, what you talking about?
Like that's what like that's the phrase that they use to be like for like a phrase of
So what does that mean to you
like
then? What does that mean to you?
like first of all, what are we talking about here? What are we talking about here? Are we talking because are we talking about what are we talking about here? Because now we were just talking about anything. What are we talking
Okay,
about?
now watch this. I'm just trying to make sure that we stand on the same track about
Yeah,
time.
I'm trying.
Okay, so watch. So I said time travel. You said travel in between time and space.
Would be
Right?
possible with that theory. In that theory, it is, yes.
So right. So I'm gonna give you a small example of that. Are we in the same time that we was in yesterday?
Like that is the past, I guess. I don't know. What are you trying to get at? Just explain what you're trying to get at, and then I'll see if I can process what you're trying to get.
Micro, and then we're gonna go macro. This is
Right.
all I'm trying to do right
Yeah,
now.
okay. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Don't
So
be scared. Don't be
if we're
scared.
not in the same time or space that we was in, say 5 years ago, then we're traveling through space and time in real time. You
Correct.
probably looking at it as some major phenomena that needs to be happening that we can't explain, and all these other mystical things, but it's really simple when you think about it. And this is why we
Okay,
talk.
so now I don't agree with that because that's still present because you can't go to yesterday. Because if I can go to yesterday, I would fix every mistake I've ever made. If I can go to the future, I will make sure I don't make any mistake I will make in the future. And since I can't go to nothing and I'm stuck here, that is not true.
So that
Okay,
means
so
That's how
time
I think.
is the
let
illusion
me
of.
let me explain to you what you said. When you
Oh,
say when you talk about time travel, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about with that theory. That theory will bust open like that possibility to go back and forth. But that theory is not possible. That's
So
what I'm
watch
saying.
this. So do you think that there is a real past and a real future, or is
There
everything
was
happening?
a past because I lived in the past, and I mean, for some people, there's a future because they have one.
No,
But
no,
technically, there's only a present, really, because
there we go.
the future is only a possibility. Somebody today can
Right.
say that what they're going to do tomorrow is going to happen, and they die today. So it's
Okay.
like you saying everything is together is not true. It's really more past and present. If your conclusion is true, it's more of like a past and present, and I'll possibly agree with that. But more
Okay.
like past, present, and future, I'm not agreeing with that because somebody can die today and not make it to the future.
Okay.
But
So
they
with
are
that
in the
being
future.
stated,
We're in the present. We're not in
exactly.
the future.
We're always in the present. There's no such thing as the past or the future.
Right. It's
Yeah.
And
it's
the
one.
reason,
It's
I mean,
one.
the past did happen. The past, because that I saying the past didn't happen is like us saying slavery never happened. That's crazy. That's
So
crazy.
after it happens,
That's crazy.
Wait.
No.
The past happened. The past did happen. Yeah, the
so
past happened.
okay.
Like
So
past and
hold on,
present, the
wait.
past and present is the same. That's what I'm saying. I can agree with you on stuff, but not the future. No, but past and present, they have to be the same, bro.
How do you know that the past happened?
How do I know the past happened?
Yeah.
Right.
Because I lived, bro. I'm
No.
30 years old. I'm 30 years old. I was 8
Right.
years old. I was 8 years old at a point in time.
How do
Okay,
you
I know it for a fact.
How do you
I
know?
know it. I know
How
it
do
like the back of my hand. You see this? You see this scar, bro? I got this scar like when I was in like first grade. It used to be the size of my arm. Know it for a fact. Played with my sister, got caught in the couch, ripped my whole arm, bro. Like, now it's small because I grew up and it was happening in the past. So now it's way smaller than my whole arm. But this is how I know the past happened, for sure. I can say that.
So you can travel back to the past and remember what happened, right?
No, I can't. I cannot, but it did happen. That's what I'm saying. It's not. I'm saying with that theory, that I'm trying to say that it's not possible.
But you just us to your past. You literally just took all of us to your past. We traveled with you.
No, you didn't. Where did it happen?
You didn't take us that far. You just
because we didn't go there. I just explained something.
You didn't go there, but
like we didn't go there. I told you what happened. I gave you a story. I gave you a story. That's funny. That's funny. You would say I took you. That is
telling
not.
Stories is time traveling.
That is not, bro.
Telling stories is time traveling.
That is funny though. That's funny.
Okay,
we did not go to my past.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that it's just that simple.
No, it's not that simple. Because going to the past. Okay, look. Okay, let me just say this, and then I'll let y'all explain more. You feel me? Because this is y'all show. But like going to the past is like smacking the gun out of the homie who shot JFK.
How you know?
How do I know? Because that's going to the past and stopping the event. Talking about the past is like, oh, JFK got shot. Like that's talking.
You cannot change the past. You cannot change the past.
Going to the past will be like actually being able to physically do something in the past.
No.
Talking about the past is not going there.
If you can't physically do anything in the past, what is the past?
Bro, that's y'all. This is crazy.
A figment of our imagination.
I'm having this conversation.
A figment of our imagination.
I can't believe I'm having this conversation. This is kind of crazy.
Let me ask you something.
This is a little crazy. This is a little crazy. Okay. All right. I'm gonna come. All right. So, what was the question? What was the question?
Let me ask you something. Do you believe? You said you believe in God, correct?
Yes, miss.
And is God omnipresent?
Yes, miss.
Okay, so that, and I'll just use time for right now, right? Of past, present, and future, right? He knows the beginning and the end, correct?
Yes, he does, not me does.
Okay, I'll say that. I don't agree, but I'll walk you down the street, right? Okay, so if he knows the beginning and the end, and he's omnipresent, where did he say the kingdom of God was?
The kingdom of God is with him. Like,
no, the Bible says, okay, it says within. So that's inner, right? We're made out of God's image, are we not?
Look, okay. These are some of the things that I love what people mention, because you're right, God is within you. But you got to also mention, he also mentions that is only true for the people who follow his word. It's not for everybody. He does not say that. He does not say that. Because if he also says, if you love me, you'll do what I say and you'll follow my commandments. He doesn't just say, oh, I love everybody in a free-for-all. He does not say that.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only son. Okay. So
for sure. Before.
So right. what was his purpose, right? Is to come down and save the sinner, because while we are in this body, we cannot be saved, right? He had to separate himself and send his son down to save us, correct? So that means so you're saying that God only loves some people?
Right.
No, he loves everyone.
God loves all people, but he loves those who
we don't know yet.
He protects those who he does. He literally says it in scripture.
But what
he protects those who follow his words. He doesn't just say that. He also says, many of you guys will say, Lord, Lord, didn't we do all these things in your name? And I'll say, I never knew you. Turn around from me, Satan. He also said that too, but no one remembers that.
Oh, no
one ever remembers that.
But
because you have God in you doesn't mean that you're like a follower.
Right.
He loved you before. But
of course.
Can somebody who doesn't know they're a sinner say they're a sinner? You know, if somebody doesn't know they're doing bad, can they say they're doing bad?
Exactly my point. No, they can't, right? And so the purpose that Jesus coming, or God separating himself and putting himself on man form, was to inform us, right? To give us a living example that this was the way that you should live, right? The principles, right? And so there's two gospels. There's a gospel that he spoke to.
I mean, no, that's not
hold
true.
on. Let me finish my thought, because
Yes. My bad.
Okay.
My bad.
No, it's all good. So he spoke to the masses, right? And then he also had special time with the disciples. Now, going back and forth through the scriptures, a lot of times we will preach on the other things and forget the actual principle, or the things that he told the disciples to go out and teach, right? Meaning, you would do greater things in me in this world. I will teach you how to really separate your mind from this humanistic thing that we are just matter, right? For an example, when they were in the ship with God or Jesus, and they thought they were going to die, and Jesus was asleep, what did he say? Why are you going to wake me up? You with me, first of all. Second of all, speak to the winds, right? Like, I'm not going to be with you for long, so you're going to have to understand these concepts. You're going to have to separate yourself from this flesh, okay? You are spirit. This is a moment in time, right? But time really, and that's why I asked you that question. If God is omnipresent, he knew you before you were in your mother's womb. He knows the beginning and the end. So what we're really looking at is a constant one moment in time. When you create something from quote unquote dark matter, which I like to call all matter, that's what God is made of all matter, you have the illusion of time. When God said, let there be light, that spark, right? Or we would call the Big Bang, for whoever wants to say that, but that creation, if you look on it on a scientific, that was the spark of shapes, sounds, vibrations, colors, all of these different things that give life, right? And so when you're looking out into the stars, you're not seeing the future, you're seeing the past. We are going back to the past. The universe is expanding, right? We're thinking it's expanding, but where is it going? It's pulling back to that very same light, that atom, right? That all matter energy. So what I would say to you is that is kind of like Back to the Future, like I think Empress said, right? There is no future. God is it. We're in this one moment. So when we look at the Bible, this is the assignment that the disciples were given, right? And I'm gonna take you back to where you talked about the horoscopes, right? Okay, when we talk about this 144, and we talk about 12 tribes. Now, I don't want to go too deep into that, but if you look and study your Bible, why do you think it was important that we went through all of the genealogy? There was a reason for that, right? So there's the 12 of the 12, and we are all just repeating this same life, right? So I'm a Capricorn, okay? My birthday's next month, so, okay? So Woon is a Gemini, you know what I mean? Okay, so my lineage, or all the Capricorns that are signed with this same spirit, we're here to combat and have this conversation with you to turn the light on, right? So that you can be free. And it's going to be the continuous same message, right? So if you kind of go, and I know I skipped around, but I needed to tell you that because now you can free yourself from this body, right? You are more than the flesh. You are spirit. That's what God wants you to understand. So the 12 disciples coming back, right? We're supposed to teach these things. This is what we're supposed to teach. Not, I'm going to hell if I don't obey the commandments only. Commandments are principles. Those are things that you should do, but that's for this fleshly body. Does that make sense?
Ponder on that real quick. We got Empress Divine in the building.
Hey,
We got
sis.
Nashaya in the building.
Hey, Nashaya.
You
What's
said a lot right there.
poppin'?
Yeah, I mean, because I was on mute,
poppin'?
I guess, for a little bit. So
Okay.
I had to come and just. So, hey, sis.
Hey, what's up, Nashaya?
Shout out
Hey,
Empress.
peace on y'all. It's good.
Hey, bro. And I heard you,
Hey,
Nashaya, so my bad. I saw you.
Hey, Nashaya, real quick, I definitely want to. I was talking to Self, and I definitely want to do a show with you specifically about off-grid living. And, you know, we can just talk about the details about that later. But I just want to plant that seed right now.
Definitely. I got you.
All right.
What up, Empress?
What's poppin', y'all? What's poppin' with the fam? I had to present myself 1 year. Annie.
Right. Love.
Okay, what's up? Been on a
I see.
hiatus, but I said I'm gonna go ahead and pull up for the folks.
Pop out real quick.
Yeah, I see y'all. Hey, somebody said, "See a shot, take a shot." Look, everybody ain't playing, or what we doing right
Y'all
now?
not playing. Look, I done cracked another one.
Hold on.
Oh yeah, okay.
Are we pulling out? Okay. Let's do it.
Don't forget, hey, and this is for you too, Chris, because I know you new to the channel. So you know we got to take time to breathe.
Oh yeah, no, you good. We're good. Yeah.
Definitely, and shout out Valley Uno in the building, yes sir.
Yeah.
What up?
We appreciate you for
You gotta
pulling
come
up.
on, dude. Get in the
Yeah,
chat.
shout out to everybody who pulled up to the show within this whole year.
Yeah, man. For real.
Consecutive, consistent, all that other shit. Like we've been lit. 47 shows out of 52?
43. It's probably 44 right here.
Ooh, that's a master number. That's a master number right there.
Boy, you know?
Yeah. Perfect timing.
Rod Watson in the building. Peace.
What's good with Rod? Hey, Rod, you got to come on too, man. I know you be on this.
Yeah, I know you got some. You got some.
For sure. But
Laura,
yeah,
were you talking to me about setup artists? I don't know.
Nah, Laura was talking about the how they were describing what this guy got popping and shit like.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, what? Okay.
But Nashai, I saw you with your hand raised. Did you want to speak to what we're talking about right now?
Yeah.
I'm taking a shot for that.
Let me start there. How about that? Let me, participate.
Yeah, all right.
I agree wholeheartedly with what the sister said, but I will say, in my experience, very, very few are willing to apply. Hey, oh yeah, well, hey, wait, look, y'all.
He got
we
the
got
young
young
life.
Oh, you got the young
What's
life.
up with the young life, man?
Hey.
What's up? Are you live now? You got something to say?
Hey, God.
You quiet now?
Like,
It's the young prince. He be doing this thing.
What's going on?
What I will say is, I found that very few people are willing to deal with that gospel that was being dealt to the disciples specifically, because I've crafted my entire existence, after these sayings and what people will call inner teachings, and they there's one of them that says count the cost.
yes.
Because people will just be jumping on stuff because it sound good or it feel good, and they did not understand the consequences and the repercussions of anything, because everything's cause and effect, y'all. If you make a choice, something's gonna happen. Assuredly. But the general teachings, love, peace, do for your neighbor, etc. We can find those existing in the tenets and principles of any religious practice. But when it comes to what I would call the asceticism of Christian disciples, that is something that, frankly, 98% of the population isn't even equipped to do, and hasn't even actually encountered someone doing such a thing, because we got a lot of people talking about stuff. They be talking, and I was talking to some brothers because I've been feeling like, well, man, maybe I'll just start a church because I'm doing the thing, you know, and they're gonna have to deny Christ to deny me. That's how I feel, you know, about the way I live my life. But a lot of people are talking, you know, and people know the stories. You know, it don't matter if it's real, guys. It's not about did this happen or whatever. Like, just read the book like a child, you know, and suspend your state of disbelief like it's a movie. And you'll find if you follow the mechanics, you will have a kingdom, and the kingdom's not for you. It's for this one who's trying to take over the feed right now. It's all for them.
Hey, when you said suspend your shit and stay within your childlike mind, that shit.
Yeah, that was a bar.
We get too serious when it comes down to reading the literature, right?
Yeah.
And sometimes our imagination gets cut off, and it's just like, damn, we can't even. It's people take it so literal, no disrespect, but people take it so literal that they miss the whole imaginative. You know, they miss the beautiful story. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, you guys don't allow yourself to be free enough to even peep the game. Like, you know what I mean? Like, at this point in time, it's just like, oh, it's literal, it's serious, it has to be this. It got, and then look.
Yeah. Got it.
Like, so the structure is always going to be a reflection of the experience, right? All of this scripture is really somebody else's experience. So when we talk about taking somebody else's word, just like hella, oh, he said we got to do this. He said we got, like, and I understand it if you need, you know, just like a little alley-oop for you to dunk your ball. But at the same time, it's just like, you know, I'm looking at their story and I'm looking at mine. And that's how I'm able to relate to it. Like, you know what I mean? I'm like, yeah, them niggas is cool, but it's lit on this side too. Like, I can relate to that because I'm opening up to myself. Just like self-talk, gotta be, you know, that self shit. Like, you know what I mean? So I think that, Nashai, going back to you, I like how you put that, because it's just like, I still have a childlike mind. My imagination is through this motherfucking roof. Like, you know what I mean? So I still listen, and when I hear shit, I have a picture automatically going in my mind. That's how strong. That's why I write, and that's why I do hella shit. Like, you know what I mean? Because my imagination will never get killed off. So
I mean, you would have to though.
It touched me for real. So thank you.
No, yeah, like I was saying, you would have to though, because to be in your God self, to an adult mind, like, we're too rigid, right? We got too many rules, you know, like the young life, he's, you know, just expressing himself right now, right? It may be quote unquote inconvenient for us, but you know, this is when we put the limits on God, right? We try to be buttoned up when it is not that, right? Right? Because just think about the thought of like certain creatures that were created, you know, from the animals to us, right? We are self-healing, right? Like, you cut yourself, you know, and before you know it, it's a scar, and the next thing you know, it's not even there anymore, right? Like, you got to be kind of crazy or loco en la cabeza, as I would say, right, to even think of some shit like that, right? Just on a human side. So you got to know that God and to be creative is very childlike, and that's even scripture in the Bible. Out of the mouths of babes, or we could talk about the children of God will inherit the kingdom. So he's always like pushing you back towards that like original limitless frame of mind, right? When a child is more likely to see all matter, right? To see the angels and to see things, right? Because this is what it is, right? It is us as parents or adults that will squash down and say, you tripping, ain't no monster under the bed. Well, have you read the books have you read your Bible lately and read about what angels really look like? No. Revelations talk about an entity that had 9 eyes, right? That's a monster, okay? So we tell them that there ain't no monsters, but they can be seeing the all matter, the part that we suppress within them. And that's when we lose our childlike faith. So I love it.
to speak to that again, man.
Stop telling your children no.
Exactly.
Find another way to communicate it, redirect. No is probably one of the most, I don't want to call something good or bad, but for the sake of what I'm saying right now, this is one of the most evil words in the universe, because yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
If you think about, and I'm pretty sure we all talk to like a child and shit and just let them be in their own little energy and shit, right?
Yeah.
And they story be like, so and then this man came up and then they're just going like, like just imagination. And then this happened, and then no, and then this happened, and then so if we really timestamp all of the events that's happened in the duration of our lives, it's a child telling our story.
Exactly.
Just think about it. And then Corona came. Yeah, Corona. Did Corona come? Like, you know what I mean? This is the never-ending story, and I can't wait till they drop the new movie. They're about to re-drop that thing. Like, you know what I mean? And I can't wait because that's this. Like, you know what I mean? So when they talk about we're made in God's image, it's just image is short for imagination. Like, you know what I mean? So this is why us having a artistic driven creation passion to create is so important.
Hold on. What did you say? You said we were made in God's image, which is short for imagination. Did you say
Bars.
Bar?
Yeah, that's
Bar.
Bar.
I'll take it. I'm gonna take a shot for that. Let me take a shot for that.
I take a shot. That was it.
Yeah, that was it right there. All right.
If you got some water, drink some water.
Yeah.
Take a shot of some water.
Something.
Herb. Do what you gotta do.
Hydrate.
But it just comes down to just having that childlike mind and just being able to be free and create. And one more thing before I pass the mic, speaking to what you just now said, Nishai, don't tell your kids no. I remember I was I had this one chick on Facebook, and her child kept on writing on the walls. And then she was like, yeah, so I took away, her crayons and all this other thing. And I'm like, no, post up some paper, like a blank spaces of paper, and have her just do her fucking Dougie. Like, you know what I mean? Like, if you don't want her drawing just
Compromise.
That is just messing up the cabinets or the walls, put some paper over that shit and keep them. She's probably giving you directions to goddamn Serious B and shit.
Hey, hold on. I got to interrupt, and I'll let you go ahead. And I said, listen, with that wound, right? I love that you painted that picture, because back to my point, right? When we talk about purpose, what now, we can go a whole bunch of different places with this, but I will just say this part of it is, as an adult, right, we got to plan everything out. We got to do the research. We got to know the answers and if we can do something, right? But how many of y'all done found a kid, then pulled out pots and pans and started beating and you never taught them nothing, right? This is just their natural gift. Okay, so in that example, if your kid is writing already, give them something to write on, right? You have to embrace who they are as a child. Allow that to happen, right? Because you're suppressing, if you keep telling them no, or you can't do that, you are suppressing the artist in them, right? You're suppressing the gift, and it's going to prolong, their gifting. That your child could be a child prodigy, but you would never know that because
Yeah, right.
But yeah, before
telling them, no, you didn't whoop them and all of that stuff.
Oh no, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You got it.
Oh yeah, you haven't looked at them and said, you know what? Let me just go ahead and embrace this gift. I'm gonna teach them that there may be a time and a place, or I'm gonna put you in a space to do that. But your parents out there that got kids, you see your kids is doing something like that, artistic, let them get into it. You know what I mean? Don't suppress that gift. That could be, that's a part of their purpose. They don't know anything else, right? Outside of what you are teaching them, what they are experiencing, and what they are encoded with. So if they're encoded to be an artist, they're going to start being an artist, as soon as they get here in their own way. So
I like that.
You gonna say something, Empress?
Oh, y'all can't hear me. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Yeah.
Y'all can. Yeah, I was just saying that I like that word encoded frequency, right? Mm-hmm.
Right. I
Definitely.
mean, I know a lot was said between everybody. I know it was in response to Chris.
Yeah.
I don't, you know what I'm saying? If you have a response, definitely, you know what I'm saying? I want to hear the feedback. But like I said, I know it was a lot.
No, I mean,
Because
it
he went
was
on
a
4
lot.
minutes. We had to just double back. That's all. But yeah.
Yeah,
No,
right, exactly.
hey, this y'all show. If it was my show, I'll do the same. But I'll let y'all do your thing. But
Right. Yes, you got it.
but my one question is too is because we know you like I agree with what you're saying because I know about my God and I know what He promised. You know what I'm saying? But what you know about God or what y'all know about God, if y'all would like to all tag in on this, does God believe that there will be like a heaven and a hell, or does He not believe in
It's
that?
up to you, friend. It's up to you, my friend, whether you
No,
live in
but
heaven or hell.
does God specifically say like not?
What
It's
do you mean,
up to
like
me.
as far as
Like
God
is it,
saying, I believe in hell and I believe in
no,
heaven?
like as a reality? Is it a reality? Like like God says, like you said, you read the scriptures and you can read that it says God's in me, and we can read that clearly, right? Can we read the same scriptures and know that God agrees that there is a heaven and a hell at least?
Yeah, and I could take this one, and I will say yes, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Um,
so does that my backup question, and then I'll let you go off from there, is if that's true and there's a heaven and a hell, is there rules to going to each one?
yes.
Can I chime in real quick?
Okay.
I just want to make this statement. Personally, Jesus was going around telling people that the kingdom of heaven is at hand. All right, which means like, hey, here, have it. It's right now. And so if the kingdom of heaven was at hand with Jesus right then and there, where in the what was everyone else living?
Jesus is talking about himself because he's God. Like, I don't know if that group went over his head when he said that, but like that's what he was talking about. The kingdom at God is at hand. It's in front of you. Like I'm here.
So where's everyone else living? Even if we're gonna go, because I can rock with what you're saying. You're saying it's him,
right? That's what you're not understanding. It's like the kingdom of God is he's saying it's me. It's like that's what he's saying. He's not. He's saying it's me. I'm the son of God.
So where's everyone else? That's all. That's my question. If he's saying I'm the kingdom of God, where would everyone else be by default?
God speaks in many parables. We all know this. Jesus is the king of parables. He has many parables. So when he's saying that the kingdom of God is at hand and you're looking at him and he's speaking to you, it's like Kevin Hart.
Okay,
you know
so let me help you. Let me help you get clarity on that. So when
not
he's
in
saying
hand, it's at hand. It's like it's not in your hand. It's like, bruh.
Well,
okay, I can agree with that one.
terrible.
Let me grab it real quick. Sis, I can rock with what you're saying 100% and agree with that. And I'm gonna take it further, and I think it will further impress my point upon you. All right. So the kingdom of heaven you're saying was Jesus Christ Himself. One of the first doctrines of Christ is the laying of hands. And so when He touched someone, what happened?
When Jesus, specifically God, touched someone, they healed.
Touched someone.
Yeah.
So they
specifically God.
Well, they were connected, right? Sure. But in that instant, they were physically. I'm sorry, y'all. Rock with me. They were physically connected to the kingdom of God, right?
Yeah, you can say that.
All right.
Okay.
Where were they before? What kingdom were they living in before that?
Okay. So
great question. That's a great question.
Okay. So
that is a great question.
Well, it's a great question because like Jesus does not start in the New Testament, and that's what people like are seeming to believe.
I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I want to stop you right there. We don't have to go down the road.
And that's why you're so confused about the rest of it. It's because Jesus didn't start in the New Testament, bro.
Well, hold on. Let me
Old
clarify.
Testament.
Let me clarify for
Old
you.
Testament, bro. But not
No,
by
no.
name.
Wait, let me
Not by
clarify for you.
name, because he wasn't a human yet. He didn't even name.
No, I
You know
agree
what
with
I'm
you.
Okay,
I
go
agree,
ahead.
I agree with you. I agree with you, and I actually believe that same thing because the New Testament actually teaches that. So I'm not confused
It
about that. I'm
teaches
just
that.
asking you. I'm just asking you
And
before
nobody
people.
knows it.
No, it's fine. I'm just asking a very specific question. I'm asking before people come in contact with the Son of God, who's the kingdom of heaven, what kingdom are they living in?
They're living in the world, bro. You're just living in the world.
Which is the kingdom of what? If there's a kingdom of heaven and that is real, what would the opposite of the kingdom of heaven be?
I mean, if technically we're talking about like the valley to the depth, then if we're talking about separation from God, if we're talking about anti-God and anti-Jesus, then that's what we're talking about.
Would another word for that be hell? Because aren't the people who are cast into hell separated from God?
Okay, what I said, look, you're talking to a Christian. I believe there is a heaven and a hell. It seems like there's confusion. Like being able to go to there, you know, like
the reason why I'm asking you these
the
questions.
separation is of arriving. Sorry,
Yeah.
excuse me.
Yeah.
Of arriving to either lane. You know, everyone starts on the same freeway, but at some point there's a diversion in that freeway where somebody can go left or somebody can go right, and like that's literally how it is.
The reason I'm asking you these questions because while you're talking, it seems to me that you think that heaven and hell are not something that are present in our reality right this very moment, which is why I'm going down the line of questioning.
Heaven as a teaching is eternal, like being eternally with God, and I'm not eternally with God right now. You know, like because my body will die. So how would I be?
I think I heard you earlier agree that you said. I heard you agree that God was omnipresent.
Yeah, but my body will die. So I can't be forever with God.
Look, in Christ, my friend, death is defeated. Let me teach you something today.
Yes, come on now.
Okay, but so are you saying there's no hell? That's basically what you're saying. Everyone goes to heaven. That's what you're saying.
No. What I'm trying to tell you.
Okay, what conclusion are you coming up with? Because you're just talking like in circles, but not going in any direction.
Okay, well, let me complete it.
What direction are you leading to, sir?
Well, the ultimate point that I was trying to make was hell, right?
Yeah,
is right here, right now, in your face. You can see it all the time if you are not
eternal damnation.
One moment.
Eternal separation from God. That's hell.
No,
we're not eternally separated from God either at this time. So that's not hell.
I need the ability.
Separation is hell from God. That's
you gotta let him finish his point before you cut in.
I need the ability. Yeah, okay. I think the Bible says you. I think the Bible says you shouldn't interrupt a man in his speech. Is what I think.
Okay, go ahead, brother.
So,
I'm waiting for you to finish.
Because I just want to stick to the Bible, you know. And so, what I'm trying to impress upon you right now is people's choices to not abide in the walk of Christ leaves them living in the kingdom of hell in their present life and reality.
Correct.
Facts. I agree.
Okay, are you done? Can I say something?
Yeah, I'll let you. I just
so you're saying there's no death then, like hell. There's no death in hell, and then there's no I'm just because you're leaving hell as a reality outside of death. Like what happens when you die though? Like when you die, do you go to heaven or hell, or does it?
So you're in the same place that you were.
If we're gonna go deep in doctrine, there's a first and second depth. I don't want to go deep in doctrine. I just want to stay on the level.
Tell me what you think, because you're trying to tell me what I'm trying to hear your thoughts, brother. You trying to see if I can get confused. I'm trying to show you where you're confused. Like, can you answer this question?
No.
What's your question?
Like, is there a hell for death, or does it? Because you stopped with life, you didn't go to death. Like, what happens in death?
Those who don't believe in Christ are dead already.
but what happens in death? Like, are you were just talking in circles? What happens in death?
I'm
Okay.
Like, is there any death?
So okay, Nasiah, I will help
Sorry,
you.
gotta
Okay, so
Okay. Like he's
Okay.
not, but did he say something that I'm missing? I'm sorry.
yes, and I'm gonna help you. Don't trip. Listen, okay, so let me help
Okay.
you. So what he was trying to get to, right, is when God came down, he had a purpose, right, to deliver us because we were already in sin, right? So if we're in sin, we are already separated from God. Okay, so that was first off, right? So that's in this physical flesh. So in order to redeem you, right, he came down to give you the principles on how to turn the light switch on so that you can be redeemed because you are walking the earth dead, right? So when he wiped the flood, right, except for Noah's family, and this is why I say the 12 tribes, right? You got to do your homework on the genealogy of who's the 12 of the 12 of the 12, but that's another story, right? But so what happens with that is when he came down, right, we are all walking in sin, right? We're cast, you can't cast the stone, right? You're full of sin, right? Everyone, all of us, we all come short, right? So God came down and separated himself to redeem us, right? And to let us remember who we are, right? We were made in his image and his likeness. Okay, so the light has to come on. All right.
Sure.
So when you die, right? So if God is omnipresent, right? You got to understand that he's come to you more than one time throughout your whole life, right? You have a conscience, right? To do left or right or wrong, right? At some point you will hear, you'll come to a consciousness within yourself, right? And that light switch will come on and you will come into the glory of God, right? The kingdom, you're now activating the kingdom, right? You're walking in God in what? Spirit and in truth. Ain't that the Bible say, right? You got to walk in spirit and truth. You're walking with God. Me and the Father are one. So if you happen to die, and that's why the message of salvation is so important, you are walking dead. So if you never were turned on in your waking life and you died, there is your sentence to hell, right? The separation from God, because you can't be aware of something, right? Or you chose not to turn your light on. So there is no redemption. God is not a liar, right? So God is a God of principle, of science,
Right.
of math. So he can't even lie, right? He knows that sin and me can't coexist. So let me come down and try to redeem you so that you can be free from sin in my eyes. And now you are redeemed. If you reject that message, you are dead. And when you die, there isn't an opportunity to turn your light back on. It's over with, right? So that's what happens in death. You go to the hell that you were living on earth, right? Now that's going to be eternal, right? Because there will be a new heaven and new earth. That's what the Bible say, right? So there is a place. And if we're talking scientifically, if you're thinking of oil and water, that's going to be separate, right? They're never going to mix. That is the science. That's the math of it. It's the same thing in spirit. If your light ain't turned on before you die, since we're eternal beings, that transition will be now you're going to heaven. But if your light was turned off, right, never illuminated, and you passed away, it doesn't just magically turn on because you died. Does that make sense? Did that help you?
No.
Oh,
No.
Okay.
I mean, let me say this. I got what you said, but like you're saying like heaven is a metaphor and hell is a metaphor.
No.
I'm saying it's a real.
So you didn't say he had rules to go. So okay.
Wait, hold on.
Hold on. Can I just ask my question? Because you asked my question, and this is where I'm confused at, and this is what makes no sense. Like, okay, So, what does God want? You to just know He exists, or is there any alignment that you have to follow?
Yes,
So the
yes.
alignment is
This is the alignment.
believe. It is alignment is to believe. According to your faith, you will be healed, right? Like you have to believe in Him first off, right?
So,
And so, right? Isn't that the story of the
I can answer. I can answer this question. I want to set a standard because he's asking for a standard, right?
That's why it's important to know that other scripture when he said, like, most of y'all would come to me and say, Lord, Lord, didn't we do all these things?
Right.
And
right.
you'll turn away and say, because you can't just believe in them, and that's where it's at.
Right.
Like,
so you're asking for a standard, right?
What you did is you cut me off before I got to the principle.
My bad. You asked me, did it make sense? And I'm telling you, it didn't make sense. I thought you were done.
No, but when you were saying, you asked me a question and I was giving you the foundation. You can't believe to activate something, you have to believe in it. To create something, it has to be a thought. You have to believe, right?
Sure.
There are other things that happen with that, but foundationally, it's a thought. You have to see it or create it or believe it. That was like step one.
Like, okay, is baptism important in this?
Baptism could be.
Is it important at all? Because it doesn't sound like it's important in this whole situation.
So it can be, right? If that's what you
need.
It
can be, or is it important?
But wait,
those are two different things. Those are two different words.
So two different words is because there, as you said, the Bible speaks in parables, right? So there is also a metaphysical. There's a metaphysical meaning of what baptism, if you know the word, is, or the mental of consciousness. That's why you have to be in a constant renewing of your mind, right? To be in a new state of consciousness is a daily baptism. So it just depends on what you are saying. So if you need to actually go through a baptism,
may I interject?
Okay.
May I interject and just like level? I just want to like level I just want to level the playing field, and I actually want to answer the question he asked earlier about are there rules? You know, because he asked it a few times. Are there rules?
After what you say, just real quick, after what you say, we finna hit another raffle. I know it's I think Woon got something, up his sleeve for the second one, and then we'll continue rocking. But yeah, go ahead.
From my experience, and I'm a vocational Christian. That's if I could put it into words for people. I'm a vocational Christian. Christianity is my job. Essentially, that's how I make my living. That's how I earn things. It's how I provide for those around me. It's the tenets and principles within Christianity that I hold on to with dear life, every day. And I'm thankful and blessed to live in the kingdom. And so you ask if there are rules, and these are the rules as I understand them. Yes, first, of course, you must believe. But if you believe, it means that you will take action. In the Bible, it says after they believe, they were baptized. I understand baptism to be a metaphysical, an alchemical ritual involving earth, air, fire, water, and spirit. All right, to regenerate and rebirth the soul and initiate it into the mind of I am saving wisdom as I know it. Now I'm going to put it out there I believe the Most High's name is I am. I believe the Messiah's name is Savior. I believe the Holy Spirit's name is wisdom. And so another word for baptism is to rename. And so you get renamed literally into the Most High, Savior, in the Holy Spirit. And that is the mind that you're supposed to abide in once you are forthwith. After which you are supposed to then survive purely off that virtue alone, because it says all those who believe in the gospel must earn their living through the gospel alone. Otherwise, it is a farce. So if you are saying that you serve God and you also have an occupation or habit where you do a specific task for anyone outside of God for sustenance or money, then you're saying you cannot do these things. So you cannot serve God in mammon, or you cannot serve God in money, or you cannot sit at the table of the Lord and the table of devils. So you must exclusively survive off the virtue and your belief and knowledge that the Most High is God, and that and you have to provide for everyone, and including in this manner alone. And that is the rule and the only rule.
Hey, can I ask a question real quick? And this is for Chris, and I just wanted, because it might like kind of like bridge the gap.
Mm-hmm.
When we talk about, because every time I hear the word baptism, I think about, you know, water, right?
Mhm.
I think about new life, or being born again, right? So that always leads me back to the flood, right? Because the water came and then life started over again and shit, right?
Nice.
So my question to you would be, I'm gonna just say, if it was God's intention to get rid of the wicked of the or the wretched of the earth by way of this flood, right?
Mhm.
Then how did the wicked and the wretched how is it still present right now?
So good. I mean, ain't nobody can actually answer that. Most people think it's the wives of Noah's sons. To be honest with you, that's the best answer I can give you.
I got the answer.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
I have my perspective of how I think about it, and it makes sense. But I just want to
Yeah,
understand your.
hey, I'm here to hear what y'all got to think about it. Because I was amazed
No,
when
I wanna hear what
I
you
was
guys think.
amazed when I heard that baptism can be important and not is important. So I'm interested to hear more things at
But
this
see,
point.
when just hold on. Just to clarify that, I just, like I said, it is, I speak to a level of a person's understanding. So baptism can be so many different things. So you, as soon as I said can, and that's why God said to be slow to anger, right? Slow to speak, right? So you have to just listen. And so I was going to break that down. So it wasn't that I don't believe in baptism. But go
But is
ahead.
it important? I didn't say it's. I believe in it. But
I mean, it is
Oh wait,
important.
hold on. My bad. Because you're answering questions as if you are a Christian, Miss. Are you a Christian?
I am.
So do you believe in baptism or not?
Don't be asking questions like that, bro.
Dude,
I'll ask you.
I can
Don't
ask
get broke
questions
down. I'll
like
break you
that.
down.
'Cause if
Don't be
you ask me that
disrespectful.
question,
Don't be disrespectful. I'll break you down. I'll break you down. Don't do that.
Look. I'll ask you the same question because I'm confident in my Christianity. If somebody says if I believe in it, I'm gonna say yes. Ain't no, oh, bro, don't ask that question. I'm too
How
scared
do
to
you
pronounce my
how would you
faith.
prove that?
Like,
How
no,
would you
bro.
prove that?
Like, say it loud, say it proud.
Wait, how
What?
would you prove it?
What
How
do
would
you
you
mean?
prove it?
Hold on, Shine, let him rock.
I'm talking about him. I'm talking about homie.
Yeah.
I was speaking to
Yeah,
lady.
I'm right
He just
here.
told me not to
I'm
cut him
asking
off
you a
because
question.
it's biblical, right? But then he cut me off talking to lady.
Nah,
Like,
you're
come
being
on, show some
disrespectful.
respect. Show
You're being
some respect.
disrespectful.
Show some respect. I was talking to her. I was
Let him rock.
asking
Let
her
him
if
rock.
she
Let him
believes in
rock. Let him
baptism.
rock.
appreciate the gods. I appreciate y'all trying to show respect to
Right,
me.
that's him.
And
Like
vice versa.
Superman over
I
here.
appreciate that. So I will say this. I do believe in the baptism. And where you caught me, right, is when I said it can be, right, is we get so caught up in a religious way to try and please God, right? It is important, but if you are baptized and you're still not living on the principles or utilizing the principles, that doesn't mean anything, right? You can get baptized, but if you're not walking in spirit and truth and seeking the truth, it was nothing more than just a ritual, right? Because one, you didn't really.
I'm with you on that. But
Okay.
I'm saying the importance of it. Is it necessary?
Yes, it is necessary, right? So not only in a physical way, right? And we're talking water, right? If that's the way that you choose to come to Christ, but it is also a consciousness. That's why he said you have to be renewed by daily with the renewing of your mind. That is a daily death, right? And a new baptism. So we have to be careful to just pigeonhole God into, if you didn't get baptized with the water, you are separated from God. Because there were people prior to baptism taking place that were with God. No? So did everybody prior to that, are they in hell? No, they're not, right? So we have to be careful in how we look at the whole scripture, the whole message, right? That's what
I feel like baptism was because John the Baptist baptized Jesus, so we can't say that came from Jesus. You know what I'm saying? So obviously it was a practice done by the culture prior to Jesus.
Okay, so
if
that's
Jesus
why I
was
said
baptized himself.
Exactly, but that's why I said it can be, right? Because prior
I think
to,
it is necessary. That's just my opinion. That's just,
but what I'm saying, it is
but that's my
necessary, but it
opinion.
doesn't have to be only in the water, right? Because before Jesus was baptized, or those that were being baptized, what was the ritual, right? That may not have been the thing. So you mean everybody that died prior to this thing called baptism is not with God? That can't
No,
be
because
true.
they weren't Christians, so I can't say that.
It's not necessary to go to heaven is to be baptized. And that's why I use the word can, right? Because that is not the only way. The only way to get there is to turn your light switch on, to separate yourself from this fleshly thing. Are you trying to go through these rituals to please God? Instead, be with God right now, in the moment. Turn your light switch on, put your glasses on.
I'm with you.
Like,
I'm with you, but my thing is, I'm with you in saying that, and that's where like we agree, but we disagree on many things. I agree with turning the light switch on. What we're wavy at is, what does that mean? What does that entail?
I think you're confused because you're not a Christian.
Okay. Well, that's that, and this the one that called me disrespectful. You know what I'm saying?
right, I was
So
gonna say
you don't even open your mouth to people like that. You just let them talk.
I mean, you just did earlier.
Right,
You
so,
just did earlier. Wait, hold on. You
when
just did
I'm
the same thing earlier,
when
and you
I'm
must have thought it was
talking,
appropriate because that's what you did.
right.
I'm
and
not
so
worried
this,
about you at this point. I'm not even talking to you the rest of the show.
I mean,
okay,
that's fine. That's forgiving of a Christian to do. Well, forgive me.
I'm just
Excuse me. Forgive me.
with you
Please forgive
because
me.
I'm gonna get angry with you. So
Excuse
I'm
me.
just,
Forgive me. Forgive me for misspeaking to you. I didn't mean to disrespect you. Will you forgive me? So we can continue this conversation.
no, you're forgiven, but I'm gonna be slow to speak with you because I might be angry with.
Well, that's fine. You can be slow to speak because it will allow me to elaborate my point. I personally believe that if you work a job in this country, that you're not a Christian. That's what I personally believe.
Okay, great. Good job.
So I personally believe that if you live in a regular house and you have somewhere to lay your head, that you're not a Christian.
Okay, good. What else?
All right.
Anything
I
else?
personally believe if you spend time, all right, we're operating a business in the system, you're not a Christian.
Anything
so when
else?
people ask questions like this, all
Do
right,
you have anything else?
no, it's fine. I'm glad you're so slow to speak to what I'm saying right now, like you said you're going to be. But when people are making statements and actually discussing worthless dogma, it actually infuriates me because it has nothing to do with what a Christian actually, supposed to be. The tenets and principles of Christ, which is something like I take like so seriously, which I stated to you earlier. So when you ask this question, are you a Christian? Right? It spikes something in me because I see you, right? And there's tests, that I can give to you to actually see this, right? Are you willing? Do you believe that we should follow all the red letters and commandments of Jesus Christ?
I'm not speaking with you.
Hey, before you
Right,
don't
no,
even answer that question. We
I'm not speaking
We're
with you.
supposed to do a raffle. Do the raffle.
Raffle, bro.
I'm upset. We need some joy in our lives right now.
It's
Make
raffle
joy.
time. It's raffle
Make joy.
time.
All right. Because I don't want to mute nobody, but I got the power to mute all you ugly motherfuckers, right? Look.
No, you don't.
What you raffling, Woon? What you raffling?
All right, so look. So I've been trying to get in contact with the first person that won the first raffle, right? So I think because we already 2.5 hours in right now. Or no,
they ain't claimed nothing. I didn't get no claim of nothing.
Yeah. Now, yes, it's 2 hours, so we're gonna give her probably a little bit. But right now, it is definitely time to pull a name out the motherfucking bowl, baby. Let's get this shit popping. Everybody who got a drink, please take a shot with us. Like we going back and forth and shit right now, but we do have to remember that this is a celebration. So please take a shot.
Some water. Take a shot of some water. It don't matter.
Weed. Hit that Reggie that you rolled up for the show. It's all
libations.
Libations.
Oh, hold on.
All right, who we got? Is this still? Oh yeah. Take your shot.
Hey, yo, T.
Shout
Valley Uno. You need to pull up. Valley Una, we need
See,
you
they
in the
can't
building.
see. Hey, see, look, wait. They can't see her face. You might as well have me pull it because I could go like this in the camera.
Okay, but have her hold the bowl then.
Yeah.
You know, hey, because we gotta see the ball, and we don't.
Hold the ball. You gotta hold the ball right here.
Hey, Lovejoy, I saw you for your birthday. You were looking glamorous too.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, have her pull it. She's good. Show the face so she can pull it, but just keep it right there. Yep.
All right. Who we got? Keelan Johnson, the brother Keelan Johnson from the
where y'all sounded.
I know, right?
Financial Literacy Show. Hey, what did they get for this one? This is the second one. This one's yours, Woon.
Yeah, that's me. Damn, dog, I gotta. I'm sharing some drip right now. Y'all want to? Keelan, and I'm glad that I got like a dude and shit because I got some drip for the first person. For the second person, it's something different, but it's definitely some drip. So, y'all want to see it, or should I just hold it for him? Y'all want to see it too?
Come
Yeah,
on.
we trying to see it, man. What you talking about?
Show the drip.
Show the drip. Where you go?
Hey, Valley Uno in the building. What up, T?
What's going on with you?
Yeah, we needed your energy in here.
What's good with everybody?
What's up with you, man?
Oh, we chilling, man. So look, drip is right here. And it's funny because I did not even read the back of this fucking bag till today, and it says express yourself. And y'all know that this podcast is all about expressing self, baby.
Yeah.
You feel me?
Okay.
What is it?
This is from Fresh Hood Stuff. You feel me? For y'all, everybody be asking me, well, where you be shopping at? Where you be getting the drip? I'm gonna give you all this one. Y'all can have this one. The other shit, if I don't know you like that, I'm not.
I'm trying to hold on to it, man.
Did you? Yeah, I don't know why I can't cool off. My bad.
Oh, let's see the drip. You gotta have the music playing, Woon. We need
Okay.
it. Yeah.
Hey, okay.
That shit fly.
Nice little bomber jacket. Now, look, I don't expect nobody to drip with this shit how I would. So, you know, you could drip how you gonna drip with it, and that's how you gonna drip. I seen Keelan Johnson. He dressed a little nice and shit. You feel me? So he might be able to pull it off. And I'm man enough to give another man, props. When I see a nigga doing this Dougie, then yeah, it's up. But yeah, so that's the second raffle again. The first person, I don't know what she's.
She got like 2 minutes.
Hey, look, I'm gonna leave it up to the comments. If y'all in the building, y'all want us to wait? How long y'all want us to wait? What y'all want us to do?
Yeah, hey man, you got other people because there's other people that want to win right now. So if look,
they in line, they like, look,
chat right now.
Hey, no cap.
Right now.
I feel like that 100
one.
subscribers should get something. That 100 subscriber pod, they deserve something special. They're the one.
Yeah, because they went.
Feel me?
That's a fact.
That is a fact. If you're still in the building, I think it was Tanya.
Yeah, that was Tanya Chamberlain. Hey, but real quick, everybody in the chat, if you guys want us to redo the first pick, go ahead and put a 1. And don't feel bad about it. Don't feel bad. Like if y'all feel like we should raffle out a name because you guys are in the building and that person is not, what y'all think?
Answers in the chat.
Yeah, if y'all want to see her, then just put a 1. If y'all I'm sorry, no. If y'all want to do a new raffle, press 1. If y'all want us to keep her, do it 2 when we up, and then we're gonna let that rock. But shout out to Valley Uno in the building, and shout out to Lamaya in the building. What's poppin'? We got the Young Life in the building.
Hi.
What's up? What's up?
Hi, Janine. Or is it Jenny? Yeah, Jenny.
But yeah, definitely
in the chat.
Man, y'all scary. Y'all don't even want.
Yeah, they ain't even dropping no numbers in the chat, man. What y'all got going on?
Hey, well, it's it's 2
They
hours.
waiting on y'all to just go ahead and call the play on that, man.
Hey, y'all know. Hey, man, look.
It's 2 hours. We waited. So go ahead.
It's been 2 hours. But okay, so what you want to do, Self? You just want to pull another one, or do you want to wait for that
but
one?
what if we pull another one and they not here either?
Well,
We gonna give them what, 5 minutes? Huh?
Whoever's in the building is in the building.
Hey, if he pull another one and they don't show up, if y'all pull another one and they don't show up, I'm gonna start pulling rank. I've known Woon for a really long time. I'm gonna start pulling rank, you know.
Maya's on the sideline and she said drop her name in there. She's a podcastee too.
That's a fact.
You is right.
On my
Got
life,
on and waved to you guys.
That's a fact.
Kevin said, y'all asking us to be haters. They ain't haters. It's a contest.
It's good, Jesse. I see you. Nah, we ain't asking us to be haters, but it's just like, it's a celebration. I tagged the person who won the first one. I tagged her in the post, so she knows we're doing this tonight.
You either here, you ain't here. You know what I'm saying? They said 24 hours. Karmic said 24 hours.
And to keep it a band, she's live or she's active on Facebook right now.
Hey, man, I feel a little way about that. That Facebook be lying. You don't really be on when they say they chew on.
Man, look, I called her.
And we didn't have. And did we have rules for the rap? The only rule was to be subscribed, right?
Well, we flipped it because that was kind of not as fair. So we also just put it to where, you know, if you came on the show live and you was on the panel,
right.
You know what I mean?
Look, man, she got till 8:40, and we finna pull the next one.
Pull another one.
Thank you. Look, yep. Only thing, hey, we really don't need to vote. We can really just.
I know you're trying to be fair, though, you know, to the people.
We try to be fair, yeah, definitely. Hey, but Chris, real quick, while we wait on that, real quick, Chris. Hey, Chris, let me tell you like this, real quick. I super appreciate and salute right now, right? The reason why I say that is because sometimes we get people on here that may seem like they're being singled out in a specific type of way. You understand what I'm trying to say? And a lot of the times behind the scenes, we have these type of conversations. One of my partners, Kareem, he's actually a part of this group that we got, and he's the only Christian, non-Orthodox Christian that, you know, builds with us on a regular basis. And I know that he feels that same type of energy, but he still rocks with us on a regular basis. So I don't want you to feel like, you know, you're being attacked because I'm just putting it out there. I'm giving it to you. I don't want you to think it. I want to give it to you just in case you don't get it, right? So just like you asked Benet, when you asked Benet, well, are you a Christian, right? Because you're peeping out the type of language that she's using. So you're understanding, like, hey, you kind of speaking a language that I understand. And this is why we do this, just so we can kind of like encapsulate and bring everything together. So where it's just like, okay, we're not just speaking against you. We can talk to you in your language in the way that you can understand, so we can try to get that the connection instead of the separation of shit. Like, you understand me? So when it comes down to that, if you would have asked me that, I would have been like, yes, I would have gave you that same answer. Yes, I am. I didn't tell Hebrew Israelites I'm an Israelite. Like, you know what I mean? So if anybody come with any type of doctrine, I am that, because I am. Like, I got, like, this is what I do. So this is who I am. Like, you know what I mean? So I just don't want you to be like, man, these niggas is on there jumping. I've been accused of a lot of things when it comes down to these type of conversations, right?
Yeah,
so
y'all good. We good. We all even kill here. It's all.
Yeah, we don't want you to feel any type of way, but I'm just giving it to you so that you know. I do appreciate you for coming on, because in this particular setting, it would seem like you got your back against the wall and it's just you versus us. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's not right there. It's a big salute just for, you feel me, coming on the platform, because it's a lot of heat on here. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of fire on the platform. For you to step on the platform for real, you know what I mean? Like, big salute. Like, we definitely appreciate it. I think you, like, for real, like, maybe like the second Christian. We had a lot of Hebrews.
Yeah.
We ain't had a lot of Christians on the show.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
that's a fact.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? So that's
and
And
Chris,
within itself is lit.
But the people that don't know that's watching, he pulled up. He was like, yeah, because we suggested it, and then he pulled up. He was like, hold on, with the gun out. He was like, yeah. So what y'all want to do?
Right. How we doing this?
Okay.
Hey Chris, but I do want to say this though. And I'm glad that you asked me about being a Christian too. Like me, my ultimate goal, I'm an educator, like in real life, right? That's what I do. So my thing is to be able to try and communicate with you, and I got to see where you are so that I can speak to you. My bad. Speak to you so that you can understand, right? If we were this to me is what I would call like Bible study, right? And this is the issue that I have sometimes with Bible study is that we will go and you could talk to your pastor or whatever, and they're not really going to get deep into it, right? They will give you a surface response sometimes, but you got to know the word for yourself, right? So that requires study. And sometimes we come to a certain level of understanding and we need each other to, and I don't want to say a tutor, but somebody else to help turn that light switch on. If you were struggling with math and I ran it as a football play, you probably can understand it, and boom, now here comes your light. So for me, when I tried to, I think what I did was I went too fast to go from a Christian to the metaphysical, which comes back, right? Because there's Christian metaphysics. So if you've never studied it or even just Googled what Christian metaphysics is, it's basically a way for you to confirm, right? And understand the Bible clearly. You will understand the parables clearly, right? And so it's no beef with you, King, no beef, God, that's just the energy that I bring is I'm so passionate about turning this light switch on because I know that without having this light switch on, you're like, people are spiritually dead, right? And to see you pass away with your light off, God in me will be just as angry as the one God, right? Because he's not made to be out a liar. So I have to help you turn this light on. And this is how we're gonna do Bible study. So it's just a new age Bible study. Do you get me? So peace to the gods. It's nothing. I want to I'm listening to you to understand, not just to hear. And I'm listening to you to understand so I can teach and vice versa. Okay, so that's all I wanted to say to you.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. Y'all have me in here catching the spirit. I was in here preaching. I've been trying to be composed because normally I don't be on the camera, and I'm in here like, hold on, let me calm down. Y'all was really breaking it down and really preaching, in a way that my light was definitely turned on. Point being, I appreciate y'all. And Chris Posey, you asking those, a lot of people have come on here and asked, and it's never clicked for me. Have never clicked for me like they clicked tonight. So shout out, you feel me? We doing things, this is a great build. I appreciate on here for real. Like this is restoring my faith. Okay,
come on, man.
Okay, call it whatever everybody get their flowers today. Okay,
amen.
Hey, we bringing it out. We bringing it out. Yeah, hold on.
After that, to knowledge, free your mind podcast.
Definitely. So look, man, what we doing?
It's been 7 minutes. It's been 7 minutes. Come on.
Look. Cause Carmex, she like it's 10:30 her time, so we
exactly.
did wait.
Remember, we got people that's in different time zones and shit.
Selfmade, put my name.
All right.
Watch it, he will too. After you just said that too. You just put your name in last minute too. He probably will.
Now, you gonna hold it? Oh, yeah, you gotta hold it in the camera. There you go.
Oh, that was a little fast smoke.
Oh yeah, I got you in the building. I see you.
look, I'm on over. I just woke up.
This is a YouTube. This is a YouTube name by the name of Trika Leak. I don't know if this is Trika, because no, I think Trika got her own YouTube, but this is Trika Leak.
Is that gotta be Trika?
You think that's Trika?
That's probably her.
Trika Leak. She cheating there. She tried to get two of them in there. Trika Leak. Okay.
Who was that? Who put out that song? That Freakin' League. Freakin' League.
Pablo.
Yeah, PD Pablo.
I seen Trika in here earlier too.
She was. Let me hit her real quick.
Hey, did you hit Keelan?
I hit him too on everything.
Okay. Hey man, look, y'all got time limits, man. Hey Zenith, hey yo, you know your odds is getting a little better, bro.
Right. Hey, every time he reply, he like, did I win?
Yeah.
Did I win? Did I win?
Mom Duke's ass is her name in the bowl.
Huh?
Your mom.
Yeah, she should be.
She should be.
I'm not. Hey, I'm gonna throw stuff up under the bus. I'm not responsible for that.
Hey, look, man. I wrote down all the names you tagged in Facebook.
Oh, you gonna throw it back on me, huh?
And then all the names on YouTube. I think I'm gonna write mom's name down, man. I don't think I wrote it down. Is she subscribed? She's not subscribed on YouTube, huh? And you didn't tag her in the post?
I tagged her in the post for sure.
Oh, okay, then she good. She good. Because I wrote everybody down that was in the post.
Oh, okay.
I got you. Yeah.
All right, but let me see where we at right now. Oh yeah, hey John, what's good, man? And welcome to the show. Hey, you still got some room to throw names in there yourself?
Yeah. What we got? HK Taylor?
Yeah.
That's me.
Hey, let me say this real quick. Before this, he hit me the other day and asked me, can he come on to the show? And we always talk behind the scenes and shit, right?
Yeah.
And he is, he fuck with this up gang shit too. Yeah, he's in there for sure.
Hey, the members need not apply, huh? I didn't need.
Hey, we recognize people by their work, man. Hey, but look though.
Yeah.
So when it comes down to that, I don't want y'all to think that that anybody could just come in and that's why we put in that. Like we build behind the scenes, like you know what I mean. And he's gonna get familiar with his face. I'm glad that you came on because now it'll break the ice of you coming on and spilling your spill, like you know what I mean. So I appreciate you pulling up.
Yeah, definitely.
So, thank you. So this is, what I'm saying. Let me get my phone set right. You know what I mean? I'm in here in the room waiting to go hit this drive through the storm again. But
yeah, but again, to everybody that's on the panel, man. Again, I did not expect so many different people to come in and show your face. Like throughout this duration of the year, the it just started going up. Like first it was just in the chat, like you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Then it was like, okay, you know what I mean. Maybe I could just not show my face. And I'm gonna stay behind the scenes, but I'm gonna still do my Dougie, which that's appreciated. But coming on and showing your face and giving that energy and doing all the shit, that's respected to me. I highly respect that shit. Like, you know what I mean? So, it's up. I love that shit for real.
And Empress Divine got them waves though. Are you dipping?
Dipping.
Dip?
I'm talking about her.
She brought the ocean to the show.
Yeah. She got the big hoop earrings. She looking like.
Dip.
What's the next topic, guys?
Oh, but real quick, just real quick, and thank you for bringing that out, Lamaya. So for Chris, for that, the question that I asked, and I just want to, just get because I'm just trying to pick your brain at this point right now. So talking about the flood, and this is basically open to everybody because now we have the young life in the building too, and I know that he has a Christian understanding as well. So Lamaya, you could chime in on this question too. But when it comes down to the flood, right? And this was God's intention to get rid of the wretched of the earth, right?
Not-
Intention. Right? So there was a purpose behind this, right? If the purpose was to get rid of that, then the same very things that he was trying to get rid of is still here. And I just want to know what's your take on how that come back about?
Well, wait, he gonna answer or am I gonna answer?
This is right now.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah.
Well, in the Bible it says, okay, so all right, so what when the sons of God came down and did their business and they made heroes, that's what they said. They made heroes, which heroes of old, which can which can technically mean any ancient god that there ever was. Like so there goes that. But like so when that happened and then there was a flood, it also says there were giants on that earth before and after. It does not just say there was there just there. It says before and after. Like so it never said it wiped them all out specifically. It does not say that. It says they were on there before and after. Because then that explains Canaan.
Let me be more direct with my question. And so now we got to play question by question, right?
Yeah.
So what was the purpose of this flood?
Okay. Again, the sons. It's like to be real with you, dog. The Bible is way deeper than you can even imagine, and like if you still think that it's just you can think of it on a surface level, then you're gonna miss a lot.
No,
of things
I'm asking you to explain.
Inside of it. I'm just breaking you off before I go into something that might sound crazy. That's what I'm just trying to say.
Free your mind, baby. Free your mind, baby.
Yeah, we good, bro. We good.
So like, all right. So the sons of God, which is like the fallen angels, right? They came down, and there's stories all over the world about this. We got the ancient Greek gods, and they came down and had Hercules and all this other stuff. We hear it, we see it. There's multiple stories of it. So when the sons of God came, that's why I said I'm logical with my thinking, because it says it. So like when they came down, and then when they had children with the daughters of the earth, which it says it, they made giants or Nephilim, heroes of old, right? They made the world corrupt, which we see in history by they were worshipped. Hercules was worshipped. Cyrus was worshipped. And you can say all these things was worshipped. So now they made the world corrupt because God should be the only one to be worshipped. So God wiped them. I mean, a majority is out, I guess. The purpose was to get most of the evil out, which, I mean, you can see immediately after that, it really didn't like too much work because they made the Tower of Babylon, tried to reach God. God said no.
Wait.
So, but like the whole thing was to try to limit the evil. I mean, I don't know. I can't get into anything else other than that.
Hold on, real quick, John. So you said to get most of the evil out?
Yeah,
I mean, it is to get all the evil out, but it didn't happen. So I can't say, or the corruption, or the I don't know. It's just like I think no one really talks about the wives of Noah's sons. That's one thing that's not really in the genealogy, so we don't really know anything about them. So that I mean, and all it said.
What about Noah's sons?
My thing is there's two things that you
said.
Hold on, real quick. There's two things that you said. So you said most of the evil, so I'm gonna discard that. But another thing that stood out from what you said is that corruption, right? And when you say corruption, I know that you're associating that to the Nephilim, to the giants, but corruption is corruption, right? So it does not matter. It does not matter what the means is to the corruption or the objectivity to that corruption. Corruption is just what it is. So,
there's levels of corruption with God. Like blasphemy to God, that is big. It even says in the Bible that you can't go back from that. Like, so there are bigger things. And saying that you're God and having people worship you, is a big thing to God specifically.
Okay, so let me ask you this, because I know that I have to talk to you, and then you got to talk, and then I got to talk. So when we talk about worship or idol worship, right? Is that not going on right now, or do you believe that everybody who say that their God is a true God is a true God? They're right.
No, there's idol worship right now, for sure.
So again, so now my new question is that if he was trying, because I have to go from what you're saying, and this is why I'm asking you why the flood happened, and your answer was that the corruption, and then you also stated that people were being worshipped outside of God. That's still happening.
Okay, go ahead. My bad. I don't want to jump the gun.
No. So I'm only asking you because it seems like anything that I ask you, the reason that the earth got flooded for is still happening right now.
Okay, and that's a big difference though that you're missing though. The thing is, like, the worshiping of idols happens, but now those idols are stone. They're different. Their worship was literally the sons of God coming down.
They're little green pieces of paper.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
But, man. What is going on? Like, what is going on? Oh my goodness.
Can I answer the question real quick?
Oh yeah, let's have Maya go.
Okay. So the reason why the earth was flooded, so here's the thing. So basically, I don't know if you guys know who this is, but his name is Noah. It was Noah and his family. That was the only family to survive the flood. The reason why the flood happened was because all the people, they were just basically sinning, like a whole lot, doing everything but what God was saying them to do. And because God, I'm not quoting the Bible word for word, but because God saw all the evil that was happening in the world, he decided to spare Noah and his family so that they could repopulate the earth, and that so they could Noah and his family could teach, the children and future children and the other generations to come. What is it? Like what God wants them to do, like all the, like all the commandments and his teachings and stuff. That's why that happened, because people were sinning, and God saw that the whole, the earth was evil, so he wanted to cleanse it, basically.
Praise God.
Of the evil.
Hey, she hella stupid. I heard that shit.
That's why that happened.
I respect that answer, right?
Amen.
So when it comes down to wanting to cleanse the earth, so he just wanted to do it just for a little bit, just like what Chris just now said, not all of the people, but just a little bit of it.
Go ahead.
In the Bible, the rainbow stands for God's covenant. So I think after the flood happened, God he made a I don't know if it was a promise.
He made a promise
to
that
Noah.
He would never flood the earth again by giving the rainbow.
Right.
He made a promise to Noah, I think, telling him that he wouldn't flood the earth again.
That he wouldn't destroy the earth again by means of flood. Actually,
right.
There you go. Yeah. And so he put a rainbow as like the symbol of his covenant, and that's what that's for.
Now, see, I'm gonna keep it funky with you, because you the young life, so you've been on here before, you know how we rock. So I'm glad that your mom said by means of water again. That means, nigga, I ain't gonna drown you niggas again, but I'm gonna come back and burn you motherfuckers. Like, you know what I mean?
Look, yeah, he actually did burn a city, Sodom and Gomorrah.
That's a fact.
He burned that city.
So,
and that was That
Fire
was
and
with
brimstone.
fire and brimstone. That was with Lot's family.
So is it safe to say that it's not ever gonna be safe with God?
That's right.
Hey, look, if he had, this is my question. I really wanted Chris to answer.
I mean,
but he can sit back
here's
and.
the thing, though. It can be. It just depends, because if you messing up, then no, you're not going to be safe, obviously, you know. But if you aren't messing up and you're doing what he tells you to do, obviously we're not perfect. We're going to mess up, and that's okay. You know, it's just about correcting those mistakes. But
That's you just now answered.
if you don't mess up, then you'll be safe. Sometimes, yes, you do need that occasional spanking from God, but you know, usually if you do what you're supposed to do, then yes, you'll be fine.
See, your mom posted this in the chat earlier. She said setup artists, right? And according to what you just said, that we're not perfect. So all of the people who he drowned was not perfect. So where how did
that's where you're wrong. That's where you're wrong. It was not that they weren't perfect. It's just that they weren't righteous in his eyes. That's why Noah's family got saved. But that's because Noah and his family was righteous.
Hold on, wait. Noah and his family was righteous. So what happened after the flood?
They repopulated.
No, what happened with Noah?
Evil came back in.
There was evil again, right?
Because the thing is,
it's not in the Bible.
Humans,
it's not in the Bible. It's in the biblical text.
Hey, what does HK got to say, man? I want to hear. I know he
and we haven't heard from Valley too. You know, he said
Valley, yeah.
Oh yeah, Valley, you want to shout out to the chat.
Okay, so I was listening to Roland Martin this morning while I was driving. He said, you know, you got to go deeper than the mustard on the hot dog, right? So what I learned, and I was raised and I was told the stories of the Bible. Let's keep it real. There were stories of the Bible, and then there's the study of the Bible. It wasn't until I was 28 till I got to the study of the Bible. When I found out what the flood is, the flood was cleansing the palate, because you want to put it like this, the experiment went wrong, okay? And what I mean by that is he had put we are not the original man like that. You know what I'm saying? When Jesus came, he had to remake the original man. Jesus came, broke the mold, okay? Let me take it back to this. Okay, so he says, so my man earlier, I forget, he's in the top right. I can't see. My screen is real small, so I can't see the name. He said something about the Nephilim, the sons of God, and the daughters of men, right? Being put together. What that did was create a triple helix DNA strand, okay? And if you look at it says too, there's something about a threefold cord being stronger, something like that. He basically was saying, like, you know, the fallen and the people, it said that the sons of God begin, after they were cast out, they were beginning to sin against the earth. So that means they was being with animals, women. They was doing. We had all those big old animals and stuff like that. And it wasn't that they were corrupted by their actions; they were corrupt by their DNA. Okay, and that's when you get to the giant like that. Because if you look back, that God had told the Hebrews. I'm not gonna say Israelites because that's a made up name. God had told the Hebrews, go out and kill all 7 of these tribes, the Hittites, the Amorites, such and such. I can't remember what it was. He said, he said, smack them, no questions. And they followed them. I can't remember who. I think it was David. He told that, right? And the reason why he said that is because those were the seed of Seth. Because you had Cain and Abel, then they had another son, Seth, which was that triple helix DNA strand with that God gene, right? And they said, if you can genetically keep altering this gene, we'll be able to be just like God. We'll be able to get back up there. Okay. So, at the end of the day, I think, so the flood was to cleanse that. Now, also what I did was when I read in there,
go to sleep.
I could be wrong, but I don't think they said that Noah was the only family to survive. And that's why those same giants were still here. So if you couldn't go above the surface and survive, where else you gonna go? You're gonna go underground, right? And so I think, you know what I mean, with the flood, it wasn't just to punish the people that were doing wicked, as in actions and choices. I believe it was to cleanse and try to, like, basically take the petri dish and rinse it out and start over. Okay. So on a science level, because We go with the stories, and the stories are, I believe, now, like I said, take what you can from this. The stories are diluted and made easy for us as young folks to understand. But it also says in that Bible to gain the actual and accurate knowledge. So if you're only going off the Bible, then you're not going to get the correct understanding, I believe, of what he says. It says gain an it's your job to study and show thyself approved, not take a story and pass it down. That's called history. We know the history, or do we? When you start going into it, you start doing other reasons. You even look at it when they talk about the Illuminati and the Masonic stuff. This is what they're doing, and see, they know that secret. That secret is in the Bible. They know that. I encourage y'all. Now, write this down. I encourage y'all to look up a video by the name of Pastor Mike Hoggard. It is called "The Mother of All Secrets," and he explains the basis on why everything started getting corrupted and stuff. You know.
What is it called? The Secrets of what? I'm sorry.
The mother of all secrets.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Drop that in the chat too.
Okay, so that's what I learned about this. Because if you even look at the Masonic pictures, so they have the checkered flag, the checkered floor. That's black and white, androgyny. Us above, so below. God said, "Nah, that ain't cool." Okay, they said they have the two cubits, the two pillars on each side with the keystone in the middle with the Masonic symbol. That's Jacob and Boaz, 23 cubits high, both of them. That's the same as our genes, right? 23 and 23. Okay, so there's another. So when you have a triple helix DNA, dioxynucleic, I said, what's it? Dioxynucleic ribonic acid or whatever it's called. When you add a third strand to that, that means there's a whole nother seed line in there. You know what I mean? And so before he decided to create the last, which we can call him Yehoshua, we can call him Jesus, we can call him Heru, we can call him whoever we want to call him, right? But before he made that last model, it's like I had to make the last model, but I got to clean this shit out first. Let me make that last model, break that shit, break the mold, so they can't corrupt it no more. You know what I mean? That's when you get to the crucifixion and stuff like that. It wasn't that he was giving his only son. He took himself and put him in, took himself. You know what I'm saying? He came out, he took his DNA, because I believe he's a being that we just don't understand, and put it into human form, and then like got rid of the data, kind of like how they did the moon landing. We went to the moon and then we just threw the data away. You know what I mean? and so that's what he did in order to do that. But I believe that a lot of them, I believe that, you know, I go into science of hollow earth and the land beyond the poles with Admiral Byrd and all this. I can go into all that. But I don't think, see, when he talked about the flood, he said they flooded here. I don't think that's all the land we got. And I don't think they flooded everywhere. But this is where his creations is. This is where his, you know what I'm saying, models are. And he had to rinse that shit out and start over. Just like if he was making some gumbo and messed up on the roof. Go ahead and rinse that thing out and start over, baby.
Right there. Let me interject right there and messed up. Messed up?
Wait.
Yeah,
That
means the first two helix strands was fucked up, and he was like, "Oh shit, that shit I done fucked up on that one."
No, not that.
I can't be judged for being a fucked up.
That nigga sending you to hell. Nah, he's like, "Nah, I fucked up on you, but I'm sending your ass to hell." Fuck all that.
What I'm saying is not the first two. The original man, I'm saying that when the sons of God sent to the earth, they added another strand and made a whole nother breed.
But now let me ask you this though.
The hero, that's what you call the hero.
Hold on, we didn't hear from Valley though.
Okay, yeah, Valley, go ahead, man. Go ahead. We got to get Valley in the building.
That theory was interesting.
What's good? Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah,
you're good.
I definitely want to dig into that for sure.
Okay. I was gonna say about that after the flood thing, I mean, with the corruption after the flood on earth, is that we gotta recall that corruption still existed in heaven after that time. Because the time of Job was post-flood. That's after the flood. And there's a scripture in the book of Job where it talks about the sons of the true God took their station in the heavenly places. So basically they hold a meeting in heaven. And that's where God spoke to Satan and asked him if he had took notice of Job as his worthy servant of all this, that, and the other. So you got to think, how you gonna have the absence of corruption on earth when the perpetrator of the original corruption is still existing in his original place in heaven? So when you think about that, it's like, to me, I feel like that's enough to make you start thinking, okay, there's some more layers to this, because it was never going to play out properly, because the seed of corruption still had free reign to move to and from earth, heaven. They had not been cast out at that point. And that scripture that talks about them having taken their stations in the heavenly places is proof of that. So these weren't angels that were cast out of heaven at this point. They still able to move to and fro well after the flood. So how was corruption not going to be on the earth when it hadn't even been removed from heaven at that point?
As above,
so below.
There it is right there.
Yo, and see, I knew, Valley, I knew you was gonna give me the alley-oop. I knew you was gonna give it to me. I knew it. Okay, because look at this. I think, that was a ball right there.
Chris, you still paying attention? You still in here?
Yeah, I'm
okay. Because I'm just making sure, because we're just giving different opinions and different angles.
Oh yeah, no, it's easier for me to hear y'all if I don't look at y'all. Dog. Yeah, I'm just all ears, man. But yeah.
So Woon, you asked the question or paused on the mistake, right? So this is the part that I think is most controversial in Christian thing. Can God make a mistake? Right? And we are saying that he is perfect, right? Okay. So it's perfect because you know the ending, right? So to speak. But so the thing about the flood, right, is not to make a new man, right, was to get rid of quote unquote sin, right? But who said that sin was that you, Valley, that said that sin was still in heaven? I'll take it even a step further, right? It had nothing to do with the angels. It had everything to do with God. And it's going to be controversial, but, I'm saying, for your mind, open your ears and listen. So the evil that's being done in the earth is a mirror of God himself. People don't like to say that, right? Where the anger comes from, if God is the creator, this anger, evil, everything comes from God.
The image, we're that image.
We're the image, right? And so and I hate to say this, as we go through life as an experiment, what God came to a realization that there was no way to save the earth, right? By just flooding us, right? And getting rid of it because it was in us, because it's still in him. So the only way is to separate himself, right? To send a savior to cut off the sin from himself, which is us, right? We are on earth walking we're walking, right? We're living out this life. He's not going to burn us. We're not going to. This is why the salvation of Christ is so important, right? In the sense of, okay, I need you to turn on your light. I need your help to get rid of this darkness. I need to get rid of the sin that was in you, but it's only in you because it's in me. Does that make sense? And so this is why I believe in heaven and hell, if you will, is because God said at the end there'll be a new heaven and a new earth, right? So to be separated from God, God said, okay, the only way I can fix this, I got to send myself ahead, right, to teach these principles. And we're going to turn on these light switches, many as we can, right? Instead of the dark, we got to have these scales actually go more lights on than lights off to defeat it. Because if not, this darkness is always going to be here. So to cut it off, we got to turn the lights on. So once these lights are on, and when it's time, right, the part of itself or of God or the people that chose not to turn their lights on, that's what's separated. Now we're in a new consciousness. So now there won't be, right, that would be the purest form, if that makes sense. That was the purpose. So God did make a mistake, but at the end of it, he had the wherewithal and the knowledge. I know how to fix it. I can be the Trojan horse, right? Which is still going to be perfect, because at the end of the day, the dead part, the darkness, or whatever we want to call the sin, will be forever separated. And now we will have no pain, no suffering, anything that's negative, because now God effectively killed himself off through us. So that was the purpose. So we got to do our part, though.
It wasn't that he made. I think it's per se, for lack of a better term, was he gave us free choice. That's what that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
man?
Right. And that is, but that is a mistake, right? As the experiment. Yeah. Go ahead.
Somebody for choice. That's all.
So when it comes down to because this is just my thing, and I don't, at this point, I don't care if people agree or disagree, right? But to say that that this God, all-powerful God, is all-knowing, according to what was just now said, that it would have to be capped, right? Because if you already know everything, then there would be no point to flood everything out if you already know what's going to happen. So that's just that, right? But when it comes down to the God not knowing, I can more relate to that, because it's just like, okay, I'm gonna give y'all free reins to do what y'all do. Why? Because I'm taking notes. I'm gonna see how this shit play out for real. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes to, send my son down there too. You don't get it right. I'm gonna send my son down there too. And he gonna be the model, and he gonna be my super guy, just to get this shit popping.
Wait, we got Treek in the building right now. Treek, I want to ask, is that Are you Treek?
Are you Treekalicious? Are you
Are you Treekaleek on YouTube? Who's Treekaleek? We need to know who that is. Is that you?
Treeka, my mom said hi.
Let me say this real quick. Treek get a pass because Treek also has her podcast like right now, like literally in real time right now. So she always, well, I don't want to say always, but she usually comes on here after she's done with her. Okay, Treek. Okay,
we finally got a winner. Treek.
Hey,
one Treek. We gonna take a shot. Everybody who's drinking, take a shot for Treek. Treek. Hey, Treek. The next time I see you, I'm slapping the dog shit out the tongue. How you like it? Treek.
We got Treek.
Take a mock shot. I gotta hop on this truck, so I'm gonna take a mock shot. I got 5-6 hours ago.
No, you
drink some water. Drink some water.
Treek, you won. So Self, that was
that was for the first one then, right?
Yeah, she got a pick from
she got two. You got two options. We got the African black soap. You get to pick two. We got the Himalayan scrub. We also have no, it's just Himalayan now.
Ooh, I want that. I can get that Himalayan scrub.
The body butter.
I need that too.
The deodorant, the toothpaste. Which one? You got to pick two. We got the bamboo toothbrushes and the copper tongue scrapers. So you get your choice of any of the two. Oh, and we got lip balm.
Hey, I'm not even gonna lie, that toothpaste be working really good. I still have it.
Hey, love, appreciate it. What'd you say?
I didn't get the tongue scraper. Is that new?
Yeah, the tongue scraper new. The bamboo toothbrush is new.
Do you have a shop set up, like a website that I can go on?
Yeah, the natural way. Let me see if I can put it up. I know I got it in the
Yeah, drop it in the chat because I need that.
Because I like your stuff.
Yeah.
There it is right there. Okay, so you got the scrub. All right, what else? One more. You get one more.
Do you like
Black
it from the
soap,
blood?
deodorant, toothpaste, body butter.
For the bag.
The black soap is body, hair, body, face wash. African black soap. This is probably one of the top sellers as well.
That's that one right there.
We got body butter. Yeah, I'm saying for the skin, all the whole nine, the eczema, all that.
Put my order in. I need to scrub in the body butter.
We got the deodorant. We got a couple of different scents. Lemon tree or lemongrass.
Oh, she got the soap.
Lavender, the soap. All right, cool.
Yay.
Oh, we got the first winner out the way.
Straight to leg.
Yes. Let me do this.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
Hey, actually, guys, I gotta bounce. I love y'all. I love all you guys. Peace be upon you.
Hey, bro.
Hold it down.
Same
Hey,
with
live on love.
me, man. I'm appreciative of being around, talking to like-minded people out across the airways, because you start talking to some people, they start thinking you're crazy because you're steady. Oh, he's sweet. I mean, he didn't know why. It wasn't on Facebook, so it wasn't real. But anyway, to go. So, I love peace and chicken grease. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, for sure. Hey, before you go, just when you the next time that you're on, because I really want you to come on and be able to give you, the free range to, to spill your spill. So just because I know that you said that you've been studying for 11 years, so I really want you to get in. And this is the free your mind. We don't do that. You sound crazy to us because I can sound crazier than you. I can. So I'm
probably know
open. So you know what I mean. But I definitely want you to come on and spill your spill though for sure.
We gotta learn because we gonna have infinite questions. You know what I'm saying? And like I'm in the process of while I'm driving, learning some of the ancient Greek or Greece or Aramaic stuff like that. Yeah. Then we'll really know what the Bible will say because we can't word for it. You know what I'm saying? According to scripture, a lot of times, legal, you ain't allowed to translate nothing. If you don't speak the language, it ain't for you.
Come on now.
You know what I mean? With it. So, all right, y'all.
All right.
Hey, I appreciate you, man.
I'm gonna go, but I'm just getting my stuff ready to go so I can hit the road.
All right, for sure.
But I think Valley still had the floor though.
And we gotta do with the second pull for Woon's.
Yeah, did we? Let me see.
Oh yeah, we got the Young Life. He can do it now.
He back?
Yeah, the Young Life back.
Oh, we gotta have a Young Life. Come on, man. Yeah, bring him on.
All right, y'all ready? This is gonna be the second one because what? Keelan Johnson, it's a no-go, huh? Took too long.
I tapped in with him. It say like 40 minutes ago. Like, you know what I mean? Give me 1 second. I'm gonna try to call him real quick, and if he don't pick up, then it's up.
All right, yeah. Wait, hold on, son. Hold on. You can't pull him yet.
He ready.
He ready.
Oh, you can't put it down.
Say hi. Say hi.
Hi, King. Hi, you're so cute.
Busybody. Okay, yep, got it. So Chig is locked in for sure. Yeah, you said Valley was finna go? I know you said
Valley. I think Valley was still on a roll. I just piggybacked on what Valley was saying though. That's all.
No, I think I had pretty much expressed the point I was trying to make, just about the fact that it was still there. It wasn't no way it wasn't going to be, and that it was really that flood was, to me, a Jedi mind trick. How you going you can't clean up the mess when you ain't got rid of the cause of the mess.
See? Hey, look, and that's what I'm saying. God is still trying to figure this shit out through us, so I agree with that, like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
But real quick, so Keelan Johnson, it's my dude, 100 grand, but let the Young Life go ahead and get this shit done.
All right, stand right here. Can you stand? Let's see, because I want to get it on the camera. All right, here we go. You ready?
Pick
Okay,
it.
pick one. Pick one. Grab one.
What is
I
drum
like
roll?
the, who got the drum
You
roll?
grab two. You grab two.
Somebody
You gotta
had
pick
it
one back.
cracking.
Grab it. Just one. Just grab one. Yeah, one. Just grab one.
He's like, I want them all.
That one right there. Let's see what he got. Let's see what he got. This is from YouTube. 777 Cap Lee Rapture. I've seen him on here before. I don't know if he on watching right now. Another brother. You don't remember seeing him? 777 Capture Lee 888. I think he might be a Hebrew.
Oh yeah, I'm not. Hey, look, good looking now, but sometimes when we fucked up, I don't do.
Hey, all right.
Hey, but now super salute to him.
We gonna see.
How do we? Because the YouTube is a little different because the time space is different.
They got to be in the building. That's hey.
Yeah, I think so. So let's cool. We're
You
gonna
want to do another one?
Yeah, fuck it.
Come on, go ahead. There, right there, that one. Sebi Alkaline.
Oh,
Brother Sebi Alkaline.
Is he? Well,
he's on Facebook.
He's on Facebook.
See.
We can reach out to him for sure.
Let me see, man. He don't reply in 5 minutes.
He said 5.
Hey, so while we waiting, real quick,
Time length is just getting shorter.
It is. It is.
I did. I wanted to ask the panel. Throughout the duration of this past year, have you guys met any personal, spiritual, or even physical elevations in this past year that you would like to talk about or share?
Well, I have. So
go ahead and speak on it.
I'll say, when you guys first started this, you and I, Woon, have had conversations. I think me and you, Valley, also, but and maybe Selfmade too, all of us, about elevation in our mind and kind of purpose and all of these other things, right? And the place that I was at spiritually a year ago was like, if I could phrase it, it's like a question mark. I still had a lot of questions, which I still do, but I was very studied, but I didn't want to speak, right? I would just silently, just listening to stuff. And within a year, that has been my biggest growth, is to really stand on it. As you alluded to earlier, we used to have this thing called the hot seat before they started the podcast. We used to be on telephone, y'all, hey, hang up and let's call each other. And we'd be having 12 people call each other, and we would be on this chat for 8 hours. You know what I'm saying? Valley, you know what I'm saying? Everybody, and to see the elevation in that, it within our group, you have to grow. It's no exceptions. I mean, you can sit there if you want to, but it's if you really are about growth, you're gonna have to face your fears, right? And one of my fears was to speak. I'm studied, I'll read it, I can quote it, I'll show up in that way, but to really speak something was hard. So this whole year was about being able to speak and to stand firm in the hot seat on what I believe, right? Somebody said test, right? You're going to be tested. What's in you? What do you know, right? Do you know God for yourself? Who are you? And that was my question. And I'm coming out of or stepping into a new season that's called I Know That I Am, right? I know that I know that I know. I am the master. I am in my crown level, right? So 2023 for me will be now walking in that. No questions, no doubts, further study, but it was just like to look at a year go by and it's like, dang, I kind of like this question mark phase, but because when you get to crown chakra, it can be uncomfortable because now the eyes are on you. You got to live in spirit and truth, not just know it. Like as you're walking, people are going to see the little light in you. They're going to see certain things. So for me, that was my biggest growth this year, you know, from looking back at the first podcast to now. So again, I salute y'all. I love this. I love y'all. Y'all my brothers, my kings, the gods, because I wouldn't have gotten through to this place if we weren't interconnected. You know what I mean? Part of that collective. So I'm just so grateful for you guys.
I'm taking a shot to that shit for sure.
Yeah, you see, I took one early.
Yeah, as she was doing it, yeah. Salute.
Yeah. Salute.
Y'all gonna be talking about a Hey, somebody is live.
Yeah, who is doing that? I need all of those.
Is that Miss Divine?
Yeah,
Hey,
she
I need the button.
Hey, she is on point. Like,
hey,
I'm gonna have to bring
her.
Hey, hey, sis, you hired. They need you. You hired.
Man.
You hired.
Yeah. All right. I mean, look, it's 9:30. What we do? Pull that at 9:25. It gave him 5 minutes, and I called him. He ain't answered. So
yeah,
now, we get into sleepy hours. Is he East Coast?
Huh?
Is he East Coast?
Yeah, I think so. Well, no, I think he out here, L.A. somewhere.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry. Who was the name? I didn't know. I forgot about it.
It was Sebi Alkaline.
Oh,
I think he was on like 2 shows ago.
Yeah, yeah. All right, let me
look. You can go ahead and put the next one.
Hey, that's the people talking. So when
all right. You ready? You ready? Pull this one. Ready? Okay, come on, let's go. Let's get it. Grab one.
I was gonna say, where you at, love?
Come on, yay.
Yeah, that one right there. That's the one. This the one. Oh my God, we keep getting these YouTube ones. Chiefing with Mana. If you in the building, I don't know who you is.
Hey, that sounds like somebody.
They're gonna be lying, bro. They're gonna be, yo, that's me. Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
Chiefing with Mana. And we got Trika in the building. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
The first winner to pull up.
Here we go.
Yeah.
You hired, sis. I ain't even on the staff. I'm just saying.
What's up, Treek?
Shit. Can you see me?
Yeah, we got you.
Thank you. Yeah. I mean, it was smoking my eyes, so I was trying to focus, but the camera was still focusing. But yeah, I'm here. How y'all doing? Family.
Hey, Trey.
Winner, chicken dinner.
What's poppin'?
Right. I heard y'all giving away people prizes, so I'm glad y'all held on to mine. You know.
You showed up right in the nick of time.
Right. Yeah, you
I had to hurry up and get off my own podcast. Like, I hear my name getting called.
Okay.
Right.
Chiefing with Mana. I don't know who that is. Let me see something real quick.
No,
Hey, let me nobody do it. I got
yeah, because this one's Woon's prize right here.
Yeah, and you could have a young life pull it again.
You want to pull it again? All right, let's do it.
That's gonna be hard if they're not watching.
Hey, wait, whoa! Yeah, you grabbing out of them already. Hold on, we can't do that.
You're gonna have to make this a game.
His cute self.
All right, you ready?
Yes.
Let's do it.
Yes.
Grab one. That one right there.
Got it.
Outrage. Outrage fiasco from YouTube.
Yeah.
You know who that is?
Yeah, that's my partner Creep. I know him personally. I gotta hit him. Yeah,
hit him. That's these YouTube names, man. You don't know who, like, unless you actually know who it is, you don't know who it is for real.
Hey, but
Exactly.
isn't that what y'all, you know, this y'all need subscribers, right? The subscribers is up, you know what I mean?
Right,
So,
right, yeah.
congrats.
Definitely
Congrats on
appreciate that for sure.
Yeah,
Outrage
congrats.
fiasco, man.
Hey, so I'm finna call it real quick. Trick, do you wanna plug your podcast real quick?
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, Know Better, Do Better. We are on every other Thursday. Just got off the air right now. I had a short cast because I was like, I gotta come in for the 1 year anniversary. Like, it's a milestone. And I'm so proud of y'all. I remember when y'all said y'all was gonna do it, and I was like, yeah, they out of here. 6 hours strong out the gate. I was like, these is long-winded brothers. I'll go tap out, tap in. I went to take a nap, came back. Still in it. Congratulations, though. I love what y'all doing. I know it's a space that needs to be held, and it's plenty of room for growth. You know, we need to all grow together on this. So this is a good jump off spot. You allow people to come here and free their mind. A lot of people probably found their mind in here. So
okay. That's a bar.
A bar.
Yeah. And what's the name of your podcast again, Trey?
My podcast is Know Better, Do Better. We go live on YouTube.
Drop it in the chat or the private chat so we can share it on the big screen.
Oh yeah, for sure, we'll do. And yeah, like I said, we go every other Thursday, so we'll be back not next Thursday, but the Thursday after. And yeah, we get into the lightweight parts of these type of sessions goes that deep. Like when these guys come on, it got deep, but everybody ain't ready. Everybody can't handle it, so I come over here and vent.
Oh Lord.
Y'all tune in. We have musical guests sometimes too. It's just a good time. We just chill.
Right. And it's a good environment. Me and Woon been on the podcast for sure, and it's what's his name, man? The DJ.
Roselle, DJ
Roselle.
Rowe. Shout out DJ Rowe.
Yeah, shout out DJ Rowe. It's a good environment. Same types of things as far as just what we be talking about on here. You know what I mean?
And she be dropping that knowledge.
Dropping it too.
Yeah, so it's good. It's good energy. Really good energy. So for your mom and for hers too.
Yeah, and they've been on there too. We had a good time. We had a good show. They was on. It was a good woman power show right there. Roselle had to be quiet the whole show, but we handled it.
Hey, real quick, I got Outrage Fiasco on the phone right now, so he is present in the building. He does answer the phone when I call. So he did win that, you know what I mean. So I'm just verifying it right now, so y'all know that it's not rigged.
Okay, for sure. Congrats, man.
Congrats. Kind of win all the gifts for himself. I've been watching.
Hello. Yeah,
but we got one. Okay, for sure. Young Life went to go use the bathroom, or else I'll pull the last one, but
he'll be on your head.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna have to make that a daily game now, you better be careful.
Right, I know, huh?
Y'all be pulling for snack. What kind of snack you want?
Yeah, exactly. That one? This one? Yeah.
Hey, Chris. I know you've been sitting back, man. You've been chilling.
Yeah, no, I'm listening, dog.
Hey, appreciate you though for you know what I'm saying, just rocking out for real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's all good. I can keep my mouth shut, you know what I'm saying? I can just use these for one.
My nigga, he was like, what you talking about? What I win? I'm like, nigga, you subscribe to my YouTube channel, like
he ain't even seen that. He delirious.
Hey, but yeah, no. Well, I'm sorry because I feel like I interrupted something just now. I just had to say that.
No, I was just I was checking in with Chris, man. You know what I'm saying? Checking in with everybody.
Definitely. I also wanted to plug Lovejoy real quick. With the Clubhouse channel and shit.
Yeah.
we definitely I definitely want you to plug that real quick, Lovejoy.
Okay, yeah, thanks for show. I got a club on Clubhouse called Divine Discussions. No, it's similar platform to this. It's just more so audio. There's a chat. You can join on stage, similar to like this, and just really, free just talk about whatever we talking about. Everybody's opinions and point of views are, what I'm saying. We're not gonna turn nobody at the door unless you feel me. You need to show up respectful, show up open-minded, and ready to listen and speak. But spit, you feel me? Because just like this platform and many others, it's a good expand your point of view. So many different people and walks of life and stuff. Just a place to come kick it. But yeah, you can find that on Clubhouse at Divine Discussions. Is _ Empress Divine, Empress like impress. You feel me? Hey, on the interwebs. If you there, it was meant to be.
Facts.
Right.
You get deep in there too, so
I've been up in that motherfucker.
you get deep. You get deep in there. It goes up for sure.
You know.
All right, so what we waiting on now?
Oh, he came back in.
You want to pull another one?
All right, where we at with the with the raffles? Cause
we about to pull another. So this gonna be the last. You got another prize?
I'm gonna do another prize. Yeah.
Okay. Well, yeah, I got one and you got one, so we could do 2 more then.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, go ahead. That's the one. This is young Vincetti.
Oh, I'm surprised he's not even in this motherfucker.
Cause yeah, he usually be in here.
That's a fact. Let me hit him right now. Is that a you prize or a me prize?
It could be a you prize. I mean, hey, you can tap in with him and see what he wants.
Yeah, no, I'm about to call him real quick. While we doing that, I definitely want the people to hear from Chris. Because he is a guest on the show and shit too. So we got to keep this thing balanced.
Right.
So Chris, if you want to spill your spill, man, and just drop some gems, man, you got the flow.
Man, okay. Let's see. Man. Well, one thing I did hear too, and then 2 things I heard. It was like when homie said once I know the Hebrew, it's gonna be on and popping. And then when homie was talking about Job too, and like it's because the Hebrew is important, knowing the Hebrew. Like when they was in that assembly, he's 100% right. He's in the assembly, and then it's called the Hebrew word is hasatan. Ha is like the, so it's a title, and Satan is where we get the word Satan, which is the accuser. So it's the accuser. It's a job title. It's not the same person in Genesis 3. It's like that's a different person. That's why he's in the assembly of God. They're doing their roles, and then that's why when he asks them, "Where were you? Where were you?" I was doing my job. I was going from earth back and forth. And then God asked them, like, "Have you checked out Job?" And then this is kind of where he stepped out of his boundaries and was like, "Yeah." And then the whole story of Job came out. But it's like there is So I said the Bible, it is deep because they're like spirit. We know they're spirituals, but then we think that there's like spiritual growth inside of stuff as well, and it's just like, yeah, it's a lot of deeper things in the Bible, and yeah, like Job was made post flood, but it wasn't. Those are 2 different characters, and a good book that you could read that has this. He's actually a scholar in Hebrew and made like a lot of translations as well. Is Dr. Michael Hyde. Heiser's book called The Unseen Realm. If you look at Dr. Michael Heiser's The Unseen Realm, he's a
Hey, you kind of choppy. I want to make sure everybody gets what you the link that you were talking about. You said what is it again?
Dr. Michael Heiser, but it's Dr. Michael Heiser. There's a couple of YouTubes you can check out too, I guess. Dr. Michael Heiser, and the book, the book is called The Unseen Realm.
Okay.
And he
drop that in the chat if you can, so I can
sure.
throw it in there.
Yeah. Okay. But yeah, he basically talks about the ancient Hebrew and how and the understanding that they had and how it like a whole bunch of things. It's like there's a lot of things that happen. But yeah, he breaks down a lot of things that happen in the biblical texts as well. That how certain things were changed as well too. Like how most of the manuscript for the Old Testament after Jesus was alive and Christians were like a popular thing, they kind of rewrit most of the Old Testament too to take out two Godheads. That's why you kind of see a lot of variances too when it comes down to old stuff, because the head Hebrews did that because they wanted to have a difference between our books and their books. And so there's a bunch of other stuff too, but yeah, it's just yeah, that's what that book's about. That's where I'm going with that. Sorry.
No, I got you. Hey, Chris, real quick, what do you think about? Oh, hey, hold on, real quick, because he called me in the nick of time because I was going to get his ass out of here. But let me see. One second, Charles.
Yeah.
Hello. Hey, I just got to let you know you live right now for the people that can hear you, because we're doing a podcast right now, right?
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, you won the raffle that we was doing and shit. Hey, look, hey, on my life. Hey, look, that nigga Creep won and shit too. He picked up the phone. I'm like, all right, because I've been calling people. It's like, if you ain't tapped in, if you ain't doing whatever, if you ain't, you know what I mean, present, and then we call. But you know what I mean, whoever ain't picking up, we bypass it. But you call back just in the nigga time. So right now it feel like a test of a relationship and shit. Like, this Oh, okay, I got you.
I definitely, I was like, nah, I gotta call back.
I appreciate that. Yeah, and because you said that, you are a winner, sir.
Congrats.
It's been a good podcast for the whole year. I haven't been able to tune in as much as I could, but I definitely dig in the podcast.
All right, yeah, no, we appreciate you. You are definitely the Free Your Mind podcast alumni. I believe you were on, if not the first show, the second one for sure. And we appreciate you, man. So you definitely won. So we could talk about the prize, behind the scenes. So just you know what I mean? What's up? But you won though, so salute to you. Hey, Empress, can we get some sounds for young Vincetti?
Yeah, I heard you. All right, let's go.
Sir. Take a shot. Can we get a shot?
Shout out to bro. Appreciate you, man. Hey, I gotta get that, man. I don't know what.
Yeah, nah. Hey, Kev said that. Kev said it. He put it in the chat.
Oh, okay.
All right, but yeah, hey, my bad, y'all. Y'all can go ahead and get back. My bad.
All right, we gonna pull this last one. You ready? That's him. Let's see what it is. Let's see what we got. Certified Real. I know Brett was on for the financial literacy one. We're gonna see if he pull up. That's I know Woon could tap in with him. That's all Woon people.
It's rigged. It's rigged. I tell you. Unless y'all
Hey,
pull
I heard that, right?
Unless y'all pull me, then it's not rigged.
The certified real, he out there in Chicago. I don't know if he's gonna pick up right now, but I'm gonna try to call him.
And he got 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to hit it real quick. Lamaya, we definitely wanna I wanna hear from you right now. While we're making this call for sure to see where you was at. Because again, Lamaya, you have to understand that you are the youngest life that came and blessed the show, right? And just the way that you're comfortable with spilling your spill fearlessly, what Selfmade would say relentlessly, I appreciate that, right? And I'm like, damn, young life versus the young. I wish I was that young in that state of mind, like, you know what I mean? Like, man, I would have been assassinated already if I had the mind that you got right now. Like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't even made it to where I'm at right now, but I definitely appreciate the energy. So I just want to let you, spill your spill. How's your year been?
It's been okay. I mean, I've been trying to just hurry up and graduate high school. I mean, I have a job. I'm gonna go to college. But I don't know what the word is that he said. But my little, I guess you could say, epiphany that I had was that it wasn't anything special. It was just for me. I realized through half the year to, like, it's okay to put myself first in things, because the only person that's gonna really be there to help me up when I fall, to keep me going, to help me work hard, is myself. And like, although, it's okay to help people and be there for people, sometimes it's like I have to help myself too, because I'm the only one who could do stuff for myself. I'm the only one who can put in the hard work, who can, because surprisingly, I had a meeting with my teacher, and she told me I was graduating with honors, and that was really surprising to me, because I just thought I was graduating. I was just happy enough to even graduate high school, because I'm like I accomplished something, I did something. But like, to do honors, thank you. But like, to do it with honors, I'm just like, that's freaking crazy. Like, I pushed myself so hard. I didn't even know. And I pushed myself so hard that, like, I graduating with honors, and it's like I have a certain someone in my life, that I give all my time to, and just try to make him happy all the time, regardless of how it's going to make me feel. And being with this person has made me realize that, like, my feelings matter too. How I feel, what I think is important. It's not a one-sided relationship. It's not a one-sided, road. It's not just a one-way road. It's two people. Two people make the relationship. So two people should be able to have their feelings validated, not just one. It's not just me bending over backwards for somebody and accepting nothing from the other person. And it's like it made me have values and expectations, for myself and for other people, in the future, whoever I come across. Like, I don't know if, my mom has told any of you guys, but like, she'd be telling me all the time, like, you outgrow a lot of people. Like, I can say that myself too. Like, I've outgrown a lot of people in my life. I've talked to. I don't really talk to a lot of people my age. Mainly because I'm an old soul and I like doing old people stuff. But I just I don't know. I just feel like I'm kind of going through my selfish era right now. I'm putting me first. 2023 is going to be the year that I'm focusing on myself and not other people. Like, I don't know if this is going to sound rude when I say it, but I'm not going to care about how other people feel, necessarily, especially not about me. I never have when I was younger, and I never will. I will continue to not care about how people feel about me, because at the end of the day, I know how I feel about me, because I love myself. I care about myself. I'm important to myself. Not that I'm being selfish, I'm saying it in a selfish way, but I respect myself. I, as a woman, a young woman, have dignity, and a responsibility to myself to hold myself in a light, in a way that people are going to be like, that's a young woman right there. That's a young woman I can count on. That's a hard working young woman walking over there. You know, that's all I had.
That's
But
deep.
Girl, hold on. We
It took me 41
we
years to
figured it
get
out.
there.
Come on.
Go
Hey,
ahead.
yeah, I'm gonna take a shot for that. Everybody who drinking, can we take a shot for that?
Hey.
Yeah,
But
that's
that's what
that's
amazed me about this generation and why I love what we do. Is
Woo!
because if y'all are getting it at 17, 18,
Man,
listen,
yeah.
listen,
Took
man,
us
y'all gonna
42 years.
right? Y'all gonna be so like that's why they say, man, this next generation is up, and it's important to keep on. So young life, young queen, young goddess, keep pushing, keep grinding. I'm glad that you have somebody in your life that is helping you see you. But regardless of that person, make sure you always see you, right? Always see you, always take care of you, because at the end of the day, all we are, I'm a reflection of you, even though I'm older than you, right? And I'm 40, about 41 we are in December, right? Yeah. So next month, right? I'm thinking today's the 31st, right? Next month. But I'm still a reflection of you, and you're a reflection of me, because this is all one life, right? This is all one. So I'm just so happy. Like, you don't understand. Like, yo, never stop. Tell your friends. Don't ever be shy about who you are. Like, help people turn this light switch on, because baby girl, God,
No, I
God,
do.
got it. You got it.
There's a reason why God pushed you out of high school early. He like, get on out of here. I got work for you out here. Get out of here. You playing with these kids. It's time to go. Get out of here.
I do want to say, though, I have like two more things to say, and then we'll be quiet. But first one is that I give all the credit to my mom for for the way that I view myself. Because of her, I make myself important to myself, because before I didn't. I'm not gonna lie, I hated myself. I was disgusted with myself. Living with my mom, the things that she teaches me, the things that she tells me, she always tells me, protect your peace, like put yourself, it's okay to put yourself first. She's like, focus on yourself. Like, you can do so much better than this. Like, you are worth something, and I give her all that credit, because she showed me how to love myself, to care about myself, to want to be important to myself. So all that credit goes to her. And then the second thing I wanted to say was that I have a friend who, is like how I used to be. Like, he's growing and changing too. And I always talk to him and I help him, and he always comes to me, for advice, whatever he's going through. And I always tell him, like, all the time, like, protect your peace, like that's what I know. Like, that's what I've been taught, protect your peace, and like, make yourself more important. You should have more confidence about yourself, care about yourself more, because you deserve it. I be telling him all the time, because there's people in his life that he's still around that has done him so wrong, to the point where he doesn't even like himself, and I'm like, just because those people did what they did to you, take it as a learning opportunity, for you to grow. You'd be like, those people said some stuff about me, it makes me angry, so I'm gonna prove them wrong. They think I'm stupid. Well, graduating high school. They think I'll never amount to anything. Well, I'm gonna get this nice job, and I'm gonna have the car that I want, the house that I want. I'm gonna have this big, beautiful family. Like, that's what I tell him. I try to tell people things that are uplifting. Not all the time, because not everybody needs to hear all the time uplifting things. Sometimes you need a little bit of constructive criticism, but with him, I always try to boost his confidence and boost his self-esteem, because I've had low self-esteem for like the longest time, and I feel like I'm finally building it up, and he is too. And we help each other, and we grow and we learn from each other. It's like we're building each other up together while we're still growing, and that's just what I wanted to say. So
No, hey, you good. I appreciate that. That was the most heartfelt shit. I'm like, goddamn. Yeah, I'm like, all right, let me. But the thing that's so dope about what you just now said, is because I know that we've had a conversation, personally. Like, we had our opportunity to speak, and I got a chance to, just to hear your soul speak. So it's dope to have you share that, with everybody else as well. And one thing that you did start off with saying is that you're an old soul, right?
Mhm.
And it's funny because you're an old soul, but you're the youngest in the building, right? And I literally just now said, well, I don't even know if I made it a public post, because I be having posts that I put out when I want to put it out, when the time and energy is right and shit, right? But a post that if I have not put it out, I'm about to put it out, is to say that I'm an old soul. When I was younger, I was an old soul. But now that I'm older, I have a kid, I have a young spirit, right?
Mhm.
So with that being stated, and I'm saying this to you directly, sometimes having an old soul puts you in a different bracket, right?
Mhm.
So when you're in that bracket, the people that's around you, your peers, right? Your peers may not catch on to where you're at because you're ahead of, you're on a different time frame and shit,
Mhm.
right?
But that's something that I'm thankful for, to be honest, that
Right.
I'm like not where they're at, because like I tell people this all the time whenever they ask me, like, I don't like people my age. Like, to be honest, I don't like people right in my age bracket or like a little bit younger. I don't like people my age, because they don't have that mindset of, oh, I want to do this, so I'm gonna put my mind to this and get it done. That's not how they are. It's like, it's always the thing that I've seen personally, being around those people is just, oh, I'm dreaming about this, I'm dreaming about that. Oh, this is my dream car, my dream house, my dream this, my dream that. But nothing ever gets done. I was taught to get stuff done all the time growing up. It's just how I grew up, and like, yeah, I'm thankful for being an old soul, really, because I was taught like how, like, the things that you guys grew up with when you guys were younger, I was taught those same things from my dad and my mom.
Right.
Like like even the simplest stuff, as when we go in the store, don't touch nothing, don't look at nothing, don't ask for nothing, stuff like that.
Yeah,
It's like,
see,
it's simple stuff like that. It's just
That's what's up.
oh, she got cut off. Yeah, and she was feeling. If you're still in the building, the dope part that I want you to hear about that is when I was saying that, when I was younger, I had an older soul. So I was on. Oh no, there she go.
There she is,
So,
yeah.
oh, I'm
so
back.
no,
Hi.
yeah. So I was on that same type of time when I was younger. It's just like,
Mhm.
fuck the play shit. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, we finna get this shit done. Like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Especially just being, and my mom has been in the building this whole time, so I feel comfortable saying it. Just being that one and the family that's just like, nigga, everything is up. Like, you know what I mean? I'm cutthroat. Like, you know what I mean? We finna make shit happen.
Mm-hmm.
But the dope thing about that is that when you get, when you're making that transition to when you establish that, then everything is a playground. And that's why I say, like, now I have a younger spirit because everything is a playground right now. So, in order to balance that we finna get shit done, when it comes time for you to create your playground, right? And let me tell it to you like this, because I know you understand Bible terms. Once you come into the kingdom of God, everything else is going to be added to you and shit, right? So once you hit that point right there, when you get to that young spirit and that transition from having an old soul to a young spirit, enjoy that shit because it's gonna be lit.
Yeah.
I think also too because like living with my dad, I kind of like had to be like an adult from like a young age, taking care of my siblings and cleaning the house and cooking dinner and stuff like that. I didn't really like. I mean, I had some like kid moments, but I guess I just kind of developed that mindset of, oh, it's not like, have like take care of the responsibilities now and play later. Like work hard now, play later.
Well, you're a young Cinderella. Don't even worry about it. It's up.
Yeah.
But yeah,
you got that time. You got the time.
That's where that comes from too, and it's like, yeah, that's what I'd be thinking about too. Like I have a lot of, I mean, not necessarily. I don't like to look at it like I have a lot of time, because it's like essentially I don't know if I have a lot of time, but like I like to say that I have some time, enough time to do something.
The potential is there. That's all that really matters. Like you got the potential to go up. That's
that's why I be pushing myself hard, because I want to get all these goals done and out the way so that I can have time to just sit back, relax, and look at everything that I've accomplished. Sometimes I like to go ahead.
We only live forever. We only live forever. It's up. Don't even worry about it. It's up.
Listen, we real quick, because I know it's getting late. We got, you said Certified Real was not Apple. You feel me?
Oh,
in the nick of time,
Savvy
we got Savvy Alkaline pulling up. He won the raffle, man. This was my prize, right?
Yeah, that was yours.
Okay,
mine is already done. Yours
is done. It's a wrap. So this is the last one. So you came in right in the nick of time, brother. You get to choose between two products from the natural way. We got the charcoal toothpaste. We got the body butter. We got deodorant. We got the black soap. Where'd the black? You took the black soap, huh? We got the black soap. The copper tongue scraper, the toothbrush, or some lip balm. You get to pick two.
I get to pick two.
Yes, sir.
Copper tongue. The deodorant. The what's the skin stuff made of? It's
the body scrub. Himalayan sea salt.
Himalayan sea salt. Okay, I'll take that.
Okay, boom.
And then I guess I've never seen that copper tongue scraper. I don't know. None of it.
Yeah, that's new. Hey,
this shit work. This shit work. I ain't gonna hold you.
For sure. All
right,
I'll take those two.
All right, boom.
Yeah,
done.
Thank you.
Hey, Empress Divine, can we get a take a shot for Savvy Alkaline?
Hey, yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro. Sliding through for the 1 year anniversary, man.
Oh, thank you. Great job, y'all. Keep the energy flowing. You know what I mean? And just you know what I mean?
Yeah, man. Appreciate you, bro.
Have a good night.
All right, peace, bro. I gotta get.
Man, y'all
What's
got
the
me
next
taking.
topic?
I was gonna say y'all got me taking shots and shit. If I gotta crack another bottle, I will.
Yeah, because I'm like, okay, I only got like this much. I'm almost done. So
I got yeah, y'all saw me go live. I got a case of these motherfuckers, so
Look.
I'm not.
What's going on in your life?
Yeah, okay, there we go. All I want to know is who's coming with me.
Who's coming with me?
I mean, I had started on the bottle earlier, you know what I mean? So I got a little bit of other blue, but
Yeah, I'm just talking shit. I do not encourage anybody to drink unless you just love it.
What's
the reason, right?
Well, yeah,
What'd you say?
What's the blue stuff, Miss
Oh, that was a Bel Air blue.
Oh, I never seen that.
Yeah.
All right, what's up? What's up, Mike? You got the floor. You ain't even got what's up?
Oh, sorry. I want to know your guys' thoughts on dating.
All right, you gotta be a little bit more specific.
Yeah.
Dating. The whole category, whether it be dating in this generation or old school dating, doesn't matter. I want to know you guys' thoughts. What you guys think?
I'm gonna start off with that.
All right, actually, let's put it into two categories: old school dating and then this generation dating. So we're gonna start with old school.
All right. Damn. Do I gotta if I fit in the old school section, it's all right. Like I get it.
No, I was asking.
They just threw you in there, man.
I told you, old man. The old man. You know?
Cheers, bro. You're in there.
Yeah, you the old man, right? They think that we were slaves because we were born in 1980.
Keelan Johnson just now responding right now, so I feel kind of bad.
Hey, man.
Yeah, I gotta. Yeah, but no. So when it comes down to dating, right? And this is something that I was kind of like put on this year. Was saying dating was just a form of collecting data by way of experience with whoever you're dealing with and shit, right? So that kind of when I the reason why I said like that is because now there's no boundaries between generations. It's just like the approach of what dating is and how you collect this data, but it would still have to be through experience. So when
what do you mean by like no boundaries though between the two?
So when I say that, regardless to if we was in the 90s, we were dating and taking people on dates, you're still collecting that data from the person that you're having that experience with. Still to right now, if you go on a date, you're still collecting that data. But to speak to what you're talking about though, it may be slightly different because of the level of there's no more bells for the younger generation. I don't want to sound negative when I say it like that.
No, I understand what you're saying though.
There's no more bells, so it's just like everything. You guys have everything exposed, right? So it's just like dating. Like say for instance, if I was in a certain household and I didn't have access to, I'm gonna get a little open real quick. If I didn't have access to my parents left somewhere open porn, right? Then I may be oblivious to what goes on in that sexual aspect. To where now the young they got access to porn just like that. Like you know what I mean? So that kind of in my mind, it kind of like it's a difference because now I can see how a female operates. I can see what the exchange looks like. I can see all these different things, and it's just like, damn. Or do I really want to get to know her, or do I really want to get to do this because I got access to all these different women by way of social media, right? Not to say that I have immediate access, but it would kind of differentiate how I would just be if I just got access to 3 women. Because it's just like, I know, well, these 3 women, yeah, that's cool. But if I feel like, and I have to say it just like this, if I feel like I got access to 100 women now, or however many people that's tapped into my page, it's just like, okay, yeah, well now they, hey King, hey Woody Wow Woo, and now it gives me a false sense of, well, I don't need to just talk to one woman or these 3 women that I may have access to. Now I got access to 1,000 women. So what do I do, right? But when it comes down to that, it's still subjective to what my experience is going to be. But I feel like the more, and this is what I'm saying, according to what you're saying, as far as the generations, the more access and the more that I'm exposed to something, it may render from not being exposed to a certain amount of things, depending on if you was outside. When I was younger, I was outside. Like, you know what I mean? So I get that hands-on experience to where it's just like, I wouldn't even put myself in the bag to where I only got 3. I'm probably competing with the dudes who feel comfortable with having access to 100 because I was outside. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, it depends on where you're at with it. Like, you know what I mean? But again, if we're talking about just the average person that's living off of it's kind of half, but I want to say if living off the advantage of social media, then now you don't got to be the person that's outside. You could just be the guy that's scared to talk to women face to face and just type all day. Like, you know what I mean? You don't have to have that real exchange for real. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like that dating aspect is just like, okay, well, you know, because women, and I have to say it just like this, women can sometimes in person read your energy from the gate. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, oh, I see what type of dude you is. On via social media, you can be whoever you want to be if you're good at it. Like, you know what I mean? Not to say that you can't read nobody via social media, but sometimes it's just like, well, I'm gonna put on this facade and I'm gonna sell this. Like, you know what I mean? But in real time, if women ain't feeling you, they gonna let you know in real time, like, nah, nigga, I ain't that dude. Like, you know what I mean? So you back in our day, and I hate to sound like an old nigga, back in our
That's
day,
what it was, though.
you have to be who you say you are. And
That's a fact.
This is when dating comes in play because now they're collecting that data. Well, who is this dude? So when you see this person in real life, it's just like, oh shit, you have to be that. Via social media, you could talk to somebody, say 4, 5, 6 months, and everything looks and sounds good. Like, you know what I mean? But it's just like, but when you meet them in person, you be like, yo, cat, that's y'all, this is the new life, the young life, catfish. That's a catfish. Like, you know what I mean? Like everything that this motherfucker said he was ain't that.
Come
And
on.
we didn't have the opportunity to have a catfish. Like, you had to really pull up. Like, you know what I mean? So to answer your question on that type of time, it is a difference because, you know, it's more, you know, in person, hands on, me and you versus I'm gonna sell you this shit, and then if you believe it when I pull up, please don't. What's that shit? Don't unfriend me.
Accept me. Accept me.
Accept me as who?
All right, so I have another question. I have another question then, because I'm doing this like series because I have a TikTok and I'm doing the series of unpopular opinions, and I had one for dating edition.
Oh, that's
and
right.
One of my unpopular opinions was that the man shouldn't be the only one paying for things in the relationship.
Amen.
So my question is, do you guys agree with that, or do you guys think that the man should be the only one paying for things in the relationship?
Hey, Chris, you want to go ahead and handle that?
Yeah.
Why y'all throw me in there? Y'all knew it, because y'all know what I'm about to say.
I really know. I promise you, I know. What you gonna say, man?
All right, so I believe a man's supposed to at least pay the bills, but, and that's what me and my homies be saying. I'll pay the bill. I ain't got no problem with doing that. But if I need some savings and I'll be like, hey, throw me some couple dollars, and you be like, nah, that's the problem. I ain't doing no paying bills for that. You feel me? But I'll pay the bills if it's like you the savings, you my wallet if I need it. And like, not saying I shouldn't need it, but you know, I can handle mine. And then like, if you can, I just feel like if I, even with anything, even if y'all go half, it's still the same thing if you logically think about it. Y'all just doing it together. But if somebody pays the bills and somebody leaves the savings in the wallet, it's the same thing. So it's like that's what I personally feel, just because I feel and this comes to my Christian like mindset. It's like child, woman, man, God. Like if I'm not doing right by God, then you feel me, the ladder doesn't have to go according to the plan. So that's what people misconstrue. Like if the man, if you're not connected,
You're breaking up so bad.
It's kind of choppy.
Yeah, you're breaking up so bad, bro.
Yeah, you breaking up, bro.
I kind of to speak on that point.
Yeah, you still choppy. I don't know what it is, man.
You should like
let me
tap out.
Yeah, it's
Can
like
y'all
a
hear me?
service thing
Come
or
back
something.
in.
Yeah.
Exit and come back in.
I'm gonna speak to
I
that a
love
little
that
bit
for you.
because I feel like there should be a little bit of a differentiation between saying like man is the only one who should pay for things versus like I think people sometimes one who should have money, and that's dangerous. That's irresponsible. Whether we talk about old school or new school dating, as an adult, you need to have life skills to carry yourself through life, regardless of who you're with or not. Period. So I always make sure you can take care of yourself. As a man, if you love that woman capacity, you should feel within yourself a desire, not even want, to take care of some things for her, to alleviate. It's almost like imagine you see a woman walking and she got hella bags. Her bags. She's the only one obligated to carry them. But you care for this woman, so you bags for you. In my personal perspective, that's how payment and dating should. But then again, there's different rules for when you're married or dating. You know what is it? So that's why I say, just as a general rule of thumb, girl, have your own money. And if a man wanna, extend his charity towards you, say open. Let him pay for that bill. You feel me? But if need be, you can also. So that's my 2 piece on it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that for sure.
Definitely.
You know, you have certain people that's like, nah, I don't want her to work. I don't want her to do none of that. I got it. It's good. Like it's on me. You know what I'm saying? If you that type of person, I don't see nothing wrong with that. But you know,
I mean, I personally, I'm not gonna say like, if your girl wants Chanel bags every month, you gonna be okay paying for that, right? So let her do what she want to do. You feel me? Let her cater to herself.
That's what I'm saying.
Add in, you want to take care of the mortgage? Oh yeah, honey, go ahead. But when it comes to dinner, concert, like my fashion, you gonna foot the bill for everything. You know, I'm your partner.
Hey, some will. That's what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Some will. They like they be cool with it. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I'm not saying that that should be the end all be all. Like, yeah, every man should be paying for everything. No, I'm just saying.
I understand.
You know, some men will do that. You know what I mean? Ain't nothing wrong with it. And then you have the half and halves. I feel like it's just based off of your own kind of like perspective of how you feel like you want to go about it. You know what I mean?
Right. I was gonna say when it comes to that, well, y'all know because if y'all follow me on social media, y'all see like it could be a female friend, and I'm sending flowers, like you know what I mean. So I'm not, when it comes down to that type of time, I don't it don't even matter. But right. so when I say that, I'm saying that on the opposite end, it's already understood that, okay, well, this is this type of dude. Like, you know what I mean? So when females alleviate me of saying, hey, you want to know one nigga? We already know you got it. Like, you know what I mean? We already know what type of time you own because you put that energy out there. Let me go ahead and get that. And guess what I do? I'll let her go ahead and get that. Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
Because,
that's like you saying I don't want you to work or whatever. Like you good, but then she like, well, no, I want to go out and get my bag. Like, all right, well, shit, go get your bag. Then. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
imagine me putting you in a position to where you feel like your position is not a position.
Right. Exactly.
My position is to put you in a position to where you understand your position. So if you want to be that, and your is it's the same thing. Like, you know what I mean? You're going to let me be your man. I'm already a man, but you're going to let me be your man.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm trying to say? So when that energy and that understanding is reciprocated, then it's just like, okay, girl, you finna do that? Yeah, go ahead and do it. But guess what? I'm so reciprocal when it comes to that type of time. When you wake up, you're going to have something up under your pillow, girl.
Yeah, right. Now, and that's what I was gonna say about, reciprocity is a big thing. When I'm asked that question, like as a woman, what do I bring to the table? It is whatever's required. Like I'm old school. I was raised in that way. Even though I'm a career woman, right? So there's controversy with that or whatever, right? But my thing with that is I know my purpose, and my design is to submit to my husband, right? But I'm also going to be his helpmate. So the thing that I find that sometimes some women, right, will forget is, yeah, he's paying for all of those bills, but are you paying attention to, like, we be peeking at your phone to see if you hitting a like over a chick or, some cheats clapping or whatever, but you see he looking at that old school car, right? Or you see he looking at this watch or these shoes, right? And he paying for everything. That's the surprise that you like, you know what? I see that you looking at that, right? And you didn't get that because you wanted me to go do my nails or to take care of the family. I got that. You know what I mean? Like, this is how I show my appreciation for all that you do is I'm going to make sure that you are reciprocated. It ain't just one way that you're going to depart with that bread. It is my money is your money and our money is our money. Like it's all one. So we gotta do I would say, to my sisters out there, we definitely got to do a better job on that reciprocation process because the men are tired, right? And we know it ain't nothing, right, for us to really, if we're going to go get our nails done, take him with you, right, to get his feet done if you don't want to do his feet yourself, right? It ain't, it's just those little things that reciprocity, he's going to go to like the end of the earth for you because what? You care about him. It ain't about money, about what he can do for you, what he can do for you. It's like, hey, I got you. I am your helpmeet, if that makes sense. So we definitely got to make sure we get back to an original design. The original design is that the man does take care of everything, right? We do submit to our husbands. Me as a business person, I own a lot of companies, different things. This is for my husband, whoever he may be out there, right? I'm gonna say, listen, we got X amount of bread, babe. What you want to do with it? And I'm not going to argue with it because he's going to be a man of leadership. You get what I'm saying? At the same time, too, if something happens to this man outside of his death and we got insurance, how are we going to feed the family if something happened to him? I got to be a help me to store up my bread. So that's to give you a little bit of a different, you know what I mean, unpopular belief. That's how I operate, and it's good.
For people because people in around my age, like 17 to 20, I want to say is like around my age. All these people, like I watch a whole lot of videos on because people they have like these YouTube channels and stuff where they ask people like questions, that are around like unpopular opinions, like like what I asked you guys, should the man pay for everything in the relationship? And all these people in my age group, they're like, oh no, you should just pay for everything, because that's what the man is supposed to do, or the man this, the man that. And I'm like you just expect everything, from one person. It's like you expect everything from the person that you're with. It's like it's not just take, it's like you give and you take. Like me personally, I would never ever allow my boyfriend to pay for everything, especially because that's just like not the person that I am. Like he's offered to get me stuff before, like, and sometimes it might be like really expensive stuff, and I'm like, no, that is way too much. Like your limit for me should be $20, like nothing more, nothing less, and that's personally where I am. Not a lot of people are like me, but like that's where I stand with that. And I'm like, you're not the only one who should be paying for things. Like when we go out to eat, like let me handle the bill sometimes. It's like let me take it. Like you don't look at the receipt this time. Like you don't put your credit card down on the table. Let me do it. Or it's like when we go out and I see something I like, you see something you like, I'm gonna put what I have back. And I'm gonna get what you want. That's just how I am. That's how I grew up. It's like you do stuff for each other, and it's not about how much money you're spending. I've grown up around a lot of frugal people, and I'm not frugal, like at all. It doesn't matter the amount of money. I will literally give some. I have done this before. I've given somebody my last bit of what I had, my last few dollars, or my last $15 because they needed it. Not that I'm bragging or anything, but I'm not a frugal person. So to me, it's not about money for me. It's not about what you can do for me, or what I can do for you. I don't like people like that who'd be like, oh, what can you do for me? It's like I hate people like that. I don't surround myself with people like that. I don't care about the money. I don't care about how much it costs. I don't care about how expensive it is, how cheap it is. It's like I just do it because I care about you.
So young God, I do want to say this to you though,
there was a situation. Hold on real quick, Renee, because I gotta speak to this real quick.
Yeah.
So when we went out to eat, how come you didn't have that same energy, Lamaya? Because I remember putting my credit card down, and I don't remember you said none of that.
I don't think I had a job at the time when we went.
Oh, I'm just talking shit. I was talking shit.
Oh. Yeah. In my defense, I didn't have a job, so I didn't have any money.
In your defense, we did share food. So we shared. You was like, hey, you want to taste this? Yeah. So what's up? But no, but it's a definite situation to where like the money issue, and this is and I don't know if we talked about this before, but for me, money is the highest form of currency is energy, right? So we can only try to mimic what this energy is by way of spending money, by physical money, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when it comes down to that, on that type of time, we can try to do it, but it's never going to suffice for that. So I appreciate the fact when you say I don't care about money, because me personally, I don't. Like, I really don't. Like, you know what I mean?
I mean, the way I look at it is just like, it's not going to be here. I mean, you're not going to take it with you when you leave. Like, so you might as well just spend it while you have it. Like, it's still going to be in the same place you left it when you leave. Whether you leave the house for the day or you pass away, you're not taking it with you regardless. So you might as well just spend it while you have it. There's no point in working your whole life to make all this money and then die and not be able to use it. Like, there's no point. That's just how I look at it.
I look at it like I don't even have it. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't even, because if somebody's looking at me like, oh, that nigga Woon got money, then I don't exist. Like, you know what I mean? So it's either I'm going to exist or money's going to exist. You understand what I'm trying to say? So at this point in time, I don't got no money.
Yeah.
I have to exist, like, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh, another thing too with because I don't know if you guys hear like in all these new songs and all these new female rappers, they're always talking about how oh, I'm gonna spend his money, but I'm gonna keep mine safe. Like I'm like what is this? You know, like why is this what like
Yeah.
why is this what's being said? Like why are you teaching, you know, women, young women or little girls, you know, that this is what, you know, it should be or how it should be. Like you shouldn't just be spending up all your man's money and keeping yours hidden, you know, and he don't even know you got money. You know, he's over here spending every single dime he has like on you. You know, you're not doing nothing to help him out. Like he's doing all this and
Well,
spend dropping every dollar he has on you to get that Chanel bag or to go get your nails done, you know, or to go get your hair done, and you can't even buy him some dang deodorant like when he needs it or something.
Well,
It's
see,
like,
that's women just spinning the block, because men had a lot of time, you know, being in that energy. So women are now spinning the block. They're like, hold on, if y'all finna play this game, we finna play it. But this is only to spark the mind to not be on that just male shit type of time. But
Yeah.
just believe me, when Future was coming out with taking Molly's and doing, he don't do none of that.
Yeah.
Right. So he just speaking to the masses of the people like, hey, if this is the type of lifestyle that y'all gonna do it like this. Like, you know what I mean? So I think that the female rappers, they're the voice for the ones who have been in the state of, well, this dude is fucking me over. For, you know what I mean? I'm gonna just say it just straight like that. So where it's just like, well, I'm fuck nigga free. Like, you know what I mean? I'm not dealing with that type of energy. Like, even though they may have a dude that they love behind the scenes, this is entertainment. But then we have to understand that it's edutainment. Like, it's educational entertainment. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just not that that they're actually living like that for real. But the picture that's being painted is like, hey, look, there has to be some type of balance. And niggas been talking about this shit for so long. Now it's time for the women to counter that, to keep the balance going on within the level of information and being. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Now, when I talk to a woman who feed into that, hell no. Because first, like, you know what I mean? You got to gauge that person. Like, what type of energy are you on? Like, you know what I mean? Like, we have to now establish that, hey, the fuck niggas who you've been fucking with before, I'm not him. Like, you know what I mean? So that's going to be established from the gate. But then, you know, the song still plays and they still got that, well, just in case. But when it comes down to the level of women just saying, like, you know, we're going to make this dude do it, it ultimately is pushing the man back into a man's position to where it's just like, treat me like a fucking lady. Like, you know what I'm, or excuse my language, treat me like a lady, or this is going to be the result of you not treating me like a lady. Like, you know what I mean? Because if we, I understand women like crazy, right? So I know personally that, and I know somebody said this earlier with the men, like if you give a man something, then he's going to make sure it multiplies, right? But if you give, a woman is a natural nurturer. So I do not have a problem with giving a woman anything, because I know, hey, look, as long as she's a woman, not some crazy girl figure out her womanhood, but a woman, if I know that I give her something, then it's going to be an investment, because she's going to blow it up. Like, you know what I mean? So on that time, hell yeah, like, so I don't feel just like I personally give women flowers. It don't matter if, you know what I mean? But it's not to say just like, okay, yeah, well, you know, I'm just doing this because this is the new narrative. I need to cater to women. That's not the case. I'm doing this. I've given out flowers to women that I consider women. Like, you know what I mean? In some type of way. Like, you know, they've given me something, and it don't even gotta be that, but they gave me something, so I'll give it back to them. But and you're one. Like I sent you some flowers, right? So it's just like when it comes down to that, and of course I got more flowers to get, but I don't got people's addresses like that. But anyway, when it comes down to the information, or when it comes down to just the energy, it's just like if the energy is reciprocated, then of course I'm gonna pay for whatever. But I know that specific women understand that it's not all about the man giving them shit. Like, you know what I mean? So it just the level
I guess for me it's just the selfish expectations for me. That's I guess that's what it is, because it's like I'm not a selfish person. So it's like, to me, I don't understand how people could just be like, have the mentality of, oh, what can you do for me? You know, because I'm not like that. My mentality is, what can I do for you? How can I help you? You know? And it's like, I don't know. It just, to me, I think that type of mentality is like, is just ridiculous, honestly, because it's like,
but you can't cut yourself off from the energy, though. You know.
no, I understand.
So,
I mean, of course, if a man is offering to pay for something, I'm not gonna be like, no, like, I'm gonna be like, okay, you know, I might let him do it like once or twice, but you know, I'm gonna be like, no, let me pay, you know, let me pay too. It's just, I don't know. It's just, I'm not very, I don't know. I'm just not one of those people who, like, you know, I just don't take free handouts often. That's,
no, but
I don't know.
okay, so listen, let me help you. I'm you know, I'm not saying that you're not free, but I'll free your mind in a different way, right?
Mm-hmm.
You are putting forth a certain energy when it comes down to money, right? There is a thing called the energy of money. And so you are pouring that out. Well, I don't know if you believe in karmic energy or, you know, that return, but it's when you give, it's going to come back to you 100-fold, right? So in your relationships, I will just say this: if you come across a man that wants to do something crazy, let's say he bought you a Ferrari, right? And you're going to say to yourself, oh no, that's too much money. This is for you because of the person that you are. He understands it's not about the money. You didn't request it, right? It's all your seeds coming back to you, right? And this is the reciprocation of that, right? It's different if you like, oh, I'm not going out on a date with you unless you know, you drive a certain amount of cars or things like that. Understand, you know, these things that we call riches and money and diamonds and pearls and all of that is really nothing on a spiritual sense, right? So really, what is the real value of it? Technically, right? Because it's that. But if you're in a relationship or somebody is, you know, trying to, there's a difference when someone's trying to control you with money, right? But just genuinely, like your boo, your bae, right? Or your husband, he's trying to give of something to you and be generous as an appreciation. Don't be so quick to just cut that energy off. Get comfortable in receiving the best, because you deserve the best and you've been giving the best out of your own love. So it's got to come back to you. And it's always going to come back to you 100-fold, right?
Like,
you get what I'm saying? So it's not that, so it's not, if you accept it, it doesn't mean that you're a gold digger. It doesn't mean that you're out for this man's money. This is just like, think of it as God saying, you know what? This is your blessing, right? Because guess what? When you accept that gift, now you're going to want to do what? Give more, right? And so it is this constant flow and energy. And if sometimes people are so humble, and that's great, but then you're stopping that cycle, right? Of this energy. Keep moving. You deserve every riches of this earth. You are the kingdom of God, right? So this is nothing. You should be like Daffy Duck, right? All the money and all the stuff, right? This should be just nothing to you. And that's what it is. It's not that it's important to you, but you should have it. So just as a young person, just take that part. Don't forget to reap what you've been sowing. and you've been sowing like love, and that's what's coming back to you, if that makes sense.
I guess for me, like I guess I just had this fear of like if I accept it, like the more I accept it, the more I'll expect it. You know, it's like I don't know. That's why I'm always like no, I don't want to become that one person who just expect people to do everything or give me everything all the time, because that's not a good person. You know, and that's why don't do that.
That's why it is a gift, right? It is usually a surprise, right? It is part of your harvest. My name is Love, right? But they Love Bailey. So I call myself the love energy. So I have given out so much love to people that I can never be broke. I can never be without anything. And during the time of need, whether that's in a personal or a romantic relationship, a business relationship, a friend relationship, that energy of love is going to come back to me, whether that's finance, whether it is a phone call, a kind word. And so they say in the Bible, God loves a cheerful giver, right? But you can't just cut it off. So, and you said a key word, fear. We know fear is false evidence appearing real. It's not true, right? And so because you're young and fearless and you don't give a fuck, right? Basically, get comfortable in understanding, you know what? I put this seed out here. So this is a blessing. And this is between me and my bae, right? I'm not going out here and saying that you got to make $200,000 and drive this. That's not you, right? That's not you. But if you find the man that sees that that is you, I'm telling you, young goddess, that when I say expect it, because that's who you are. You are royalty. You are the queen. You are a goddess, and you're going to treat that man on that same level. You can't cut him off and not allow him to do his kingly thing, his godly thing, and shower you. That's the beauty of reciprocity in a relationship. So keep that in mind. Okay.
Let me add this to that real quick. And it's crazy. And Benet, I have to incorporate a conversation that we recently had, right?
Yeah.
To where, because you said you have a fear of, expectancy, right? So and I'm talking to the young life right now. So Lamaya, when it comes down to that, right? As much as you give that person, you should be giving yourself, to where it's just like, you don't feel you're not a victim of the gifts because you already give it to yourself anyway.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, I understand the language, but you can't give me more than what I could give myself, so I don't feel guilty receiving it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm trying to say? Because you could, if you don't give yourself a certain level of energy, then it's just like, okay, well, damn, well, this nigga's giving me everything. You don't know how to process it because it's foreign to you, right? But if you give it to yourself, it's just like, nigga, yeah, hell, nigga, shower me, motherfucker, because I do the same thing to me for me.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? So I'm accepting this shit, but guess what? The flip side of that is that I give it as well. So, another thing about this is that the gifts is just like words, right? Gifts are an expression of how you feel, just like words are expression of how you feel, right? So we try to fucking package what we think is going to be the best thing that we can say by way of how we feel, right? With words. So I'm trying to find the right words to say it. Like, you know what I mean? So then with the gifts, it's the same energy. The gifts is just like, well, motherfucker, I love you, but just for the token of my appreciation, let me give you blah.
It's that balance.
You know what I mean? But in order for you, and this is what I want you to take from this, in order for you to not have that fear, right? The fear, people only usually fear what they don't know. So again, if you give it to yourself, it's noticeable because you've already recognized it because you give it to yourself, right? So if you understand the balance of what Selfmade was talking about, if you understand the balance of giving it to yourself and giving it to somebody else, So when they give it back to you, it's not the point. You don't have to fear it because hell yeah, give me that because you know that you're gonna give it to that next person for sure.
That's like when you cater to a apple tree in a sense. I love using nature as an example.
Right.
But that's like when you cater to a baby apple tree, and at the end of the season, you get to reap the benefits of having the apples. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like if you don't cater to that apple tree, it's not going to produce the apples. And like you were
Right.
saying, that's giving back to yourself ultimately because all is self. Everything is you. You know what I mean? So when you give to yourself by default, it's going to give back to you. That's the mirror reflection of the physical reality. You know what I'm saying? So definitely don't cut yourself off from that receiving end because you're doing the work on the giving. Is that and that's that saying, if everybody gives, everybody receives.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So if you're giving to that next person and they also giving, they giving to you, you receiving, but you giving and he's receiving too. You know what I'm saying? At the same time. So that's where that balance, that cycle come into play.
Right. And then you got to understand too. So to kind of elaborate some things that, that Woon was talking about, people know me, I be everywhere by my damn self. Okay. So I'm traveling, I'm buying stuff, I'm doing this, that, and the third. Right. And so for me, if a man comes into my life, right, he has to, he's going to see like, oh, damn, this is what she do for herself. So one or two things, he's going to figure out something or he going to come to that level or outmatch me, right? So for an example, a lot of chicks love flowers, right? But they wait till somebody give them to you on like Valentine's Day or Mother's Day or something. Why don't you buy your own flowers? You love fucking flowers, right? Why do you have to wait for a man to buy you flowers? You can set up a subscription for yourself, and you get flowers delivered to your house and it makes you feel good, right? So a man coming into your world, he'll be like, when the hell sent you flowers? I did that. You're going to be like, oh, no, yeah, you know what I'm saying? That can't be that. So now this is the opportunity. He's going to step in and take care of that bill, right?
Exactly.
Because you've treated yourself at a certain way. That's the balance, right? And then you see it like, one, it's a financial savings for you, but you see that he's trying to do something to take care of you, right? And turns, now you could take care of him, right? So if you start treating yourself in a certain way, if you're going out to Ruth's Chris or you going out to, I don't stay in hotels that don't got a jacuzzi tub. That's just my personal preference, right? Then my boo and my bae is gonna know. Oh yeah, man. Listen, if it ain't got that, I know she ain't gonna be pleased. Not that I can't, right? Because I can go camping too, right? Right. But as my norm, when I say I'm about to do something and I feel like doing that, I'm gonna treat myself at a certain place. And so as a young goddess, start treating yourself in the way that you would want to be treated. Girl, I know your mama, right? You gonna have cars and clothes and all nice things, right? You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So treat yourself like that. And so when a man comes and he bless you, if you got a Porsche already and he said, you know what, I got you the new 2026 though, you know what I'm saying? Oh, you really excited, but that was still in your mind to get it for yourself, right? So it's not like, oh my God, I feel so indebted. He spent too much money. You spent that money already. You know the value of it, which makes you appreciate it even more. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So don't, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm so glad that you're on this podcast as a young goddess and growing because you got it. I just want to tell you, you got it, right?
Yeah,
and continue to come out.
Raw energy for real.
Yeah. So just continue to stay around like old heads like us, right? And girl, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. They're gonna be like, who in the hell raised you? Like, you such a diamond in the rough, right? Because there are people your age that are not seeking this knowledge from the quote unquote elders. And you gonna be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can't nobody give you nothing that you ain't already got. So you know what I mean? Treat yourself.
Mhm.
Don't treat yourself.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna start debating because I want to debate.
What's going
Look at look.
What's
Okay, now.
Hey,
Wait,
I'm
hold
over
on.
here with the smoke
Hey,
now. It's celebration time.
hey,
I'm like, hold on.
Chris, you gotta pop up when she say that.
Wait,
Hey,
she said you ready for the hot seat? Did you say that?
Yeah, I want to
Yeah.
debate.
For the hot
I want to debate about
I'm
something.
ready for the hot seat.
She ready for the hot seat, y'all.
Yeah.
You can share your
I've been in that
philosophies.
hot seat before.
Yeah.
But but when it comes down to it, because again, we gotta circle back to Chris, because Chris is actually that aspect of the show when it comes down to just the debate scene, right? So Chris, you gotta get it spicy, man. You gotta go with that spice, man.
I'm not gonna lie, I had a question for Chris
Go
here,
ahead. Chris, you got
the
it.
conversation flowed. So Chris, just wanted to present to you an idea and then just feel about it. That's cool.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead.
All right. So, y'all was really kicking about like walking in the truth and basically following the way, the example, and the lead of Christ, and having the kingdom of God within you, right? And like I said, my light was on. Okay, and I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute, because in some other beliefs that I had, but Chris, specifically, you asked, like, it seemed like, okay, you understood what we were saying, but when that applied to us living things after, what happens like after death? Like, what's the purpose, basically? We're just in heaven now, or we're in hell now, and then what? And it made me think too. So I don't know if you're knowledgeable about this at all, but in Egyptian like mythology, the way that you walk in your life, so as you're living, it's being recorded in your heart, gets weighed. So you die and your heart gets weighed, which is basically like your soul, right? If a light life, or was you doing some dark stuff, like y'all said, was you sinning? Was you replicates heaven, or was you living a life that replicates hell? And basically, they pull scales and they determine what kind of person you were in your life. You get judged, right? And I'm kind of understanding of the afterlife. You're judged, and then once you are judged, you are placed, right? So what I want to present to you is this ideology that come back to this place. And somebody said it, but they use it to basically say, like, you come back to the life that you were living, almost in like a karma. If you were, let's just, for lack of better words, right? If you were living a bad person and you were just on extreme sinner, just like the worst Hitler type, right? And you're judged, and it's pretty obvious to everybody judging. You gotta go do your work, right? Like, how does it sound to you, the idea that he comes back like into this human earth world again, but now has that karmic with him,
Reincarnation,
almost like a, pretty much that's what I'm see how that sounds to Chris, and like what he thinks about that idea, in the sense of like what happens in the afterlife. What if this is the afterlife before, and what if we have another opportunity to choose God again, to choose the light in this new life right now, and depending on whether or not, if we do that, we get another opportunity. That's what it was making me think, and I just wanted to ask you to see how's that sound.
Shoot. Am I breaking up, or can y'all hear me clearly?
We can hear you now.
you good?
All right.
It sounds like it's in there though, but
Right,
right now you was clear.
It might start
It's still a little clear.
It's still a little bit, but
I don't know if I'm tweeting right now, but all right. I mean, I personally don't believe in reincarnation, so I don't. But it reminds me, I can tell you of a story. I mean, it's not similar at all, but like it's symmetry, I guess. But like, when you talk about going down there and going to the judges and everything, it's like it's a story in the Bible where I think Lazarus is looking up at his brothers from Sheol, and he's like like don't like tell my brother like don't come here, like do good basically. Um, I'm just giving you a short story. I mean, I'll pull it up if you need me to give you the exact scripture, but but he's looking up from Sheol and just telling them how like bad it is and like just don't come down here. So it just, I mean, yeah, biblically speaking, I don't believe in reincarnation because there's examples like that where you can see like little examples of that. But like what is it, Buddhism or Hinduism? One of those. That and it's a possibility in like a different culture. So in a different like belief system. So like
Hey,
yeah.
I was just gonna ask you, like, based off of what you're saying, um, this is like a two-part question. Do you, because you had said, heaven and hell. Do you feel like Earth is hell, or do you feel like after you die, you go to a place that's hell? That's the first question, and then you feel me, we could go past that after that.
Well, heaven is eternal, like being eternally with God, and hell is being eternally separated from God. And then earth is neither. So
Earth is neither.
Yes, you're not eternally with God on earth, and you're not eternally separated from God on earth. And that's
would you call it like the in between or something like that? The
I
tribe
just call
of
it living.
infinity?
I call it living, bro. It's maybe a trial. Yeah, I guess trial. Like it's
No, I said try like three because you just named three different places.
I mean, it's not really three different places because like heaven and hell is in like the spiritual realm. So it's just like North Pole, South Pole. Would you say that's in two different realms? I don't think so. But like it's in the same place, but it's just in like different areas of the same place. So
Okay, so with
but
you
like
saying that,
yeah,
with you saying that, my next question would be, how is it that you even believe in death when you have a place to go after here?
how can I believe in death? Like
Yeah,
like
because you were
spiritual death,
saying you were
or
no like physical, spiritual, physical. It's all the same. Like how can you? Because earlier you were saying like something along the lines of like questioning death.
Yeah, because he said he didn't believe in like reincarnation,
yeah,
but even though God, Jesus came down and was reincarnated into a person, then died on the cross and rose from the dead to go back to himself, which is reincarnation in itself.
Well,
right.
It's like first there's two things that's wrong with that. Reincarnated means you have to have lived. So he couldn't reincarnate himself into a human first. He would have to have created himself into a human first.
But he is alive. There's one true God. He was alive. He separated himself.
Reincarnation means prior life. It doesn't like prior life.
He's a prior life. He is God, the supreme. That is the prior life.
He was always living. He didn't have a prior life.
Right. So, but Jesus had a prior life because he's an extension of God, a separation from God.
No, because you quoted John 3:16. You know he was there from the beginning. Jesus was there from the beginning as well.
Okay, so but in this separation of time, in man's version of time, when he's down walking the earthly plane, that is considered another life, right? And so he's able to reference the source. That's why he says, when you're saying, when he says, don't praise me, it is not I, but the Father. If you're understanding, he's still referencing himself in like third person, right? His previous life.
Right, in a different form.
Well,
right.
no,
And
no,
then,
no,
then
no.
to God,
Well,
and then to go back into a person, right? Or go into the glory of himself.
Okay, let me do it like this. What's the difference between the Father and the Son?
The Father is the Most High. The Son is the in the Old Testament they called him the angel of the Lord. He's the physical aspect that people have been able
right now
to be with, but it also says in the Bible that no one has seen the Lord, like Most High. But that's because the angel of the Lord.
But they've seen Jesus, right?
Well,
the angel of the Lord, which is Jesus.
Seen God. Moses did from behind, right?
Hey, let me.
The
hey,
angel
can I ask
of the Lord is what he's seen. The angel of the Lord.
So if we have two different forms,
you know what I'm saying?
Which is one person.
Yeah, for sure. But Jesus never came to become a man yet, so therefore he was the spirit.
This brings my second question.
Yep.
This brings my second question, because I'm just trying to understand. I'm not very biblically knowledge. That's why I'm asking stories.
Yeah, it's all good.
I don't know what the scripture is. So I'm asking y'all. But so, and we're in these bodies, and so I got your perspective on what you think happens here right now. But now I want to ask, if Earth is and hell is where we go after, and heaven is also where we go after we come from, how did we get into these bodies? From where?
Right.
That's
gotta go to
reincarnation. That's reincarnation.
Okay, but I'm not talking about Adam. They have souls. So if Adam and Eve are humans, and then they have a baby, that baby is not Adam and Eve's soul. That baby is its own soul.
I get what you're trying to say.
I'm talking about when God blew the breath into Adam. That's when the whole shit. That's when he woke up. You know what I'm saying?
The breath. Did God blow as well?
So it already started. Everything started from God.
This is what I was going to say, and it's going to probably answer your question real quick, Empress. When we talk about generations, right? Generations. Imagine if you are in somewhere to where your lights go out, and then because I've been places to where people have a second source of energy, which is called a generator, right? They're still generating the same energy that would naturally comes from the source, but you just have it compiled into this secondary instrument, right? So with that being stated, and I'm just going to ask this question to Chris, is it's kind of like what Selfmade was asking you: is the generator, the energy that comes from this generator, is it separate from the original source?
Are you asking is like being created different than being like Adam? Like, are you saying are we different from Adam? Is that what you're?
Okay, so let me put it plainly. So the reincarnation and what I just now gave you would be, it's the same thing, but it's being produced in a different generator, right? So it's coming from one thing that was coming from the natural source, but now the generator gives you a secondary source of the same thing, right?
It's like, what's the difference between water and ice?
Right. So the generation. So what I'm saying is that the generations is the reincarnation. That's what I'm getting at.
I would say something different. I feel like reincarnation is replica. So this is my personal belief now, okay? This is my point of view and perspective. There's only one. There's only one.
Right.
And it is the Most High. And it boom. And then that replicated itself. Boom. Just like so below. I'm talking macro right now, but we can bring it down to cells. How cells develop and then they multiply into 2, into 4, into 16, right? And it keeps going. And now that we are a vessel. And so what I'm saying is there is an energy and of that vessel that comes from somewhere and goes, right? It's on the move. I'm asking Chris, you think that origin comes from so that I can understand what to go after, if that makes sense.
So you're asking, where does the soul in the new child come from, basically, in a nutshell?
Pretty much understanding there's just one being. Like, I don't see the creator of all things as separate from us down here. So, you're gonna go to hell. To me, that sounds like God is sending God. Then where is that hell if we're all still, we're just here in the right now? Here's right now. It is. I am.
He says you were breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, no, you breaking up.
Okay, I thought that was me. I thought that was me. I was trying to listen hard on that one. All right, I was like, dang, they ain't gonna hear me.
Yeah, now sis, you were breaking up a little bit, so.
The mic moments. Go ahead.
Okay. So you're saying that there's one Most High, and then like the spirit is shared between multiple people just continuously. Correct? Is that fair to say, or am I like not off? I'm just trying to, because I gotta 5-step them for I can get it. All right. So now I got it. And I would just say like nah, just because like if that was true, then there would have to be the same amount of people on the earth for all time, with no variations of up or down. And now I can tell you that that's not true because of I don't even know his name, but he was a German scientist. It was in World War I. He created ammonia, helped start fertilizers. So that's why people were able to mass produce like farms. And if you actually seen from World War I, he actually it's probably the reason why you and I are born, just because they were able to mass produce food and get these fertilizers out. But on the contrary, he also used that same formula to use as mustard gas. So he killed people with that same stuff. So it's like, yeah, but it's crazy, right? I just threw that in there because I'm a why not? But when it comes down to like life, it's like there has been an increase, and then there was a massive increase as soon as technology, really set off. So,
but do you think that's a part of the balance again? You know what I mean? Because that's like saying
that's probably the imbalance, really.
But that's like saying everything's supposed to be stuck forever in exactly the same place and not have any kind of motion.
Well, no.
That would be the ultimate death for real.
Well, technically, no. The Earth can only technically be so heavy. Like, eventually, it will be too heavy.
But do you think it varies?
I think birth rate has increased, especially with like now. Like birth rate.
But has birth rates decreased also as well, right?
Yeah, we're in a birthing decrease currently because of the last like 5 or 7 years.
But if you look at that's why there was a thing called the baby boomers. It's like that period, with the what I'm talking about with when ammonia was produced, finally was produced, and then they put it in farms, and that's where the baby boomers came from. Like the mass production of children there, just like if you look, I can't even say that word. I'm gonna be y'all gonna laugh at me. Statistics, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, if you look at those stats, you know what I'm saying? If you look at the stats from the prior to the baby boomers to then, you can see how big the increase is. So if we're at a smaller decrease, I don't know how big. I never looked into recent, but you know, I
Like it
from
should
what I've
be
seen, from what I've seen from my
slowly.
friends and family, I do not think birth rates are decreasing. I feel like there's 2 kids to a household. Like what? Like minimum, like maybe 3. There's probably 4.
Hey, real
Like,
quick, on the because I believe we're still talking about reincarnation, right?
yeah.
So, what is your understanding of being carnal?
Like with my cardinal mind, like my physical brain, like my
Just carnal with,
materialistic mind, like
yeah, whatever you feel like carnal
my
is.
vicious mind, my vulgar, like the that type of
Anything
like the opportunist.
anything that you associate with being
Can I
carnal.
put some thoughts in?
Now, I got you. Let me ask this question real quick.
Okay.
Well, I don't think it's smart, and I don't think it's like biblical to think only with your cardinal mind. Like,
So would
I
you
don't.
say that the carnal mind or the carnal came from the non-carnal?
No.
Where did it come from?
So where did it come from?
I would say that it's if you're trying to say where did like the evil come from, like
No.
or
I can't let you go down that road.
I
I'm
thought you
only talking
was going down that road.
carnal
I
and
thought
evil are 2 different things. The reason why I use the word carnal, we might have to go definition like
Yeah,
physical.
definition. Yeah.
Yeah, can somebody pull that up?
Yes. So the definition of carnal means physical, especially sexual needs and activities, and it comes from the Christaro or carn, which means flesh.
Hold
Yeah,
on.
that's what I was saying.
And you know I got to go to the metaphysical book, right? So
So,
I'm
hold on,
gonna
wait,
look that up while you're doing that.
So when
Well, I was basing on that definition. I don't know if they got a different definition in there. I don't know.
Look, so watch this.
Don't know it. So I'll just be one. I didn't tell you ahead of time.
The only thing that I want you to take from the reason that I'm using carnal is talking about the flesh, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we're talking about the flesh, so carnal, if you follow what I'm about to say, is synonymous with being incarnated, right? Do you understand that?
Back into flesh.
So you're saying without a cardinal mind, none of this would have been created?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that before there is a carnal, right?
Yeah.
There is a non-carnal. But in that space of the non-carnal, there would have to be the carnal already existing and for the carnal to come into existence. So at that point in time, when that carnal come into existence, it's being reincarnated.
Or it can be the absence of non-carnal created carnal.
For what purpose?
No purpose at all. It was created because of.
So wait, you're saying
it's a bystander. You know, like how white and or black, one of those is just the absence of color. And one of them's every color. It's the same thing. It's just the absence of something can make something. It is possible.
But that means yes, it is something.
But it's something.
Wait, real quick. So in this situation, what are you considering to be the absence of something?
The cardinal mind is the absence of, or the absence of the presence of a logical mind. You know, a non-cardinal.
Okay, so what is the purpose?
Because basically you're going backwards with it when it should be the other way around.
That's what I intend to do.
Yeah, but that's what you're creating is making it go backwards when it's not the other way around. It was sanity. There was sanity first, and everything was good first, and the absence of everything being good caused that, or started that, or maybe created that. When absence of, I mean, you look, think about it in a biblical standpoint. The absence of like Adam at that time caused confusion to start, which led to the fall to happen. You know.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
Let me give it to you like this, right?
What's up?
Hold on, I just want to hear this one thing. I just want to make sure.
Real quick, Renee, real quick. So there was a knowledge of, there was a tree of knowledge of good and evil, right?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Where did that knowledge come from?
Who put it there?
God.
Who put it in the garden?
Of course God put it in it.
Hold on, wait. Hold on, wait. So where did God get that knowledge from?
God created everything. That's not even a question.
No. Pay attention to the words. I didn't say he created. Where did the knowledge of good and evil come from?
Where do you think it came from?
I'm asking you.
I told you it came from God because God created everything, but obviously you have a different answer. So what do you think it came from?
I appreciate that. So now there would be a regeneration through us that plays out this good and evil, right?
That's what was created.
So therefore, we are the reincarnation of that good and evil played out in the physical form.
That's not true. I don't know where that logic comes from. Hold on. Me eating something. The dookie is a reincarnation. That's what you're telling me. You telling me my dookie is a reincarnation?
Okay, so what is
not possible, y'all? That's not possible.
Hey, listen. I'm just saying. Do you want to get technical?
If you want to be technical,
how far do you want to go?
Yes.
Because we can get there for sure. We can for
You
sure.
know why? You want to know why it is?
That's not a reincarnation.
That's
not a reincarnation. That
hey,
is.
I don't swim in every pool. You know what I'm saying? Some waters is too cold, some waters is too deep. You feel me? But hey, if y'all like swimming in that pool where that makes sense to y'all, then go head first, dog. Go head first in there. I am not tripping. Go cannonball, dog. I'm like,
I know.
Don't give reincarnation now, dog. We're like,
hold on. So you're
hey,
made.
So how come every time we bring up a deep question, niggas replay Dookie?
No, I'm just shocked on the Dookie. I'm shocked on the Dookie, y'all. Y'all can speak of the rest of it. I'm shocked on the Dookie. We say yes to the. I'm right there, dog.
Let me ask you this.
Dude, I'm gonna break
the same elements that's in your dookie in you.
Come on,
bro. It's taking the toxins out. That is the bad stuff.
Time out.
Like it ain't the good stuff.
No. You didn't answer the question, bro.
Not no reincarnation of anything I want inside of me. That is all my bad stuff.
How did it? You're telling me that bad stuff came out of you.
Yeah, that's the bad stuff, though. The bad stuff comes out. We keep the good stuff. The good is what we keep. The bad should be shallow, for sure.
Time out, my brother.
Isn't that what God did? Isn't that what God did, though? In bringing His Son down to kill the sin? Didn't He kill the shit? But that's another thing.
Even before that, wasn't the garden perfect?
Oh my God.
Was the garden perfect? Yeah, the garden was perfect.
Okay.
But the serpent was not perfect.
No, you're not listening. Wait, let me go. Let me go real quick.
My bad.
So the garden was perfect.
Mm-hmm.
But the snake wasn't perfect.
How does that work?
How does that
Hey,
work?
I'll say serpent and snake, two different things. It ain't
Oh, okay.
zoology. It ain't zoology in there.
What are
We
we
ain't
doing
telling
right
y'all how snakes was
What are we
created.
doing,
I'm
my
just letting
brother?
y'all know. Ain't
What is we
zoology
doing?
in there.
What is we doing, bro?
I'm just.
Wait a minute.
I'm
Did you
sorry.
just say the serpent and the snake is a separate
What is
thing?
we doing, bro?
now?
What is we
No,
doing?
the serpent. If you know, see, that's why it's so important to actually know the Hebrew word for things because
We
it
just
means a
asking
fiery
general
being.
questions.
It's like a
What was in
fiery
the
being,
garden, bro?
which is
What was in
also
the
in
garden?
snake form. Which hold on, somebody mentioned ancient Egypt, right? The the
What was in the
the
garden?
the animal of knowledge in ancient Egypt is a what?
A serpent.
Okay, so now we know that the most cunning of creatures, like the Bible says, is in the garden.
So are you
And
saying the serpent is good or
Where did
bad?
that
Like, where are we
source
going?
That's
come
man, bro. Come
I'm
on.
saying,
We ain't gotta go down long
Wait,
paths. It's
no.
just a simple.
I'm
It's a
just saying,
simple.
everything is more connected than y'all think. I'm just saying, like if you
Was the
No.
really
serpent
think
a
about it,
perfect garden?
Listen.
but
You
like
know what?
everything's connected
More
because it
connected
goes
than
back to
what
God.
you
I'm
think.
still
Is what I'm
stuck
saying.
on the poop analogy.
So, Chris, hold on. I just want to ask Chris this one question. Chris,
Sure.
you think I can get your DNA from your shit?
For sure, I'm
Can
sure. I'm
I
pretty sure
get
you
your
can.
DNA from your shit?
Oh,
For sure, I'm
don't
sure
say
you
yes.
can.
Don't answer that.
Okay,
Don't
so
answer
if
that.
you said I can, then when you shit, you reincarnate. All it needs is a vessel to pull that information, and I
Okay.
Yeah,
could
that's a fact.
reproduce you
Okay.
because you gave of yourself. So your shit is a reincarnation of you because guess
No, it's
what?
not.
I
It's
can
not.
take a shit. Woon can take a shit. Selfmade can take a shit, and they'll be able to say, "No, that shit is Benay's. No, that shit is Woon's. That shit came from Selfmade."
And then
So
also say, "Oh, is that you?"
so you
They'll
can't
also say
just.
that.
I'm sorry. What?
They'll also say, "Oh, is that you?" Like they'll also say that. Some people are very surprised.
But here's the thing: is if we can take that print and say that this shit came from Woon, that is Woon, right? If that was the digital print left back on this earth, is that Woon was present because of this is his feces, then we can establish his presence. So if I can extract your DNA from shit or feces, I can make you again in the lab. You gave, that's your DNA. So I can reproduce your likeness from your shit. Does that make sense?
That's how they make clones.
That's
so that's what
it's
I'm
not a
saying. You can't get away
everything-
from your God imprint. You can't get away. Your skin, your sweat, your spit, everything that comes out of you is uniquely identified to Chris. Period. Like, so that is a form of reincarnation, right? Your fingerprints, like all of that. So be careful when you just spewing shit because the shit's gonna come back and hit you in the face with that shit, right? You can't just be chewing shit. We can't
For sure. You know, some people use for their own fertilizer for their plants, dog. So it's
Hey,
like
everything
hey.
is everything made out of the same stuff?
Yes.
Is everything made out of the same stuff?
Yes.
The same materials.
No.
What's not made from what we have? What's separate?
Plants are made from different things that trees are made from. People are made from different things that plants are made from. Look around you. Everything is made
I'm saying
from
we
different
have one. You know about the periodic table, right?
Yes, we have certain resources because you guys like to nitpick and freaking walk around in circles with this stuff. You and Woon, both of y'all.
No, I'm literally just all I'm asking is there anything outside of the periodic table when it comes to the elements?
No.
So everything that is formed on this planet is made from the periodic table, which is all of those elements.
Yes, and probably stuff you don't know because we haven't discovered everything.
True.
Okay.
If we discover it, then what?
Even if we discovered it, we would discover that same thing and everything.
Because
Probably
if
not.
we
There's still
recognize
parts
it,
of
it's a part of us.
there's still a vast part of the ocean we haven't discovered. There could be things that we have never seen before, never even known about before, that are down there that
More than
aren't
what I'm
materials
saying
that
is
are in
like
it.
this.
But baby girl, where does it come from? What is the source, right? And
Source.
everything in
No, I
creation
understand what you're saying, but
is
here's the
the
thing: there
spark of
could be
creation is God, though. Everything we can break that down to the source of God, even though as man we may not have acknowledged or know what it is. But just like I said, the space between my camera and me, there's a whole bunch of shit going on that I can't see, right? It doesn't mean that it doesn't exist or that it doesn't come from
No, I
God
understand.
because I don't understand it or I don't see it. It is
Mhm.
it's still in existence, and that is still coming from God because He is the creator. And
But
so
my question is,
everything that
what is the point in asking if everything is made from the periodic elements or the periodic table of elements?
Because if everything is made out of the same thing,
What are you
and it
saying? That
all
everything is a reincarnation of something? Is that your point?
it's a reincarnation of itself. Everything's made out of the same thing. So when a frog produces another frog, or an apple tree produces another apple tree the
That's
next
not
year, it's
true.
all of this. What do you mean?
That's not true. Not everything is a reincarnation of itself.
okay,
Yes,
so
there
let
are
me
things that are alike, but because
hold on. Let me just do this
wait,
real quick.
let me finish. Let me finish. Yes, there are things that may look exactly the same. However, okay, I'm just gonna use twins for example. All right, twins look exactly alike, but different DNA. There's differences in them. Yes, they have most of their DNA is about the same, but some of it's not. They're not exactly the same. Yes, they look like they are a reincarnation of each other, but they're not. They're different. They have
but the core
different
if you look down
personalities, different
but that's
cells, different immune system, different
I'm
because one could
so
be perfectly healthy and the other one could be dying every second of the day.
this is
but
what
what
I
are they
this is
made of?
Reincarnation.
But what are they
exactly.
made of? What are they made of? They both
It doesn't.
have DNA, right?
It doesn't necessarily matter what they're made of.
It
It
does
Because
does.
matter.
you can make
It
That's
does.
the whole point.
because you can make anything out of anything. It doesn't mean that it's going to be a reincarnation of something.
But in order to make everything out of
You're making when you make something out of something else, you're making a replica or a clone, so to speak. But it's
That's
not a
it.
reincarnation
But it doesn't mean that's
because you're not getting
Exactly.
that thing from that exact thing. It's not going to be the exact same.
But it is, right? So the it's an illusion that we have individuality. That's not the truth, right? So that's why, and they say, and God is like the tree of life, right? Well, is He a tree really? No, I mean, in the sense of how we would view Him, no, we would view Him as a man that is made in our image, or He's made in our image and likeness. But this is the part where we have to free our minds at, is that this, I used to tell Woon all the time, right? Or tell people like, oh yeah, there's two different me's. There's a spiritual me, and then this is like this physical me, and this physical me is dead, right? I used to say that all the time, right? I no longer say that, because even in my death, guess what happens to my body? I start decomposing. That is a sign of life, right? Because those gases and organisms that are doing the thing that they're supposed to do is returning me back to earth, turning me back to myself, which is ashes to ashes, dust to dust, right? We were made in the image and likeness from dust and from this element, and then God gave us the breath of life. So I'm still alive, right? This flesh is still alive even after I pass. So spiritually, I'm as an energy, I'm always going to live, right? But because I broke down and died, right? And now all of my being is being broken down into back to dirt. Now that dirt, guess what? Somebody's going to fertilize and grow a tree, build something with it. I'm still going to be constantly in the elements. And the reason why is because I came from source, which is God, right? Which is in every single thing. So that's the definition of ashes to ashes, dust to dust, going home. Your flesh is not dead like we would perceive it to be. It's very much alive. So
if we look at the Lion King, when they talk about the circle of life, that's
Yeah, that was
it.
deep.
That was it right there, because everything serves a purpose to the next thing, and that keeps on regenerating or generating energy to the next thing. And that's why I use generations as form of reincarnation, because on this type of time is literally the same thing.
Yeah, but you saying but reincarnation is something having a form of life or a form of being, and then it dies, and then it comes back as something else. We don't do that.
Right. So when you
as people or animals or plants or trees or anything living doesn't come back as something else. You are going to come back as a praying mantis. You're going to die, and then that's going to be it. There's nothing else after that. There is no and so I know you said before that like your kids are a reincarnation of you. They're not. They're a product of your DNA and somebody else's DNA combining together to make something else. It's not a reincarnation of you.
Which came from one source of life, though.
Because it's not you coming back as your kid.
So
if you did it on a very more simple scale, right? You have one thing. Just take it back to it. It's a ball of energy. You have this one thing, and it splits itself into something else. Is that something else not a part of that one thing because it came from it? You see what I'm saying? Like all of the elements that's in this one ball, that's that periodic table. Whether it's a hella more on the periodic table or exactly what's on the periodic table, that's what's in this ball. And when it separates, what's in this ball would have to have the same elements that's in this ball. There could be no separation because it's all stemming from the one thing, and then that separates, and that separates, and it does that infinity. Yeah, you might have a purple one, but you're gonna have another purple one over here somewhere, and then you're gonna have a blue one, you're gonna have another red one, you're gonna have a, you know what I'm saying? That's where you get the color spectrum. Like, is there anything outside of our color spectrum here on Earth that we can see? Can you see a different color outside of red through purple or white and black? You know, it's that's it. You know what I'm saying? So anything that stems from that would have to be from the main source.
Right. And then if we can't see those color spectrums, that's what we have infrared and all of those things, right, that are created to see, because there are things that we, with our eyes, we can't see, in our human eyes, and in our ears, we can't see, like a dog hears differently, right? Or a dolphin can hear you from, 100 miles away, or whatever the case may be. So there are different spectrums in it, but like Selfmade said, this is still composite of one thing. If this one seed spreads itself out into a bazillion different things, like I said, we're looking to the stars and outside, we're seeing the past. That is evidence of this, right? That explosion or that spark of creation. That's all it is. And so if you collect it all together and it shrinks all back together, guess what? What will you get? The original thing that exploded, the original light. There's nothing that can come outside of that original light. It can, even if it mutates and duplicates and triplicates and all this other stuff, if you collect it all together and put it together, it's still going to be this. That's it.
Well, let me say this real quick, because to the circle of life example that I gave you, one thing that stood out in your defense on that was the death part, right? So if we understand that death is just really a perception of the absence of what we think is life, right? Then that way we can, we can automatically say, well, something died, so therefore it cannot come back in a new life, right? Because we think that death is final. We think that death is real, right? So Benet spoke to that, and she was saying, like, you know what, this isn't the illusion of, right? So we can say illusion of, or we can say again, well, if we pick a fruit off of a tree, as soon as you pluck that fruit off that tree, as you disconnected it from its life source, so it would be considered dead. But guess what? As soon as we intake that fruit, then that would give us life. So that is a regeneration of that life by what you would consider to be dead, because we literally plucked it from its life source. So I'm giving you this example because we understand that that deadness, because it's no longer connected to life, still gives us life.
And it has a seed hidden within it that we can plant to
reproduce.
reincarnate
Right.
the life.
It's not going to reincarnate. It makes another one. It's not coming back as itself.
I got one question for y'all. I do have one question.
It's gonna
You guys,
create the same tree that produced the same apples.
It doesn't matter. It's a different tree. It's not the same tree. Yes, it is. When I say the same
apple
tree,
tree?
when I say the same tree, you can have an apple seed, plant the apple seed, it turns into an apple tree, and then you take an apple off, you eat another apple, and then you plant that seed, makes another apple. Yes, it is the same category, okay, but it's not the same one. It's not reincarnating back into itself.
So what's the difference?
The fact that it's a different tree.
What makes it different?
It's not the same thing. Yes, it's in the same
It literally does the exact same thing as the other one. So what makes it different?
But it's a different tree. It's like you acting like you take the seed, or you take the apple, you kill it, and then you freaking plant the seed in there, and it grows back into the same. You pull the same apple off the same tree that you got the same apple off of. You're not doing that.
So when you look
You're
at
not doing that.
when you look
You're
at the
taking-
forest or an apple orchard, are you able to tell the difference between them to know who was?
You said a what now?
If you look at the forest or a apple orchard, can you tell the difference of who was here first or what was the original tree? All you see is an orchard.
No, but you're being too broad with your explanation of it, because it's not a matter of who was here first. What I'm trying to say is, even though that apple came off that tree, and if you plant a new tree, or if you plant a new tree with a new seed, from the seed that you got from that apple, yes, they're in the same category. What makes it different is the fact that it's a different tree. Yes, it came from that apple. I'm trying to tell you,
you're saying it's different because it's different, but you have to.
It's a different tree
because it's are you saying because it's a new tree?
Right.
No,
That's what makes it different.
I'm saying that yes, it's that apple. Okay, yes, seed came from that apple. Yes, essentially it is a part of that apple because it grew inside of that apple, right? So it is a part of it. You plant it in the ground. What makes it different is that it's not. Yes, it's the same category, but it is a different tree. It's not. You're not gonna get it. You're not gonna, because it's a different tree.
But it's a new tree. Are you gonna get the same fruit?
Yeah, you're gonna get the same fruit, but it's not. It's not like you're reincarnating something into something else.
Okay, so if you had an apple orchard for 100 years and you just replanted the same seeds of the same seeds of the same seeds that it's coming from.
It's like you taking the same seed and you keep planting it over and over and over and over again to make an exact tree. That's reincarnation. What I'm saying,
that's what you're doing.
What I'm explaining is not reincarnation. I know it's probably hard for you guys to understand, and not that, I'm not trying to say it in a condescending way, but I'm just explaining it in a way, like, to me, it makes perfect sense. To y'all, it may not. Because, maybe I'm not explaining it good enough.
It's just young life versus some knowledge. That's all. But it's okay. We're here to bridge the gap, because I want you to be able to express yourself and say it in a way. But I also want you to be able to open your mind to the logic of it, right? Because if a seed brings a tree, and the seed says, I'm going to place my life inside of it, then when we partake of it, and then we have that life that it gave of itself, and we replant it, it is a new tree, but it is the same. It is the same seed, right? It may grow this way versus that way, but the seed, the core of what it is the exact thing, like of what it comes from. You can't take that seed and then, unless you're doing some biogenetic stuff, or you're injecting something else from it to create something new, it is giving you the repeat of itself. That's all I'm saying. So I just want you to be open to think about that. You can, if it's only a seed that carries a certain amount of 2 + 2 = 4, when it hits that ground, it's gonna come out still sprouting out 2 + 2 = 4, right? It may turn to the left or to the right, but if you test it genetically, it's going to be still 2 + 2 + 4, plus this one next to us is 2 + 2 + 4. It's all the same thing on a duplication process, right? And that's why we have fields of corn, orchards, or seeds of or vineyards of wine. It is one wine reproducing itself in a mass form. That's it. The vine may be curved to the left or to the right, but it is at its core, at its atom, one same thing that's been here from the beginning of time. This one life. Does that make sense?
You could even go mathematically with it and tap
That's why
in.
I kind of like interweave that math. 2 + 2
Yeah, you can definitely go that way and tap in with the Fibonacci sequence, because that's what everything is. You know, the sequence of how things form is based off of a mathematical sequence that is literally in everything. You can find it in everything. You know what I'm saying? So regardless of like what Benet was saying, a tree may lean to the left based off of the sun's projection, and it's not, it can't lean to the right, but how it's still formulating is still based off of that code regardless. Like, it can't break that, you know what I mean, based off of its genetics. Like, an apple tree cannot drop a seed and then from that seed produce a pear tree. It's not gonna happen. It's gonna produce an apple tree. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, to add to that, I'm glad that you brought up form, because with form, sometimes we get formula, right? So going to what Lamaya is saying about the formula may not be the same on a regular scale. If we talk about mathematics, sometimes the formula, just like what Benet is saying, is 3 + 1. But sometimes the formula may be 2 + 2. So even though the formula may look different, the outcome is still the same. It's still 4. Like, you know what I mean? So when we look at that, we just got to understand that it's still generating, and I have to, because I'm going back to my generating shit. It's still generating the same answer.
Yeah, I did have some thoughts on from earlier when Divine was talking about, or Posey was talking about God and like Jesus. My personal beliefs, because I grew up in some of you guys know, some of you guys don't, but I grew up in a Baptist church. I switched from like 3 or 4 different churches. And I explored a little bit on my own, so I know like a little bit of everything. But my beliefs are regarding God and Jesus. I believe that it's 3 different, but they're all the same. So it's like God the Father, Jesus the Son, and then the Holy Ghost. And then so they're all different. It's not one person playing 3 roles. they're different, but they're also all the same.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Just like the apples. Yes.
Huh?
Just like the apples. Yes.
What are you saying, that they're reincarnating?
It's the same. No, I was just trying to tie it in for you because
no,
I agree.
you can't use the apple as an analogy.
Because
that would be parts of the apple, and it's not parts because they're all different. So that's why I don't ever use that analogy. And I also don't. I used to use the egg analogy, and then I realized that it's the same thing, because with the egg, it's like you have the shell and then the yolk and then the egg white, but it's parts. It's not like, yes, they're different, but it doesn't explain it well enough for people to understand. That's why I don't use the egg or the apple analogy, because it's basically playing a role. It's like three parts, but it's all the same thing. That's not what the Godhead is. It's three different distinct people, right? Or three distinct beings, but they're all the same.
When you say distinct, can you give the actual roles? Because I want to build with you at this point. Can you give the actual roles of the distinct character? And I know that you said that they're the same, but I just want you to build on the distinct roles of these individuals or the individual energies.
I'm sorry, one more time.
So you said that I know that you said that they're all all the same, but I want you to give an example of each individual distinct roles that they have, just so we can build, because I want to speak to that.
So you want me to explain the different roles that they have?
Definitely.
Okay. Well, God is the Father, right? So he's the Most High. Jesus is the Son, and then the Holy Spirit is the, I don't want to say spiritual, but he's like the is the Spirit of God.
I got you. No. So what you just now did, and I understand what you said, but what you just now did was give me title represented by title. What I'm looking for is title represented by energy, or represented by what that title entails.
What are the characteristics of it?
Yeah, exactly.
So what are they represented by?
So what would ultimately be the roles and not just the titles, right?
The role of God is the Father. The role of Jesus is the Son, and the role of the Holy Spirit is the, what did I say? I forgot what I said the first time.
You said it right.
A father is still a title. So because I want to respond to you in a specific way.
Well, God is the Father. He's the creator. And Jesus is the Son, and he is essentially, biblically speaking, he is the Word.
Okay.
And he is okay. If you want energy, I'm gonna put it like this. I don't know if this is gonna explain it the best way, but God is life. Jesus is the Word, and the Holy Spirit, or the Holy Ghost is, I want to say, I don't know how to word that one.
So, okay, let me hold on. Let me ask you this then. What would be, if you were to give them jobs, right? What would be their job description? What will be God's, the Father, the Son, and the Spirit's job description? What is their purpose? What do they do?
All right.
The career, I get that part.
Yeah, because then that'll.
All right, so if we're gonna put it as job descriptions, the Holy Spirit is there to, is basically like a mediator for us and God. So the the Holy Ghost, like, let's just say if we're praying to God, basically what happens is we pray, we ask for something, the Holy Ghost is like, all right, he changes it up a little bit, and then he sends it to God. Basically, this is just metaphorically speaking,
No, you
right?
good.
Or theoretically speaking.
Yeah, go
And
ahead.
then, and then, Jesus is like the word. As I don't know if you guys know the story of Jesus, but he taught. You know, he taught God's preaching or God's teachings. You know, like thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not kill, things like that. And then God is the Father. You know, like the dad, to put it in simple terms. You know, he gives you free will, like a dad would. He gives you the rules like a dad would, and he gives you the choice, the free will, like a dad would, on whether or not you want to follow those rules or not, and he hands out the consequence, good or bad, depending on whether or not you choose to follow those rules that he put in place.
See that kind of aligns with and I fuck with you when you say that. Because my thing has always been when I start to get on this type of time was how we are the Trinity. We have mind, body, and spirit, right?
Well, yeah, I guess.
I'm gonna let you spill if you don't agree or if you do agree, but it's all good. But then, so
I mean, I feel like I don't really feel like it's a trinity. I feel like it's a balance, like a harmony to our lives.
That's cool. Harmony, I love that because
Mhm.
harmony to me would be what they call universe, right?
Right.
Uni is one thing, verse is the music. Harmony, everything is in harmony. So the music, everything is aligned in one thing. So I get that too. So when it comes down to what I would say that the humans possess as far as a trinity, because again, biblically speaking, we're made in God's image, right?
Yeah.
So if we're talking about this Godhead having this Trinity thing, mind, body, and spirit will be the closest thing to that, right? Because still on a human scale, we still have the mind to create, right? And this is why I'm asking what your definition was, because what you just now told me was that the Father gives these instructions, right? So that so in relation to that, it would create these instructions for everything else to follow by, right? So the mind takes care of that. So then the spirit would actually be the observer of that, right? The spirit would say, hey, well, I know what God is talking about. So just like you said, the mediator, well, let me make sure that everything is all good. So in order for you to make sure that things is all good, you have to observe what's popping from God's standpoint and then from the human standpoint. Like, you know what I mean? That's the mediator, that's the middle. So I understand you on that as well. As far as the son, I say the creator, the observer, that's the God, and that's the spirit, the mind and the spirit, and then we got the body, right? The body would be the son. This is Jesus in the flesh coming down in order to carry out God's will in the flesh, right? So he participates in giving God's instructions or God's word, just like you said, God's word. So this is the participator in carrying out God's will, right? So when it comes down to that, we are ultimately that. And I have to go back to the as above, so below, because if we understand that the mind, body, and spirit, how I just now put it, I'm not saying anybody else will, but how I just now put it mirrors exactly what you just now said about God.
Correct.
So when it comes down to that, I ultimately I believe in the Trinity, and I believe that that everything comes from this one Godhead, but it's also a three-part thing. So when they in the Bible, when they talk about now man has become like us, or they refer to themselves as the plural, which is what the Hebrews represent as the Elohim. It's all just these three Godheads coming into one. because as soon as it says now they've become like us, and then I think the Bible verse after that refers back to the one. And you
Right.
out just now said that they're all separate entities, but they're still all representing one thing.
Correct.
So we can still be just this one human thing, but we represent three things at the same time: mind, body, and spirit.
Correct.
So I definitely rock with you on that. And I think that, when we start to bridge the gap on that type of understanding, then everything doesn't seem like spooky. Like, you know what I mean? It doesn't, the spookism is out of there when we get to talking about spiritualism versus religion, right?
Woo!
Because
That's a bar.
because as soon as we start to bridge that gap, by
Wait,
way of
you said
asking questions,
spiritual versus religion.
I'm only saying verses for the sake of this conversation. But what I'm saying is that
I was like, we can get into it if you want to.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, so funny.
because me personally, religion would be the stepping stone or the catapult to get you back into the spirituality, as just like how they say the origin of sin was through man. So through Jesus, we're going to come back through this thing. But Jesus also had to become a man. You understand what I'm trying to say?
Exactly.
All of these things are the same thing. So when we talk about this on the same level, and which is why I'm glad that we have people like you, we have people like Chris Posey, we have people like Valley Uno, we have people like Kareem, and we have people like even LB. And I just now got word tonight that LB is actually incarcerated. So I want to send positive energy to LB. But all of these different people that when I discarded the Bible, they was like, no, well, before you do that, you got to read these scriptures.
Yeah.
Me being me, I was just like, all right, well, let me read these motherfuckers then. Like, you know what I mean? But they made, it was a confirmation from me because I understood the scriptures without even reading them. But now I'm able to now that I've read them, I'm able to come into your world and also introduce you to mine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's it's bridging that gap. But I'm glad that you said that you're looking for, because you said it, right? Just like I said about Chris Posey earlier. Chris Posey pulled up with the banger, like, what y'all want to do? And
Yeah.
like you was like, well, where's the debate at? Like, I want to debate, like, you know what I mean? So just being in that energy is going to allow us to have these type of conversations that is going to bridge that gap. So I appreciate you for coming in that energy, because you was like, this whole dance shit is cool, but where the beef at?
Yeah. And I was gonna say that to you too. Like, as you being a young life, right? You're an old soul, but this is as we're living out our life, right? We already know that there's a beginning and the end, right? And it's all the same time. And if I can give you an illustration, do you remember when you were a kid? I don't know if this happened. Did you make like little snowmans, or like little people that came out as the accordion? You know how like you stack the paper up and then you trace out a man and then you cut it out and then it's like 5 of them, right? I would view that as like an exact like what moment in time looks like. Because when you suppress them, all you see from the outer is the shape of man. But when you stretch them out over time, you can see all of these 10 or 15 things, right? And then when you suppress them, it is one, right? So for you, when I say you're a young life and you're an old soul, right? But you came from God, right? So there's a certain amount of knowledge that you have. And I'm a firm believer that my purpose in life is to be like the flight attendant to welcome people back home, right? That I had to get a certain amount of knowledge to be able to speak to a young life and also receive, right? Because you're teaching me things. It's not that I know everything, right? It's reciprocal. It's relational. That you are choosing to be in this hot seat because you do want to learn. You could have been anywhere tonight on a Thursday night, right? We're getting ready to go into, well, technically it's Friday, right? But you're here absorbing this information. So when I stress to you to keep your mind open and to really start digging and start researching more, do that, right? So I do want to commend you with that. But I want to expand on when you said that you don't think that we're the trilogy in that sense. If you were in the hospital, right, and they said that you were brain dead, that's part of your mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
Your body can still be breathing and your soul has not left. So what do we have? One thing that seems to be non-existent, but we still have two things, your soul and your body. And until your body dies, then your soul will leave, right? So, and why I related that back to the tree is if the tree never produced any fruit, if I extracted the DNA from it, we could know that a tree, an apple tree stood here, right? But it's the fruit that comes from that, which will be like the physical manifestation of what this, of the Father. The Father is the bark, the branches, and all of that. The fruit is the Son, right? The spirit of it is the seed. And so that's how I kind of bring it back into that circle of life. And so as long as we continue to plant the seeds, and I'm so proud of you, it's late, right? And you know, I know you probably got school. You are staying up and grabbing on and asking the hard questions that 40, 60, and 70-year-olds are not asking.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So you are getting the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. Just take a moment to digest it and really start looking at it. And I'm telling you, you are such a I just can't wait for you to I'm gonna speak something to you real quick if you allow me to. Your purpose in life is to bring to switch those lights back on. That's why you think the way that you think, and why you even have the show that you have, or the TikTok that you have. Because for your generation, you are a light bringer. You are a truth bringer, right? But let me tell you something, okay? As a God to another God, this requires a daily renewing of your mind because you don't know it. You could be on the path, and this is why, like Woon was saying, we want to build with you. Like, you catch these concepts, the 20-year-olds, the 17-year-olds that are looking at your page, guess what you just did? You just planted a seed. To them, you are like a father, right? To you, that the fruit of your words is for them to devour. That's why they say food is good for the soul. Because once they digest that food, guess what they can produce? They can produce the knowledge and the wisdom that was given and passed down to them. So, I'm so excited for your future, and I'm so excited for you just having the hunger for knowledge. You know what I mean? And being able to sit in the hot seat. Because we if you want the debate, listen, you know what I'm saying? We're going to give it to you. All right. We're going to give it to you. You know what I'm saying? But, and it's not coming from a place of that you don't know nothing and you don't, out of the mouth of babes, right? Like, the kingdom is really for the babies. And so when we see a baby that is, yes, you are still a god. I still feel like you're a god and a goddess, right? If we want to do masculine, feminine, or whatever, you're still a god. But just because you're a god, it's almost like if we take Marvel, right? Or you know that you got superpowers. Do you know how to control them powers at the beginning? No. It takes somebody that has superpowers to say, all right, you got to hone this shit in. You got to learn how to get a hold of your emotions. You got to learn when to speak, when to do things, right? And you are a young goddess. You are a young god. And I just wanted to give you your flowers right now. That's it's not about when you grow up, right? You're doing the work right now. Just like I said, continue to expand your mind on some of these concepts, because once you start opening that, listen, I'm just like, I cannot wait to be like, you know what? I told her that like in the end of 2022. Look at her now, right? Look at how many lives have been changed because of her message, because she did the work. And that's the problem. People are not willing to do the work. They're not going to study. They're gonna regurgitate some shit that they heard. Like, and I see you as a studier because you're what? Graduating with honors, right? So you have a knowledge for wisdom. So don't stop, but just be open and be willing to continue to put yourself in the hot seat as God did, as the ultimate sacrifice, right? To be able to admit, you know what, I may not know everything, but you know what, I'm gonna put myself in a place to receive that knowledge and apply that knowledge moving forward, if that makes sense. So I just wanted to say that, like, if that makes sense to you, you know what I mean? Because like, baby girl, by the time you 40, like, you're gonna have so much game to give. You know how many lives you gonna change? Like, how many lives you've already changed? So
you probably scared of her 40. I want to see her get that shit in like 22.
That's what I'm saying. But she's already doing it, right? You already are saying the unpopular, right? So here's the thing. When you are spending time with the elders in this way, in essence, and helping you grow into the fullness of the tree that you are, the opinion you're going to give is extremely unpopular. Extremely unpopular. They're not going to understand this, but you're going to understand this because you were willing to put yourself in the hot seat and be tested and to open up your mind. You know what I mean? So you're doing it already. At how old are you?
17. Gonna be 18 in a month.
Oh, you're January? When's your birthday? January what?
15th.
Okay, I'm January 9th. Okay, hey, you still
okay.
Okay. So
yeah, big ups to that, for real.
Listen. And so just make sure that you get so unapologetically ready to drop this knowledge, to live this knowledge, right? And trust me, that shit ain't this is hard, right? Jesus died on the cross. They killed him, right? So understand how important it is while you have breath and while you have life to do your Dougie and to do it well. Study it, know it, speak it, live it, walk it. You feel me?
And don't be afraid to die.
Woo! That's what I said. Jesus died, right? So you're gonna have to, the things that you are learning right now that may seem like, I don't know about this, baby girl, young goddess, you're gonna have to die. And I'm telling you, on the other side of this,
I wish you did.
This is the proof of that. It is lit. Metaphysically, right? Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Metaphysically, you're going to have to die to your old mind. And as Woon said, your carnal self. That is the dead part of your consciousness. And step into the consciousness that I will do more and exceedingly better than what God, the physical man, did on this earth. He spoke those words. So why don't we believe that shit? Why do we like act like it's blasphemous? It's more blasphemous to not be in purpose than to be fearful of God. He told you who you are. He gave you your assignment. So young goddess, step into your light, continue to stay around us and do your Dougie. And I'm so proud of you. Like, just like walk in spirit and truth. You know what I mean? And just do what you do. You know what I'm saying? But stick around. Listen, you already a cold piece doing it, what you doing at 17. So when you get to 22, you think you're an old soul now, you're gonna feel like an old lady. But the blessings, right? And your life work and the fruit that you produce will produce life in the friends and the family members, because you are not afraid to speak it on them. You're not afraid to like do what you do, what you've been encoded to do, what you were born to do. is to be uniquely you, right? So
Yeah.
do the damn thing. Do it well. Don't wait till you're 40. Do it now as you're doing it. So salute.
Right.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I gotta crack another bottle. Y'all trying to get me faded tonight? What we doing?
Yeah, because my bottle is dead, so I gotta just.
What are we talking about next?
Right.
That's what I want to know.
Well, I mean, I don't know. We into Friday show though. Like, I don't know. Are we still doing? Are we still going?
Yeah, no. Well,
the segue out of
ultimately.
this thing.
I'll go ahead. You got it.
You feel? Yeah, time. But I appreciate kicking it with y'all. You feel me? As happy 1 year.
Yeah. Yes.
You gotta hit us with the one more. Can we get one more like? You got it. You got it up.
Right. For the sign off. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Gotta get it. Gotta get it.
Right. Yeah, man.
There we go.
Yes, sir. It's official, man. It's official. Right.
But yeah, definitely. When it comes down to, because I asked you a question, Lamaya, when it comes down to, as far as the year. For me personally, it's been a dope ass year. I ain't even gonna hold y'all. There was so much that I've grown from. Like, you know what I mean?
I don't mean to cut off though, but I think I'm gonna sign out too because I do gotta go.
Oh no, go ahead, my bad.
Hey, go ahead.
Yeah, no, but I didn't want to dip without saying nothing. You feel me too, y'all? You know, I appreciate y'all letting me on here, and congratulations to y'all for y'all. You feel me, year and stuff. That's tight, you know.
Yeah, appreciate you.
But yeah, time y'all, you feel me, need me. It's all good. Just give me a word, dog.
Yeah, bro, we're gonna have to have you on, man. We're gonna have to have you back on, bro.
Yeah.
I would love to build with you because I think we could see each other. We just, we may be like a little separated, but I'd love to build with you. So anytime that you, like, if you're going live or a podcast or whatever, I'd like to tap in though, because I feel you. So I just want you to know that it's all good energy.
Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, I appreciate y'all. And you feel me? It's to, like you said, grow people's minds. You know, some people might, you feel me, on my side might like what y'all or what y'all said. Some people on y'all side might like what I said. So it's just about, you feel me, just putting words out there so people can make their own decisions because that's what it is in the end. You know. But yeah, I appreciate y'all though, and thank you for letting me on here for sure.
We're all Christians.
Yeah, we're all Christians, okay? We're all Christians.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Well, yeah, just your perspective of the Bible then. That's all. That's what I mean. You know, there's different congregations. Your congregation then. Your denomination. How about that?
Yeah.
But yeah, I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a good night, all right?
Hey man, salute to you, brother.
Yeah.
See, and he just now gave me the alley-oop. That's what my thing was this year. I probably said it before, but I learned that I'm a Christian. I learned that I'm a Hebrew Israelite. I learned that I'm a goddamn
Buddhist.
Buddhist. There we go on everything. I learned that I'm all of these things, right? But now I can have that understanding of saying that in my own mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the more that people come onto the show, the more that that I talk to different people, it's just like, well, Woon, you say that you're these things in your own mind, but talk to a Christian, talk to a Buddhist, talk to a Hebrew Israelite, talk to these people and build with them. Can you be in the same room at the same time and still proclaim that same thing? And at the end of the year, my answer is yes.
Yes.
So for me, man, this it's been this year, for the sake of this conversation, this year for this podcast has been just that for me. It's just been like, man, look, we had the opportunity to bring so many different people that usually wouldn't be in the same room.
Yeah.
On a public platform. You said, we started on the phone,
Yeah, and it's just like, like how, how does that, what does that look like for real? Like, you know what I mean? Like, how does that play out? It's just like, y'all would never kick it for real in real life. Y'all would never build, and then exchange notes in certain settings. But guess what? Bring your ugly ass over here. I already got an ugly motherfucker right here. Nigga, you ugly. Bring your ass over here too. And I'm the ugliest nigga of them all. So guess what? We all have something in common. Ugliness. Right?
Yeah.
So when it comes down to that shit, it's just,
She said, yeah.
Yeah.
yeah, I'm like, hold on. I ain't been that else. Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I thought it was a little bit.
Well, I don't believe in the ugliness, what I'm saying, the way that I'm built, but that's another story.
But no, but when it comes down to that, it just this podcast in this year allowed me, because again, for the people who know the backstory, before me and Self was on a podcast, we used to go around chopping niggas on their understanding and beliefs and shit, right? Relentlessly. But now it's just like, okay, we don't have to come in that particular type of energy. Now we didn't already killed you. Like, you know what I mean? So now what would it do for us to keep on trying to kick a dead horse, right? So now it's just like, now that we've already, because we was killing niggas on the accord of coming into understanding of self, right? But as soon as you come into understanding of self, if you can't understand nobody else on their terms, have you really came into contact with self? So this is the level of work that that this podcast has allowed me to do personally, was just to embody somebody else's energy as if it was mine and to relate to it. This is okay. So what are you talking about for real? Like, so you know what I mean? So when Chris was saying tonight, and I'm using him as an example, when he was saying certain things, it's my job for me to, if I already proclaimed this level of the I am, he is now my test. Chris is, somebody who is just like, okay, well, Woon, just like I said, he came with his gun, like, what y'all niggas want to do? Lamaya is the same, the same energy, especially being a young light, but she's just like, okay, so, well, she said it. Like, well, let's debate. Like, where's the conflict? Like, you know what I mean? So
This is fun. It's
Yeah,
interesting
like,
to hear everybody else's ideas. That's why I like when people start explaining stuff and then they get really passionate about it and then they just start going in and I'm like, wait a second, it's just fun.
Right. And see, that's where I'm at right now. And that's kind of like what I said earlier. Like, when I was younger, I had an old soul. But now that I'm older, I got a young spirit. So it's just like, I like that, that interaction. It's just like, it's allowing me to tap into that specific type of energy. Because when you tap in with that I am self, people would think that would be the goal, right? But the goal is to actually say, you want to know what? That's the easy part.
Yeah.
So real work is to be able to meet somebody else on their own label, and I'm sorry, not label, on their own accord, and then be able to actually tap in with them. That's the work, because now you have to work. Now I can't just say, well, nigga, I was over here doing this thing while you was over there. Just like I said, people were saying, well, how are you going to talk about the Bible and you ain't read it? Well, guess what? Give me a scripture, nigga.
That shit's in me.
Yeah,
It's in me.
You understand what I'm saying?
It ain't
So now,
on me. It's in me.
right.
When
So
we
now
debate, it's like I try not to be so biblical because when I've debated with people before and that's all that they would talk about is just biblical stuff. And I'm like, I don't want to sit here and be biblical with you because you're not going to understand what I'm saying, because your beliefs aren't the same as mine.
Right.
And so I try to be more, I don't know if it's like spiritual or like humanistic. That's how I try to, that's the approach I try to take. But like sometimes when y'all start talking about biblical stuff, I'm like, all right, let's just do it. Because y'all want to talk about biblical stuff. So
now, Lamaya, just tap into metaphysics. Metaphysics will help you be able to talk to people that speak Bible. And I think a lot of times what we do is we've learned that the masses learn Christianity from a Bible sense, right? So you have to be able to understand the Bible to be able to teach like coming out of the Bible in a limited way, right? You're going to be able to learn what the parables mean, so you don't have to use the Bible. I can use science to be able to explain God, right? I can use any religion to be able to do that, right? So just that might help you. Go
I
ahead.
disagree.
Okay.
I disagree.
Hey, let me before you go into the disagree, what I was gonna say to that, and I'm gonna let you spill. My thing, because we could say metaphysics, we could say certain different things. Me personally, I would say mathematics. If anybody asks me what to fuck with, I'm gonna say mathematics off top. And the reason that is because if we even understand this on a physical level of what mathematics will be, which will be money, and people say that money is universal, right?
Yeah, it's universal.
Mathematics is a universal language.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
That basically is everything we're talking about. So when it comes down to math, if I could, just like I said, if I could break it down to the simplest form, and then give you the form you love, even though your formula may be 3 + 1 and mine is 2 + 2, we still gonna get that same answer. Like, you know what I mean? So math to me
Yeah.
is super important, and you know what I mean. So if me as a person from the I am perspective can understand math, I feel like I could talk to anybody. Like, you know what I mean? Because numbers don't lie, just like what they say. So if we're in line with that, then it's up. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say that when it comes to science, I'm gonna just say this. I'm a fan of, I call it basic science. I truly wholeheartedly believe, and I call it science falsely so called, because the science that all these smart people, professors and things talk about, that has to do with like evolution and all these other things that I personally think are weird as hell. I I don't agree with that at all. That's why I say basic science. Yes, I agree with the fact that science does explain God if it's basic science, because the science falsely so called does not explain God. If anything, it denies God in every way possible.
Correct. And I'm glad that you brought that up.
Yeah, and then I forgot the other one that you were talking about. You said science, and what was the other one?
Metaphysics.
No, she was talking about it, but she said science and something else.
I said metaphysics. Yeah, because it's metaphysics when you break it down. But and I'm glad that you say that. When we get to a place where we can, with spirituality and science, really come together, that's going to be a whole nother thing. Now, I'm not talking about Scientology. I'm not talking about that.
Yeah.
Understanding the mathematics alone is spiritual, because that explains source.
Oh, that's the one that you said. It was religion. That's
Yeah.
that's the one that you were saying, like Buddhism and Hinduism.
I think that was Woon, I think, yeah.
For me, that doesn't explain God. It may explain, and I put air quotations on this, versions of God, like Allah, or like the Yeshua, the other ones, the other names, I should say. That's what I feel like it explains. But because I've dipped my toes into those other religions, for me, what those other religions mean to me, or what I have learned, is that everything is all about working or being a good person. When I say working, I mean doing things. Doing things to be a good person, to help you become a better person. But with my personal belief, I'm not going to get into it too much. This is regarding, your soul, going to heaven or hell, because that's where I believe you go to one of those two places, depending on what you believe. If you believe on Jesus Christ, these are my personal beliefs, you go to heaven, and it's only through Jesus Christ. You don't have to be a good person or anything like that. Not trying to be a preacher or anything, but I'm just explaining my personal beliefs. And those other ones don't explain God at all. They don't. To me, they don't explain God. They don't
Hey, before you
glorify God how they should.
But
Is what I'm
earlier,
trying to say.
before you respond to that, Benet, real quick, can I ask? And I have to ask this because it's just now sparked my mind real quick.
You
Lamaya.
always got some stuff to say.
Because you just now sparked my mind. I promise you,
Right.
literally just sparked my mind, right?
All right.
So, do you believe that God is omnipresent?
Yes, I do.
So, is God gonna be in hell?
Huh?
Woo!
Is God going to be in hell too?
Yeah.
All right,
He's
then
always down there. A lot of people,
Right.
a lot of people believe that it's the devil who's going to be in hell, which they're not wrong, but it in the sense, because he is going to be in hell, just not the way that they think. He's not going to be sitting on this throne watching people burning or whatever. He's going to be with the people who are burning. God is going to be the one on the throne watching them burn.
That's cool.
So,
I got some good to look at while I'm in hell.
Okay,
I was looking at
okay.
God like, nigga,
Yeah, what's up, bro?
You know
I
what?
know you gonna let me out of here
You know
soon,
what?
man.
This is where I
I'll
said
fuck with that.
what I spoke to you, right? Is because you already have a certain understanding, right? Because there's a if God is responsible for it all, and he knows that he's responsible, and he had to send his son down to kind of kill off the negative part of himself, still a part of himself is in hell, right? We don't discuss that, right? So the fact that you
it's not a part of him, because it's not, because God is not evil. He's not sin. God if you read, there's a certain verse in the Bible, okay, because I believe God is Jesus. Jesus is God. I mean, they are separate, but they are the same. Jesus knew no sin. That's how he was able to take on everybody else's sin and pay for everybody else's sins, past, present, and future sins.
Contradiction.
He doesn't.
Hold on.
When I say he doesn't know, or he didn't, or he knew no sin, that means he wasn't a sinner. He couldn't sin because he was righteous, because he was holy, because he was perfect.
But you said he was
Correct.
taking.
Hold on. But you said Jesus, right? Not God.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus is God in a man flesh, which would
Jesus is God in the flesh. Yes, I agree with
correct,
that.
right? So in him in the flesh, he was showing how he was made perfect. But what I'm saying is, if God created, the creator created the heavens and the earth, in order for there to be sin, it had to become from an origin, right? And here's the thing. The argument
from
with
Adam and Eve didn't come from God.
No, it became before that because
No, it didn't.
hold on. Okay, so then how do you explain Lucifer, right? Because how do you explain that in heaven there was a discord in beliefs, right? And so here's the thing.
That was because of Lucifer. That wasn't because of God.
Which was created by God, right? And so
but however, because I'm sure you know, Lucifer or Satan was the most beautiful angel. He was the perfectly created, and I put air quotations on that, perfectly created angel. And so Lucifer, became prideful. Where
does pride come from? What I'm saying is, he was created. He was made to be right. He was made by God in a certain image. And let me break it down like this. Okay, so most women like guys that have deep voices, right? So deep voices sound sexy. They're this or that or whatever, right? But what does a demonic voice sound like? Also, deep, and to the depths of that same baritone.
Not necessarily.
It can, right? It can.
Yes, it's possible, but not usually.
Right, but I'm just going to use it as this as an example. When people think of the voice of the devil, they hear this deep, like, you know, dark voice. They don't hear Mickey Mouse, right? That's not scary. They hear Mickey Mouse, right? They hear a darker vibration. So here's the thing: is if he was supposed to be a perfect angel, what he showed God was, hey, I am like an image of you. You created me, right? And so with God, he had to acknowledge that this part of himself
he didn't make the angels or Lucifer in his
so they
image.
always existed without God.
He did make them. I'm just saying he didn't make them in his image. He made us in his image, in the likeness of his image. He didn't make them in the likeness of his image.
Exactly. So here's the thing, right? Is with him, he was the closest to the most perfect outside of a human being, right? So with that being said, and why I went to the baritones in the of a man's voice versus a demonic voice, when you give a channel to something, and this is the fluidity of God, if you say there has to be a balance, right? Of a baritone voice that makes you feel a certain kind of way, that same baritone voice can make you feel a certain kind of way on a dark spectrum, right? And so the mirror that God had to face, hence when we talked earlier about the wiping away of human beings, that was a reflection of himself. At some point, God has to come to he had to come to a realization that I am responsible for all of this, right? The sin that is in man, and I am the creator. I've actually created sin. God is vengeful, right? He's angry. He will.
He didn't create sin.
That is the origin. Where did sin come from?
Lucifer.
Who was made by whom?
Well, technically not Lucifer. It actually came from Adam and Eve.
Who was created by who?
But who was still
just because God created them doesn't mean it came from him.
So God, hold on. Let me walk you down here. So God made a tree that said, hey, I'm gonna create, you can have everything here, but do not eat of this tree. He created the tree of knowledge of good and evil, right? So he still understood that this was an access point. So what I'm saying is, you got to understand, to have balance, the yin and the yang, God is both good and evil. And when he came to the realization that I can't coexist with both, because this is where the heavens start breaking up, this is where sin starts coming up, we can't coexist. I'm responsible for this. So guess what? I have to pay the price. I have to send my son down to correct this, right? Because nobody else can do it. Nobody else is responsible for the sins of man but me. And that's why he's gone through that, and why he was and here's the thing: when he was walking the earth, he was privy to the laws of being a human being. That's why the devil tried to what? Corrupt him and say, hey, if you bow down to me in this earthly form, I'll give you all the land. God was tempted, right? Or was presented with a temptation, but it was so imperative that he stuck to the plan. Once he stuck to the plan and died for our sins, for the redemption, that was the end of it all. And this is what we need to do and preach it, so that we can get these light bulbs turned back on, so you don't die in the darkness that he's created. And he's aware of that. That was the purpose. He loves us so much that he wants to redeem us, right? And this is why it's going to continue on until it continues on and continues on, because he doesn't want to lose a part of himself, but he understands that a part of himself has to die. And that was the mirror that Lucifer said, hey man, you created me. I'm beautiful. I'm fine. I got the music ministry of music. Like, they shouldn't be praising you. I'm damn near perfect, just like you. Right? And he was able to convince a third of the angels to come down with him. And so when you look at it, when we go back to the seed, that is the hardest part for people to swallow, that God is not perfect in the way that he is both anger and love. And he hates the part of himself that is not all love. So the only way to do that is to separate himself in a form of individuality, so that in that individuality that can be killed off, which is considered hell, and cast away and brought forth a new life, a new heaven, a new earth where there is no pain. There will never be another Lucifer in heaven. Never. There will never be anything that is imperfect, because that part of himself had to die. And that is the part when they said Jesus or God doesn't
That
know.
wasn't part of him, though.
So what part of it is it?
I don't agree with what you're saying.
No, and it's okay. It's okay, young God, right? You will come to a point of understanding as you continue to grow. But it is that in order to have a perfect heaven, at some point sin has to die. Do you agree
He
with
did have
that?
a perfect heaven. He still does.
It is perfect in the sense of right now. It's already
No,
done.
I'm saying it was before Lucifer. Lucifer was created. It was when Lucifer was created, and it still is.
It is.
Lucifer didn't make heaven not perfect.
No, but so what is the purpose of a new heaven and a new earth?
For the believers.
So if there's a place of hell, so if hell is going to be separated from everybody and we're going to have a place of judgment, and those people are going to get cast out to the sea of huh?
I said there's two judgments. There's different ones. There's one for the believers and there's one for the non-believers.
Correct.
The non-believers are going to most likely go to hell.
Okay.
And then the believers are going to go to heaven. Those are my beliefs.
Right. So if the believers go to heaven, are they still full of sin, or are they righteous?
Basically, what happens is they're still righteous because they're saved.
But they are still, so there will still be sin in the new heaven?
They're going to be judged based on what they did for Christ. Everything that they did that was according to the will of God is what they're going to be judged for. And whatever, basically, the analogy in the Bible for that is whatever is wood, hay, and stubble will be burned in the fire, and then whatever comes out as jewels, like rubies, diamonds, and all those will be taken into heaven with them.
So that is a symbolic for all the good. That means all the trash will be discarded. So there will be no sin in heaven. And because God is the creator of it all, there is a part of himself that he has to say, you know what? I'm responsible for this.
He's not responsible for that. He's not responsible for us having a sin nature.
But we come from his image and likeness. So with
yes,
that
but
is the same.
Adam and Eve are responsible for our sin nature.
So
because they allowed Lucifer to tempt them into eating whatever it was that was on that tree.
So who is responsible for Lucifer's? Lucifer only? Or is God not responsible? God has no responsibility.
God didn't make Lucifer prideful. God didn't make Lucifer think that he was the best thing ever since sliced bread.
So let me ask you, where does sin come from then in heaven? Where did it come from?
Let me ask a question to that real quick.
Lucifer, God didn't make that.
All right, real quick, did God create everything perfect?
Huh?
Did God create everything perfect?
Ooh.
There's a there's an explanation to that. It's not a yes or a no. I'm gonna tell you something, but I feel like you're gonna twist it in a
No.
way.
I'm just asking.
Listen, I promise too. I'm listening because I love this build. Like out of the
So-
mouths of babes, right? So I'm listening to learn.
So here's the thing. So there's a verse in the Bible. I'm not gonna quote it word for word because I don't remember it all. But there's a verse in the Bible that says that God created everything perfect in His image, and what He means by that.
That's all I
What,
need
it,
to hear.
what listen
Go ahead.
before you start twisting stuff. So what that means is that God created everything in His eyes, like it's not that it's perfect, meaning that that's right, that it can do no wrong. It's just perfect, meaning He made it how basically like how He liked it. Like when you make something, like let's just say like the outfit that you put together, it's a perfect looking outfit for you, you know. It's like your image is, I mean, your outfit is perfect to you.
Mhm.
It's like this is the best it's gonna get. It's perfect, you know. It's whole, it's complete. That's what that means, not that it was made, you know, without any wrong, without any sin. That's not what that means. It just means that it was made complete.
So God is limited in His understanding of what perfection is, meaning
No.
He's not all knowing.
He is all knowing.
So He knew that His level of perfect was not the real everybody else's perfect.
What do you mean His level of perfect?
Because you just now separated what perfect is. You said God's perfect was God's perfect, but that's not perfect all across the board.
I personally don't know what God's definition of perfect is. You're gonna have to ask Him when you get there. But all I'm telling you is he didn't, when it says that everything was created perfect in His image, it's not saying that everything was created without wrongdoing or without sin or without evil. That's not what that's talking about. It's saying that it was created complete. So to God, when He looked at you, when he made you and He looked at you, He was like, this is complete right here.
Okay, that's absolutely fine. So complete. So God was satisfied with what He created.
Exactly. You got it.
Okay, so He was satisfied, right? And this is an all-knowing God, right?
Mm-hmm.
So He knew that with His satisfaction, there was going to be a possibility of imperfection, right?
What do you mean by that? Like with Lucifer, is that what you're talking about, or with us?
No, I'm just saying in general, because in the scripture that says, because I'm going by what you just now said. So if you just now said that God, that it was said that God said that He created everything perfect, and then you gave us a definition. You kind of contradicted yourself, but I ain't gonna go there. But you
What do
said,
you mean? No, I want you to go there. I want you to go there.
all right, I'm gonna go there then. Let me go there.
I want to know.
You said that God created things in perfection, and then you said, well, we can't even understand what God's perfection is, but then you gave us
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. You put words in my mouth. I said,
Okay,
I don't know is what I said. I don't know what God's definition
okay,
of
you said
perfection is.
you said you don't know, but then you gave
Yes.
a definition of what God's perfection is.
I'm giving you my idea, my
Yeah,
thought
so,
as to what I think it is.
So you can't. So it's kind of inconsiderate to incorporate your definition if you don't know what God's definition of perfection
Not really,
is.
because he's not. It's not saying that God made it without wrongdoing. Of course, there's wrongdoing. It's sin nature. It's in us. We're going to sin.
Right there.
Where does that sin come from, though? Anything that has ever existed has come from God.
No, it hasn't. It came from Adam and Eve. Just because He created them, you know, before they ate that forbidden fruit off the tree, they didn't know any sin either. They didn't even know that they were naked.
They didn't know, but doesn't mean that God does not have what we identify as sin within Himself.
So what you're telling me is God made them go eat the thing off the tree. Is what you're telling me.
In essence, yes. And I'm gonna walk you down.
He did it. He did it. You want to know why? Because we have free will. He gave us an option. He
Okay.
told you, like
Exactly.
Hold on,
what I
but
told
look,
you
okay,
earlier.
but
No, let me
listen,
finish.
listen.
Let me finish. What he said earlier. What I told you earlier. He's like a dad. Okay, he's like a dad. He tells you the rules. He gave Adam and Eve the rules. Don't eat off this tree. You can eat any fruit or any vegetable off any of these trees, but don't eat that. Don't eat that fruit
Hold on,
off
wait,
that
but
tree.
why was the tree
Right?
there then?
And
Why was the tree there?
I don't know. God had it there. I don't know what it was there for. I can't tell you. I'm not God. You're gonna have to ask him when you get there.
I'm not saying that. I'm not asking you to speak for God. I'm asking you in your mind. Why would you think that God?
I'm telling you, I don't know. I don't know. It was there for a purpose because he put it there, but I don't know. I can't tell you.
So what does that make? So what does that make? What is that like? How does that make? Like, what do you think about that in a sense? Like, why do you feel like God put a tree in a garden that's perfect of good and evil?
Perfection.
Yeah. Why do you think that God would do something like that?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I'm not gonna answer that. It's like you stretching your brain to think about it. Like I've said in previous podcasts. Hold on, I've said in previous podcasts that some things aren't meant for us to understand.
Hey, but look though, but according to the story, after they ate from that tree, they became like God, right? It says it. Scriptures say that. I'm not saying it. Scriptures say that.
Yeah, essentially because they knew right from wrong, good and evil.
Okay, so right there. So now we don't.
That gives purpose. That gives purpose.
Go through God's mind to find.
I mean, I'm gonna just say this. Let me just say this. Everything has a purpose. Okay, God has a will. Okay, so
ain't bad.
my thoughts and my ideas are he put that tree there because God is all knowing. Because God is all knowing. Okay, he knows what happened in the past, present, and future. He knew it was going to happen. Essentially, we're not going to get into that right now because that's another story for another day. But he put that there. He knew it was going to happen. It happened. There's some and there's stuff in the future that's going to happen that he's going to allow to happen. I'm just saying, God has a will, and it will be fulfilled. There's things that happened in the past that have been fulfilled in God's will.
Let me ask this, and I'm gonna pass the mic. So, do you think that eating from that tree was a good or a bad thing? According to scripture.
Well, I want to hear her according to her, and then according to scripture.
Okay, according to me, I believe that I don't have a yes or a no answer to that. I have an explanation.
It wasn't a yes or no. It wasn't a yes or no. It was, do you think that it's good or bad?
Well, I'm not gonna give you a direct answer because I don't have a direct answer. I can give you my explanation as to what I think.
So let me ask my question more direct. Do you think that by way of eating from that tree, sin was a direct effect of that?
Yeah.
Okay. So sin. Yeah. So I'm asking the question for you. So sin, you would consider sin to be bad, right?
Yeah, it's a wrongdoing, a transgression of God's law.
Watch this. So, but the scripture says that now they became like us, like God. So, is that a bad thing?
Let me put it like this: they became when he says because I think he actually spoke that. I think it's in red. Actually, that part is in red. I think. So when he said that, when he said they became like us, it means that they know right from wrong.
Yeah, is that a bad thing?
That's basically what he's saying. Not that they became like gods because they didn't. They're not immortal, you know.
But is knowing right or wrong a bad thing though?
Not.
Oh.
I'm not gonna give you a direct answer on that.
Hey,
I'm not
Lamaya.
gonna wait. Listen, I'm not gonna give direct answers to some
No,
of
it's all
these
good. It's
questions
all
because
good.
because I
Right.
can't just give because if I do, it's gonna put me in a corner that I'm
Lamaya,
going to have
listen.
to fight my way out of. But
Hey,
listen,
look,
listen, listen, listen.
look.
You're
Listen, I
fighting.
can't,
It's
I
the
can't
grave.
give
It's
you,
the grave.
Before you answer that,
I
me and
can't give
Selfmade,
you one or the other because either way, if I do one, I'm literally going to have to do the other also.
I got you.
So it's like you're gonna be like, well, you're
So,
contradicting.
but Lamaya, but this is the thing though. I just want to impart this real quick. So the reason why you don't want to answer that right there is the very nature of where you come from, which is God. You just had a realization in that same moment that God had.
That what?
That if I answer this, I am admitting to the good and the bad of myself, the evil and the righteousness of myself. And
no,
I can't acknowledge this part because if I do, right, as you said, you're gonna get backed into a corner that you gotta fight out of. And this is the same place
because
God
if I answer one, I'm gonna have to answer the other, and you guys are gonna tell me I'm contradicting. That's why I said I'm gonna give an explanation, not a direct answer.
No, but listen, here's the thing about a build, right? And this is it is we're listening to the words, but what's happening with that is when you get to a corner, now you have to speak truth or a lie, right? And so when you come to a realization of truth, that is a hard pill for people to swallow. They don't want to face the truth of it because now that is the next level of ascension.
I didn't come to a realization that I have to juggle right and wrong. I'm telling you guys are gonna listen.
Okay, I'm listening.
I was just saying that I'm not gonna give a direct answer, not because I don't want to answer. I do. I said I was going to give an explanation because if I do give you guys a direct answer, like if I choose good, I'm gonna have to rebuttal what I'm saying and be like at the same time, and then start talking about bad, and Woon's silly self gonna be like, well, you're contradicting yourself. So I'm not gonna give you a direct answer. I'm going to give you an explanation.
Yes,
so my explanation to that is see, I done forgot your question. What is your question? What was your question again?
All right, no, look, hey,
that's how builds go. I'm sorry, sis. That's how.
No, you're good.
Before we build on that, me and Selfmade yesterday was just now on a whole different platform, right? And I asked this question to somebody who would consider to be my elder, right? I think he's in his like upper 50s or mid to upper 50s. And when I asked him the same question that I'm asking you, this nigga ran. Like he ran. Like he was just like, fuck the corner that you're trying to back me in. Nigga, I don't even acknowledge the corner. I'm up. He got the fuck up out of there, right?
Yeah.
So then later on in the same build, Selfmade spin the block. And Selfmade asked him the same question. And he ran from Selfmade and shit too. Like, you know what I mean? So I'm not asking you this question to make you choose a side in between good and bad.
Right.
No, I understand.
Yeah, I'm asking you this question so we can understand that ultimately there is no good or bad.
Exactly.
So when it comes down to that, you don't have to choose. Just like Benet just now said, like it's either you're going to tell truth or you're going to tell a lie. But it just depends on who's listening to figure out what is truth and what is lie. Because let me give you scripture to back what I just said. So God said that if you eat from this tree, you would surely die. That's the good side. Mm-hmm. On the opposite end of that, the serpent said, if you eat from this tree, you ain't gonna die.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? So this is
like God.
This is the different thing. But when they said you're gonna be like God, you understand what I'm trying to say? And then even God said, oh, now they became like God. So where's the lie? Like, you know what I mean? So
it's not a lie. It's not a matter of if it's a lie. it was
right.
true. It's just it's sometimes people.
Take
Let
it.
me just put it
Yeah,
like
yeah.
this. Let me just
No,
put
I
it like
got
this.
you. I got
Receive
you.
it.
It's people's
Perception.
understanding of things, because people take things out of context, or sometimes people take things too literally.
Right.
Like when God said they became like us, he didn't literally mean they became like us.
Well,
Because
it
as
said,
you can
it said
see,
no good and evil, but that's
huh?
fine. But the reason why I asked this question, and to me why it's so important, and to me why it was so important to them to have it in the beginning of the book, is just to set the course for the
Yeah,
direction of what's to entail the rest of the book, right?
Mhm.
correct.
So when I ask you this, I don't, to keep it a band, I'm not looking for a right or wrong answer. This
Correct.
allows me to, because you just said it, this allows me to see where Lamaya is in your level of understanding. This is all I asked the question for. I'm not looking for truth or, I'm not looking for a true or false answer. I'm just looking to see where you're at, because it clearly gives you two different things. And as soon as
Mm-hmm.
you choose one thing, it's just like, oh, yep, I know where you're at. You know what I mean? So they give you two truths, right?
Correct.
Mhm.
Nothing false. They give you two truths.
Correct.
But what side of the truth are you on, or are you on both?
Correct.
Just like you
It's
said, the
all
Bible
true.
is not going to allow you to compensate a lie unless you don't understand what's going on. Then that contradiction comes. If you don't
Right.
understand the literature, then the contradiction comes. And this is why I speak this from a metaphysical standpoint, because you eliminate contradiction when you understand the literature, right?
Correct.
So now
Mhm.
you don't even have to be scared of saying, well, if I stick with this, because if anybody talk to me, I'm a Gemini. I'm on both sides, and I always win. I'm sorry about that. I do, because I'm not biased on either side. I'm right in the middle. Like, you know what I mean? It don't matter to me. But what really matters is that, can I relate to either side? And this is
Correct.
like what I was saying earlier. Like, when you come down into this work, proclaiming where I'm at, this I am shit is cool. That's the easy part. But the work is to relate to everybody else's circumstance and situation. So if I'm only doing half the work if I'm only proclaiming this. The other
Mhm.
half of the work is to understand where everybody else is at. So then I would seem
Mhm.
one-sided if I'm just on this I am shit and not encompassing everybody else. So I would say that this is truth, but Charles is false. I can't tell people that they're wrong. I cannot do that.
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
now,
Yeah.
now their truth has to become my truth. You understand what I'm
Correct.
saying? That's the work.
Mhm.
That's the real work.
Well, let
Yeah.
me answer your question then. I believe that them eating from the tree of knowledge, I believe that it was a good and bad thing. A good
Get
thing
her
in the
ass out of
sense
here.
that
I'll play. I'll play. I'll play.
No, don't scare her like
I
that.
believe
She's
it
like,
definitely
"Rah!"
was a good and bad thing. Good in the sense that it brought forth Jesus being crucified so that people could have, another option instead of just going
Death.
to the place where we don't really want to talk about. But it was also bad in the sense that they transgressed what God said, and so it brought forth the sin nature, and now we're natural born sinners, you know.
Yeah.
Right.
I agree.
Right.
That's
And
Yeah.
I,
So
and I just want to have you like just think about this though too. Is that if he created it, right? It's like, you're not a mom yet, but you're a child, right? So imagine if your mom told you that you can't eat, you know, she walked you into the house, right? And you got the beautiful home, you got your room, you got everything that you need, and she made you this bomb ass lasagna, right? And said you can have anything else in here, but don't eat of this lasagna, or you're gonna know everything that I know. Well, was that a trap, right? Your mom knows that you like cheese, you like meat, you like pasta, you like all of these things, right? And it's smelling good like a motherfucker, right? Well, the likelihood that you're going to eat it, and it was pleasing to the eye, right? That was something that in the Bible says it was Not only did it look good, right? But God even pointed it out, like, right? So your mom even pointed out, hey, this you don't
All
eat.
this talk about lasagna got me smelling it now.
Right.
Hey,
Exactly.
lasagna
Right.
is my favorite
I
thing.
know the way she painted a beautiful picture.
Hell yeah.
Right.
nigga.
Because that's exactly what it is, right? And so here's the thing, right? We got to understand what was the purpose of man, right? And so
I could
being
tell you.
made in God's image and likeness, right?
Mhm.
Before, so we got to start there, right? And so there was a purpose for God making man, right? And there was a purpose for this lasagna dish, right? And here's the ingenious part of God that I love is that, okay, I know something ain't quite right, right? Something ain't quite right. So let me do this experiment to see what's what because I'm unsure. Because there should have been no way that if I created the heavens, think about it, the heavens are the heavens, right? But a, a quarter of the heavens left with Lucifer, right? So something within myself has to be off balance.
Right.
So I'm going to create.
No, it was something with Lucifer that was off balance.
But which came from the creator. Lucifer didn't create himself.
Yeah,
And so
God made him. He did make him, and the Bible does say that Lucifer was very beautiful, but it wasn't God who put pride in him. Lucifer made that himself.
okay, so
Lucifer
but
became
what I'm saying,
prideful.
but hold on, but I'm just trying to explain to you. So if God created everything, he created pride, right? It's an energy that you tap into. And so what I'm saying is even Lucifer was a mistake. And what Lucifer said to God in essence is, why should they worship you? They should be worshiping me because nigga, I probably look better than you. I'm everything better than you, right? And God didn't realize in making what he made that this was going to be the result. So let me make myself an image and likeness to see what this is, right? And then in making this garden and being able to create this fruit, because he could have made this fruit literally with shit on it, right? With cow dung or some shit that was gonna be totally like, nigga, you said what? You want me to eat this apple or whatever the hell it was? Ain't no way I'm gonna put this in my mouth. He could have made it that it was repulsive, right? He could have made it itchy. He could have made it poison ivy, right? But he did not do that. And you got to understand if he knows everything, and I still say he knows everything in the sense of how the
What do you actually believe that he's all knowing?
Yes, I do, and I'm gonna say this.
You agree with that?
I do in the sense of it's one of those things of if you made something like spaghetti, you know how to make spaghetti, right?
Yeah.
But if you fuck around and put too much salt in your spaghetti, do you know how to counterbalance that? What do you put in it? A little bit of sugar. Exactly. To neutralize it. So it doesn't negate the fact that you didn't know how to make spaghetti. You added a little too much salt to it. So now you have to add.
But here's the thing: if we agree that he's all knowing, then you would have to agree that he already knew that Lucifer was gonna do what he did. Lucifer wasn't a mistake. He's here on purpose. He's here for a reason.
Correct. So here's the thing, right? Because he's the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end.
The
beginning and the end is one whole thing, right? So this is why it's the perfect thing, is because there was imperfection within self, but I know that I have the capability because I know how to cook. If I fuck up, I know what the ingredients I need to do to counterbalance that. So did I really fuck up my spaghetti? No, it's going to be spaghetti as the next person.
So what are you saying? He messed up with Lucifer and he tried to fix it? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and when he messed up with Lucifer, Lucifer was a mirror to himself to show that I have things.
Why do you feel like Lucifer was a mistake, though? Is my question.
You said say what?
I said, why do
He
you
said,
feel
why
like
was
Lucifer was a
Lucifer
mistake, though? That's my question. Why do
Because
you feel like God made a mistake there?
because Lucifer held up a direct mirror to God to say, hey, you can't get mad at me. This is who you created. This is what you did. And God at that point was not and why I said from the beginning to the end, there's all this stuff that happens in between, right? At the end of your life, when you come to a certain realization, you're going to see that it wasn't about the destination, it was the journey, right? So you're going to see that I fucked around and I know how to cook, but I put too much salt in it. He put too much salt in Lucifer, right?
But
And what
here's the difference
what that resulted in was salty ass spaghetti. So what did he have to do? He had to correct it. And in him being able to correct it, he knew he couldn't just do that from Lucifer. He had to recreate it, another being in his image and likeness, to be able to get rid of himself. That's what I'm saying. And so why would he make the fruit so appealing? Why would he make it? Why would God tempt you to do that? He made it.
You just said you made it pleasing to the eye. Sometimes it's an apple is sure as the heck it's just red, but it may be pleasing to your eye. Nothing special about
but
it.
if he did not want you to go down this path, and here's the Jedi mind trick of it all.
You know who hyped it up? You know who made it so appealing?
No,
God.
God said before Jesus, before the serpent said anything, God said that it was appealing to the eye.
It was pleasing to the eye. So is fruit. So is some food that you eat. It doesn't have to be anything special. It doesn't have to have a little bit of razzle dazzle on top. It could be something basic as
if I tell you not to eat my, but if I tell you not to eat my lasagna, right? There's hamburger meat in there. There's shrimp in there. There's other things in there for you to eat.
You still have a choice. You got that little voice in the back of your head telling you, oh, you can eat it. You're not gonna get in trouble. You're gonna get caught. Ain't nobody gonna know.
Correct.
It's your choice whether or not you want to listen.
Correct, but here's the thing, right? If God is really trying to get rid of sin, right, and God is the creator,
He's not trying to get rid of anything.
He is.
He's
Why?
not.
So then, why are we going to hell? Why do those who do not believe in God are they going to hell?
It is a consequence. You have good consequences and bad consequences for everything that you do.
So
that's
then
like saying there's no purpose for the flood.
Right.
There was a purpose.
Exactly. There is a purpose to rid itself of sin. So if God was able to see that he this was a part of himself, he has to figure out a way to get rid of it, right? And so to get rid of it is one of those things where again, if he didn't really want us to eat it, he would have made it so repulsive, right? Because none of us is really, I mean, not none of us. There are some people that, like as Chris said, each, brought up shit. Are you really gonna take in or receive and eat shit that's on your plate? Absolutely not. There are people that be into some freaky shit that they will do so, right? But that is you got to be in a certain mind frame to be able to do that, right? So, so what I'm saying is, if God can make things beautiful and considered scary or ugly to mankind, he had to know that this was going to be the thing. He had to know that the serpent was going to be present, right? So this here's the thing though. So if in understanding God is perfect and that we will have a new heaven and new earth, that there will be no sin, how do you think that God had to devise a plan outside of just speaking it, right, to say there will be no sin? He could have done that in essence, right, because he's all knowing and anything he says can manifest, but there had to be a reason why he had to walk this out, because he did not know this part of himself. He blamed Lucifer. He blamed everyone else.
No, he didn't. No, he did not.
He did because
reason,
you are. Hold on.
the reason why Lucifer became prideful was because Lucifer thought he was extra special. Because Lucifer made himself feel like he was better than God, not God. God never said that he was better than God.
No. But what I'm saying, so you don't think God doesn't feel responsible?
That's the thing. You are
Does
saying
God feel
that God has an
responsible for that?
part of himself that is bad or wrong or evil, whatever it is that you said.
But
And
does God feel
I truly
responsible for
wholeheartedly 1000%
creating
do not agree
Lucifer?
with that, unfortunately.
So that's like if I was to create like a robot.
Hold on, let me ask her one question. So did Lucifer create pride, or did God create pride?
You said, did Lucifer create it?
Yeah, or did God create pride?
Lucifer.
And so hold on.
God allows
hold on.
things to be. He allows things to be, but
so does Lucifer have
pride came from Lucifer. If you read the verses, the exact verses, it says that he became prideful. He literally said, he makes a lot of I statements, boastful. I will become like the Most High. I will become like God. I am this, I am that.
So, but what is the thing is, he wants to be something that has already existed. God.
Lucifer?
Yes. He wants to be on the Most High. He wants to sit in these places that he has a reference to. So if he has a reference to it, he didn't create it. He's attaching himself to the idea of it. And so here's the part.
because he knows God is great.
But is Lucifer all knowing?
He wants to be. Lucifer wanted to be the best.
But is Lucifer all knowing? Is he
No,
the
he's not.
creator? So exactly. So if he is not the creator, he has to attach himself to the creation. And here is the part where God, he wiped the flood, wiped the earth with the flood, is because he was trying to rid himself of the imperfection. And once he realized that the imperfection wasn't in this family that he seemed to deemed righteous in his eyes, right? If they were deemed righteous in his eyes, they were perfect. There was nothing in them. What he come to realize was that there was still sin in man, which means there was still sin within himself. And so in order to kill that part of himself,
how can God be perfect if he has sin in himself? Doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense what you're saying. If God is perfect, then how can he have sin? That makes absolutely no sense. Then that means that he's not perfect. And that's a lie. Because God is perfect.
Hey, what's the point of baptism?
It's a symbol of Jesus. So when you're in the water is like this. It's the representation of the cross. So when you go down, that's a representation of Jesus dying, right? Okay, so this is him on the cross. When you go down in the water, that's him dying. When you come back up, that's him resurrecting. That it's just a symbol.
But didn't
You're
Jesus
saying basically by you getting baptized, you're saying I identify with Christ is what you're saying. What that means.
Didn't Jesus get baptized?
Yeah.
Before he died, though, right?
Yeah.
So what you just now said is not relevant to my question. So my question is, what
is relevant because that's what that means. That's exactly what baptism is for. It's for you to it's basically like you being married. The ring is just for you saying that I'm married. It's just to let people know. You being baptized is just for you to say.
Wait.
It's just a symbol of saying, hey, I identify with Christ.
Hold up, but you just now said that the symbology of a baptism is to mimic Jesus's death, correct?
Yeah. His death, burial, and resurrection.
Jesus got baptized before he died.
Yeah.
Okay, so why did Jesus get baptized?
Why? Okay. Does it make sense for somebody to tell you to do something that they wouldn't even do themselves?
No,
Does that
no,
make
no,
sense to you?
no. We ain't
No,
doing
no.
that.
Answer my question. Does that make
Ready
sense
for
to
my
you?
question?
Does
You
it
ready
make
for my
sense to
question?
you?
Yeah, you
You
kind of
ready
running
for my
this.
question? So my question to you is,
I'm
what?
not running. I'm serious. That's
No,
the
no, no,
whole point.
no, seriously,
Because
seriously.
Jesus taught that you should get baptized. He's not going to tell you to do something that he wouldn't do himself.
Okay, but you just now said why other people outside of Jesus get baptized is to commemorate Jesus' death, right?
Yeah.
No, it's for his death, his burial, and his resurrection. That's
Okay,
what
that's
it
okay.
means.
That's
I'm
for
saying.
okay. That's okay. So that's for people.
Listen, I'm just saying
That's
that
okay. I got
it's
you. I got
symbolic.
you.
That's what it is.
That's symbolic for people that's not Jesus. I get it. I'll fuck with you on that. Why did Jesus get baptized?
Because that was his that was him saying that he identifies with Christ. That's what he was saying. That's what that was for.
So
Okay,
let me ask you: Was Jesus in that moment when he got baptized? Was he imperfect?
No, he was still perfect.
That's what my question is. So Jesus himself was not perfect, or was he perfect?
No, he was perfect.
So he
He
got
did it.
baptized
He did it as a symbol
of what?
because he had disciples, followers. If you read the books in the Bible, they did it
Oh,
too because
wait,
it's like you
wait.
saying you identify with Christ is what it was for.
So he did it only for the disciples to also get baptized?
Huh?
I'm trying to figure out why did Jesus get baptized? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
He was already perfect
because
before the moment.
yeah, but it was a symbol because that's what you that it's that's what happens. It's there's steps to being saved. Not really steps, but somebody it's called the gospel. I'm sure you guys have heard of it before. It's the gospel. It's verses. You get shown some verses, and if you truly believe them, you say a prayer. It's nothing special. So you say a prayer and you say, "Dear Jesus, I believe I'm a sinner. I believe that I'm deserving of hell, or I'm condemned to hell. I believe that you died on the cross to pay for my sins. We're buried and rose again the third day. Please save me and take me to heaven when I die. Amen." Simple prayer is that. And then because it's in the Bible, so this is it's not really like I guess it is a practice, but it's in the Bible. Jesus got baptized after he said the prayer. So yes, he is perfect because he's God. But he did that because that is what you're supposed to do when you get saved. After you say that prayer, you go get baptized. You don't have to do it like immediately after, but you get baptized. So
Okay,
that's what it
so
was for. It's just I was saying I was showing you the cross thing because the baptism is just a symbolic thing, but what it means when you get baptized is you're saying it's basically a way of saying that that you identify with Christ. That's all it's for.
oh no, I
That's all
understand
it's
that
for.
fully. And because
You don't have to get baptized
there we go. Exactly.
as part as you going to heaven. It's just a way of saying that you identify with Christ is what it's for.
There we go.
Right.
So
Okay.
with
Okay.
that being stated, and I'm going micro just so we can have an understanding on the macro, because what Benet is ultimately saying is that in order for God to understand what was to follow after him, we ain't even gonna say that God's not perfect, but to understand what was to follow after him, there was a certain level of self-checking or a self demonstration that had to be laid out. So, according to what you just now said, Jesus laid down a certain demonstration. Like, even though I don't need this personally, I'm going to go through this and check myself, so to speak, so other people can learn how to do this as well, right? So, with that being stated, with this whole Lucifer thing and allowing people to do what they're going to do and setting that tone, it's the same situation because now you have to look at, okay, well, why are these things taking place? And this is my question to you. Well, why, if a perfect Jesus had to get baptized, and baptism is a way to understand Christ, or to show that you're walking in Christ, right? If Jesus is the Christ, then obviously he's setting the tone for somebody else, right?
Correct.
Then God would ultimately do that same thing. God would say, hey, you want to know what? Let me put out this good and bad shit just to let you know, as soon as you eat from this tree, then now you're going to walk in my same thing. You're going to become like God. Like, you know what I mean? Knowing both good and evil. So when it comes down to the demonstrations, we have to understand that there is no separation. So if we say that we're bad, and this is what, going back to Bene's point, if we're saying that we're bad, we would have to say, well, we learned this bad shit from the Creator, and which is why the Creator is giving us something good to now follow. You understand what I'm trying to say? Because now, if God understands that we're all the same thing, then it would just say, hey, you want to know what? There's some bad shit that's gonna happen from the source. So now I'm gonna give you guys something to follow to get up out of that bad shit. Like, you know what I mean? So ultimately, it would still be the same thing. Like, even though I know that you guys are of sin, you called it sin nature earlier. You guys have a sin nature. So take this practice up and then follow this. Hold your own cross. Like, you know what I mean? So when it comes down to just relating to the mirroring of things, it's just like, okay, yeah, it's all good. But we have to understand that when it comes down to the energy that we would say is bad, it still comes from that source, which is why the source also gives us something good to look forward to. And it says in the scripture, I create good and I create evil. This is not me saying that. This is the Bible saying that.
Right. And so, and that's the part that I wanted, like, and this is the part where it's so crucial, and why it is 1:30 almost, right? And we taking the time to build with the young God, because once you understand this, and once the other people that are watching, this is the part where the light switch comes on, right? Is that we gotta be woke, right? We talk about this woke shit, right? But we're not really woke, right? This is the woke shit that's happening right now. We have to face the realities of who we are in the image and the likeness that we're created in. And why I'm saying that God is even perfect in even the setup of it all, right? Of the temptation of the apple being pleasing and all of that, for us to be able to come to a realization of good and evil and be like God, not the God. Now we are aware of ourselves, right? We are aware that we are naked. We are now can be really aware that we are good or bad. God in his infinite, right? Let's just say, and I will even say arrogance for the sake of the argument. He's good and evil. He's perfect. There's nothing wrong with him. How did this happen, right? But in creating this experiment, he was able to see, oh shit, I'm not as perfect as I claim to be, right? And as life is working out, at the end of it, it will be perfect, right? Because there will be a new heaven and new earth, right? But there is a process to this. So here's the point. Here's the point of it is when he said, okay, I need to get rid of all of you, right? And I'm gonna drown all of you and any and everything that was existing. Mind you, he not just killed humans, he killed animals, every living thing, every tree, everything, and had that motherfucker drowned for 40 days, right? And another 5 months that it took for the water to recede. So everything was good and dead. All right. So here's the thing. And then we sprout out another evil. It was another mirror to God to say, yo, you can't run from yourself. Exactly. You're going to have to understand that you created this, right? And when
I'm sorry, I understand that you're explaining this stuff to me, but I still I'm not budging on it. I don't agree.
It's all good. I'm gonna finish my thought and I'm gonna let it go. But here's the thing: is that once God came to the realization that He is responsible, this is the purpose for Jesus coming down to fix it, to save us, because he couldn't just send us to hell without saying that, acknowledging that he was responsible for this, right? And he so loved us. We were made in his image and likeness. We are him. So you know what? Who's responsible for this? It's not them. I found the perfect person or the family of Noah, and this shit still didn't work out. Why? Right? God was displeased. If God can be displeased, that's another window, right? So with him being able to flood the earth and come to the realization that the nature of sin is what he created, the light bulb for him went off and say, damn. All right.
He didn't create it.
Hold on. Hold on. Let me just finish this, right?
Okay.
And before this happens, God quote unquote walked Eden, right? He walked the earth. He appeared in different places or whatever, right? So it's like, you know, there should be a certain reverence for God and all of that. But again, the sin came back. So the only way that he could see that this not them, I killed them. I chose the perfect person that I could find no sin in and no issue with. There was still sin, like as Valley was said, there was still sin in heaven. In heaven is God, the perfect place. So I need to be able to, it's not their fault. I can't condemn them to hell. This is where mercy comes into it. This is where there's no condemnation once you believe and start following the practice of God, because he now said, you know what? I'm responsible for each and every one of you. And so therefore, I will take on the sins of the world, and I will come down in your form and experience your life and show you how to live. Drop some nuggets while I'm here, right? And this will hopefully be the way to turn the lights on, so that at the end of this shit, when the new heavens and the new earth are created, guess what? At the end of it, I am still perfect, right? Because there is now no more quote unquote sin. So when we say that God is all knowing, from the beginning, he was perfect. All we know at the end of it, right? No matter how you fucking fall during the race, at the end of the race, you get first place or not. And so at the end of it, he's going to have the first place. And that's why the perfection comes into play, if that makes sense. So that's all I wanted to say.
Hey, let me ask you something real quick, Lamaya. Why does God keep Lucifer alive?
Woo.
Because he is part of a bigger picture.
Oh,
That's
Lucifer?
why. Yeah.
So what is Lucifer?
What picture are you talking about? What picture?
What is his purpose? What is Lucifer's purpose?
For the end of the world. That's what he's there for. Lucifer's
Hold on,
purpose.
wait. So God can't just end the world without Lucifer?
He can, but it's there's because there's a staircase of events that have to happen in order for this certain thing to play out. It's not gonna, like, of course he obviously could just snap his fingers or speak it and it'll all be over.
I don't think he can.
But he has a plan.
He cannot.
It's literally a whole plan. It's like a freaking elaborate plan.
So he needs Lucifer then. Because we can say what God can and can't do, but according to what we know, he needs Lucifer because he's using him for a reason.
Not necessarily needs.
But that's what he's using.
Yeah, he's allowing Lucifer to do what he's doing right now.
Look, a lot of people say that we can't read God's mind, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would agree with that. So if we can't read God's mind, now we have to go by God's actions to understand what God is and how he thinks and how he moves. So his action to me is keeping the devil alive. So I'm not saying that he needs to, but obviously it's working for him.
For the purpose.
He's just using him
of-
for his. It's just for his purpose. There's
Yeah,
a
that's cool. That's his choice.
there's a reason why he's gonna die. He's going
I
to.
don't think he is. I
He's
think
going to.
God
He's
loves
going
the
to.
devil.
The hell. I told
We
you
gonna
before.
reincarnate that nigga.
Hell was created for the devil and his angels.
But
The
God
devil
gonna
is
be there
just
too. I asked
bringing
you
and
earlier if God's
before.
gonna be there. You said yeah.
The devil has an appointed time here on earth. When that time ends, he's going to go to hell with that third of the angels that he's
Why?
I mean
Hold
that
on,
he took from heaven.
wait. So why
He's
is the devil
trying to
going
get as
why-
much people as he
hold on, wait.
can.
So the devil is still going to exist.
Right.
What do you mean? Like in heaven? I mean in hell?
The devil is going to exist.
What do you mean by that? It's
Okay,
too broad of a
look,
question.
let me. All right, Lamaya. So if you move into a house and shit, you trying to make your house perfect, right? You got some roaches in your shit, and then you like, man, fuck these roaches. I don't want them all over the house. I'm gonna just keep them in my garage. Why not just get rid of the roaches altogether?
Because it's for a plan. He has a plan. That's why he's not gonna. Of course he could do away with Lucifer if he wanted to. He created him. Like he has a plan. That's why he keeps him around. Because if he didn't need him, he would get rid of him.
I think he gonna redeem Lucifer at the end
He's
of the
not
day.
going to. Lucifer is damned to hell.
Why is he keeping him around?
Lucifer is damned to hell because it's for his purpose, for his plan. I already told you.
So
Would you like me to explain
without
the plan?
Lucifer,
Would you like
he
me
wouldn't
to
have
explain
that
the
plan.
plan? Do you want me
Without
to explain the
Lucifer,
plan
there
to
is
you?
no plan.
There is a plan. Do you want me to explain it to you? I can tell you.
Okay, go ahead now.
Yeah, without Lucifer, what is God beef? Who God got beef with?
What?
Without Lucifer, who does God got beef with?
God don't have beef with nobody.
Where does the tree of good and evil come from without Lucifer?
What do you mean?
And this new
Like,
life,
why is it there?
and this new life without anybody knowing about good and evil, the new life, not the angels, the new life, human life.
Well, I'm not gonna talk about something that we don't have. So.
¿Qué pasa? All right, maybe I talking too fast.
No,
So,
you're not talking too fast. You're just talking about stuff that doesn't make sense.
I'm talking about good and evil.
Yeah, you're talking about the purpose of the tree being there without Lucifer being there. He was there for a reason. He was there on purpose.
No.
He
I'm
was
not even
there
talking
like
about
intentionally.
Lucifer.
It was intentional that he was there.
Okay,
So-
hold on. I want to
okay.
find out. So why you say that? Why was he intentionally there though?
To tempt Adam and Eve
Why?
Why?
because the devil is malicious and he is the father of lies.
Hold on, wait.
Is that the devil's plan? So that's the devil's plan?
So hold on, wait. So then since he was successful, then what was his desire? Why would he want to do that?
So he could take as many people to hell with him as he can before his time on earth.
Hold on. So for him to take as many people to hell because they have understanding of good and of knowledge of good and evil, that is what his purpose was. Is that to have knowledge of good and evil?
So that they can. It's not necessarily for the knowledge of good and evil. It's for us to have a sin nature. Because Adam and Eve did what they did, we have a sin nature now. So you and your kids and your grandkids and those grandkids, every generation, we all have a sin nature. That's what it's for, because it's inevitable for us to sin. That's what he wanted. That was his purpose.
So God's purpose for putting the serpent there was to poison us with sin from the very beginning.
Just so we can go to hell? That's
so that we can be condemned to go to hell.
You said it was God's will or the devil's?
Man, look.
But you said that that God placed the serpent there on purpose.
Right.
No, I didn't
So
say God placed the serpent there on
Hey,
purpose. I said the devil
hey,
was there for a purpose. He was there for a reason. I
yeah.
told you
for
what the
whose
reason
purpose?
was.
So like
I
God
told you what
allowed
the
it.
reason was.
so God allowed it, right?
Yes, he
So
allowed it
okay, so God allowed the
because
serpent to
he
be here for.
has a whole elaborate staircase planned, bro. You don't listen.
Oh shit! So he can't do nothing without the devil. That's right. That's what I was saying. I said that earlier.
So again, what the elaborate plan is that he saw that there was sin in self, and he needed the devil, the serpent, to pull that out, right? And once the man
No,
had,
they
hold
didn't. They
on,
didn't
once
have any.
man had knowledge of good and evil, right? Because the serpent has knowledge of good and evil. If you think like, if he is the angel, he knew what good and righteousness were. It was the human that did not. And so now that the human has that information, and we are more like God than we were 5 minutes before we ate it, right? There's a certain amount of, once you open that Pandora's box, yes, you can be condemned to hell. But here comes the savior part of it, right? You got to open some shit to save it, right? You got to be able to expose, you got to be able to admit that you're an alcoholic before you can get therapy.
Right.
And so this is the part that and I pray, and and I love this build, but you got to understand, if God is the source, if he said it out of his mouth that he is the creator of it all, then that means he had to create sin. And in order to create sin, sin had to come from God. That is the hardest thing for people to like really
No, it didn't. It came from
confound.
Adam and Eve.
It
Look,
was
we don't
before
have
Adam
to
and
keep
Eve.
looping. We finna
So
loop
wasn't
for
it a
the rest
sin
of
that
the
the
night.
angels? So
Because we already talked about being perfect, and if we talked about being perfect and being able to be not perfect in our perfection, it's a wrap.
exactly, because wasn't it sinful in heaven what the devil did, right? That was before Adam and Eve, right?
Mm-hmm.
So sin did not start with Adam and Eve.
Right.
It was
That's
before then, right? It was in the heavens, the most perfect place, allegedly.
The mind.
So if heaven was the existing current heaven was as perfect as it should be, then what is the purpose of a new heaven and a new earth, as the Bible describes? Is
For
because it
the
was
believers.
not. I'm sorry.
That's what it's for. I said it's for the believers. At the end of when the end of the world happens, basically. Okay, there's
Okay.
gonna be a few things that happen. So there's gonna be tribulation, then the
Yeah.
rapture, then the battle of Armageddon. I don't know
Okay.
if you know what that is.
Yes.
And then after that happens, that's when the devil and his angels are gonna go to hell, right? And
Yeah.
then God's gonna have a new heaven and new earth. It's called the New Jerusalem, basically. And then that's where all the believers are gonna be, and they're gonna be basically just doing God's will. And that's
Correct.
called the millennial reign. That's what that is. That's what that's
Okay.
for.
So, and I hope you understand that the Bible, as it is, like in a King James version, even in NIV, is not chronological. So when we go from Genesis to Revelations, that's not the real order of it, right? And so that's a whole nother thing. So if you don't know that, that's why there's contradictions within the Bible. It's not chronological.
There's no contradictions. It's just stuff you don't understand.
There is a
The Bible doesn't
contradiction.
contradict itself ever.
Well, I'm saying if I'm watching a movie, and I see a part that is part of the end that's in the beginning, and it should be not, since you understand it all, that is
It's
a contradiction
foreshadowing.
in story, right? But but regardless, here's the thing: there would be no need for a new heaven and a new earth if the existing heaven and earth were perfect, and they are not. Right? There would be no need for a hell if the devil was if God was perfect. If God, like I said, God is not a liar. It's the math of it, right? 2 + 2 = 4. No matter how you slice it, I mean, technically we could say it's 5, right? To connect the space, but that's another level of thinking, right? But for everyone else to say 2 + 2 = 4, and God said his word would never come back to him void. So do you understand that even God has to submit himself to the law that he created? And so in order to separate the energy of the negativeness of himself, that is the hell loop, right? That is this is the purpose of a savior. Because if that's the case, what is the purpose of a savior? He could save us all. He could just say, you know what? You guys are all forgetting. We are all in the kingdom. All of that, right? There's a purpose.
People who are sinners, who have a sin nature. It's
But
for us.
He could correct that just like this. He is God, right?
That's what it's for.
Right, but he could correct it just like this because he's God, right?
He could have.
But but he's not.
But it doesn't work that way because of what Adam and Eve did. That's why we need a savior, because of what they did. We need a way to get to heaven. Because
so if Adam and Eve never existed, do you think the battle that happened in heaven was all good with the devil and the angels? Was that how was that gonna play out? How do you think that would have really played out? They had a real battle, and a quarter of the angels said, I'm with him. What happened? That was before Adam and Eve. So let's talk about that then. Before we talk about Adam and Eve, let's talk about what happened in heaven. That
I'm sure it still would have happened.
Huh?
I'm sure it still would have happened.
But did you understand the words that I said? Hold on. We're talking about heaven.
Yeah, you're talking about heaven, right? And you're saying that happened in heaven. You're asking if it would have happened.
So what I'm saying
how it would have played out.
There was evil or sin in heaven. How do you get rid of it? We need to get rid of the sin that's in heaven to create a new heaven. How do you get rid of the sin that was in the perfect place
in heaven?
So what
heaven
was not sin?
Heaven is not it's not sinful. There's no sin in heaven.
So when the devil was speaking it out against God and had pride and all of this stuff, you're saying that wasn't sin? What was that?
That was sin. But you're saying but you're saying it like it was in all of heaven.
That was in heaven. That was
but you're saying it like heaven was sin, but it's not.
No, not in totality. I'm saying that sin existed in heaven, and so to get rid of that, there has to be a new heaven, right? Or what would explain that part? How did sin happen? Hold on. So how did sin happen in heaven? The word that everybody's trying to get to heaven, no?
They keep telling y'all because he got prideful because he thought he was better than God. I told you he made a lot of I statements.
Wait. So let's fast forward this real quick. So when they were talking about Job, right? Where was this taking place?
Woo, that's a good one.
When they was talking about Job, where was this conference taking place at?
Between heaven and earth.
So God was on earth?
No, the devil was on earth.
Where did they have the conference at though?
What do you mean? There was no conference. There was conversations between the devil and God. God allowed him to go up there.
Where was they at?
The devil was going between heaven and earth. He kept asking. God to basically hurt Job and to do things to Job.
God was chilling. So where did he go? Where was God at when the devil pulled up?
In heaven.
So the devil
What is
got.
your point?
Oh, wait. So the devil got kicked out of heaven before, grabbed some people, and then he still, just like you just now said, allowed the devil to go from in between heaven and earth for what purpose?
Yeah, he told him he made the devil leave. I'm gonna put it like that. He made the devil leave heaven.
Why
He
did he
allowed
make
him
him leave
to,
if he gonna allow him to come back?
so he could go on to earth, so he could do what he needs to do. I told you
But
there's
no,
a
it said
plan.
he was
You have
going
to
to
under,
and
you
fro.
have to you
He
have
was
to
what-
understand. You have to understand the reason why these things happen is because it's a bigger picture. There's a whole plan.
We can't keep doing that and say the devil is bad if the devil is a part of moving along God's plan.
He is bad. He
Not
is
if he's
bad.
moving God's plan. If he's helping God work, do his plan and do God's will, then the devil ain't all that bad.
He is bad
Then why don't God get rid of him?
because he's a part of God's plan. That's why.
A part of
It's
God's
like
good plan or
you
bad
are
plan?
trying to.
Is God plan good or bad?
God is good.
Is God's plan
can.
good or bad?
Huh?
Is God's plan good or bad?
It's good.
Okay,
Essentially, it's good. I mean, there are some bad parts, but
God is
overall, it is
good all the time.
All the
All
time.
the time, God is good. Amen. Because there is a thing called a necessary. What you would say. So basically, what you're saying is there's a necessary evil. Then, right? The evil is necessary.
I
Are you
think
asking?
evil is good.
Yeah. Is evil necessary?
For God's plan, yes.
Okay. So if God has a perfect plan, then evil, quote unquote, is good.
No, that doesn't make it good.
It makes
Evil
it
is evil. Evil will always be bad. Just because it's a part of something that's good doesn't make it good.
right. So here, but, okay. So, but here, hold on.
Stop laughing.
But hold on. But what I'm saying is, and here's the next evolution in your thinking is this, right? Is that if I'm a soldier in God's army, right? And I find out that in order to save the whole earth or whatever, that I gotta die. There's going to be a certain amount of pride and obligation that I'm going to say, you know what? This is what I'm going to do. Right? So my death was necessary. It's sad, right? I really wouldn't want to die for you motherfuckers, but I'm going to do it anyways because this is my job, right? This is my assignment. So is my death or me willing to take the blunt of the responsibility or to take this bullet or to take all the people that were doing bad, right? Like, let's say I'm a cop and I go in and I know that I'm getting ready to save the world from terrorism by going in and, holding all these people together, right? And we're all going to perish together. Was my death in vain? No, that was a good thing that I did to save the many, right? And you got to understand that in God's perfect plan, the Jedi mindset of evil and the devil is that's like the trick of it, because the source of it is still God. The devil is an extension of God.
No,
right? It is a mirror of God. That's why he feels responsible.
No, it's not, because God's not evil.
That's why he feels responsible to save us.
A mirror is a reflection of what you are. The devil is not.
So let me
The
ask
devil
you,
is not a reflection of God because God's not. God's not.
Does
evil.
God kill? Does God kill?
Righteously, yes.
Oh, righteously. So, but I thought there was no
everything
reason for
God
murder.
does is justified and it's righteous.
Because he's God, right? But
when he's angry, it's a righteous anger. When he gets jealous, it's righteous jealousness.
But he is the source of it all, is what I'm saying. So anger in itself, anger is a good thing then, right? Jealousy is a good thing then.
Righteous anger is.
Oh, okay. So what is the purpose of righteous anger or jealousy?
What do you mean?
Exactly what I said. What is the purpose of righteous anger or righteous jealousy? What is that? What is the purpose for that?
Um, um, it's righteous anger is just when your anger is justified. It's just when you have the right to be angry.
Okay.
Unjustified anger is when you get, like, basically if you hit somebody and they hit you back and you get mad. You don't have the right to be angry because you hit them first.
So when God flooded the earth,
that was righteous anger.
He was righteous, but he was so displeased that he swore he would never do it again. And for every time, as a covenant or a symbol of covenant, this is what he will show mankind as a constant reminder. I will never do this again. I was so hurt and displeased within myself. Nobody said, there was nobody around to blame God, right? He was doing what he was supposed to do. So why would he feel displeasure? Why would he make the covenant that he would never do this again?
It wasn't righteous. He drowned
it. It was not righteous.
It wasn't righteous anger.
No.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
So he saw that it was righteous or was needed at the moment. Then he felt the consequence of that righteousness, right? Because that's called self-righteous. When you could be self-righteous and do something in a moment, but then
he was displeased.
But if you were, if you were truly righteous in it,
what he wanted them to do,
felt no kind of way afterwards, because God is going to be justified in doing what he's doing. He would not feel no kind of way if he wouldn't regret it if he was righteous in it, because it was right. You don't regret something if it was correct.
He didn't regret it.
He did regret it.
No, he didn't.
He did regret it.
No, he didn't.
He said that he'll
never do it again.
He'll never do it again. That is regret. And as a promise or a show of good faith, I'm going to show you this symbol, right? I want to show mankind that I'm not
angry when that happened.
Yes, in the moment, right? But then after
he's not a person. I feel like you guys are putting it in humanistic perspective. He's not a person. So you have to understand.
Him. You call God he.
Huh?
You call God he.
The Bible calls him he.
You call God he. We're not listening to the Bible. We're listening to you right now.
Well, I'm telling you, that's why I said that.
Okay,
so we're going on
God.
Bible too.
God talks about himself as a he.
Okay, so I'm going to refer to him as he. So again, in order to, when you make a commitment that you're never going to do that again, like if you're, and I'm a mom, right? So if I slap my daughter in the face, right, in the moment that she was saying some disrespectful shit, I was definitely justified in that moment, right? Mm-hmm. But in the aftermath of it, if seeing her in pain or to see something in like, whatever, I may feel differently after that and say, you know what? I will never slap you again. I may beat your ass, but I'm not going to slap you again, right? And I was justified in that moment, but I still have regret, right? And as a sign of good faith, baby girl, this is what I'm going to show you, right? I'm always going to every, couple of randomly, I'm always going to take you to the ice cream shop just to show you that, like, for real, I'm never going to do that again. So you can't have a covenant or commitment without the regret in that instant. And in the Bible, it says that he was displeased. He was hurt. He suffered greatly. After he saw the carnage of what was done, he was in suffering. That's what it says. And that came the commitment or the covenant that I will never do that again, because it hurt him so much, right? So if it hurt him so much, there had to be an error on his part, right? A lapse in, like, all right, like I said, as a parent, if you say so, try it. Try and cuss your mama out and see if she don't slap you, right? In that moment, she was justified. How she sees you suffering, which is a reflection of herself because you came from her, you are her daughter. She doesn't want to see that, right? And she's so disgusted in herself that she allowed herself to get to a place that she felt like she had to smite you. She'll tell you she'll never hit you in your face again. She was righteous though. You was being disrespectful. But her intent is never to see that look in your eyes of tears and pain that, look at me, Ma. Look what you did to me. You hit me. Look at my face. That's a definition of a mirror. And when you're looking in the mirror that this is the cause that I created, a parent, a father, a mother will never do that again to their kid. And that is regret, right? Now, she may beat your ass with a belt and go get a switch. She may make you hold books. She may make you do squats. She may make you run laps, do dishes. There's still going to be discipline, but she'll never do that again because there was a regret there. Does that make sense? He regretted it. It's in the word, right? And even if you don't believe in the word, just the logic behind the need for it is symbolic of the regret and pain that he experienced. And he swore to us that he would never do it. That's what I'm just trying to get you to see. So I know it's getting late. It's 2 a.m. But this is a build that is I'm so passionate about turning this light switch on, right? And what I'm just asking you to do is, you're a young mom, and I want you to tap into the youth of your mind to think of the most creative reasons why God would do something. And then once you kind of like open your mind on that, you will see that he's not perfect, but he's so loving and so kind. Like, the definition of love is an oxymoron because love is not reciprocal. Somebody can kill your family member and you could still love them and say, I forgive them. The world will tell you not to. But because you are tapping into love, you will forgive that person. That could be your BFF from that day forward, because you understand the crazy oxymoron thing called love. And I just want you, like, you so close to open and expand in your mind. And remember, you told me earlier, I could say whatever I want to say, that you're not going to change your mind. That is your choice at this point. Mm-hmm. Things are being presented to you to make you stop and pause and say, you know what? Let me chew the fat on that. You know what I'm saying? Because you're only 17 years old. Mm-hmm. There are things that you have to get exposed to in a concept of thinking as you go into college. I don't know if you're in trigonometry yet, or calculus, or how to write a master's, or how to write a thesis. There's a different ascension in your knowledge. And you are like, I tip my hat to you. I toast to you. You're only 17 with this a little bit. So I don't want you to take this back and forth that we doing as it's me against you, or, you know, you got to stand firm and dig your heels in. No, this is an exchange of information and knowledge and experience. And you are already illuminated, but your light is not fully illuminated. None of our lights are fully illuminated till we get back to the presence. But I can tell you, come on, sis, come this way. This is the journey that you need to come with. So at any point in time that you we could build, but I just want you to be open to it, because you like this close. And once you get that, listen, you're already yards ahead. But this little part is I want you to be free in thinking that it's okay that God made a mistake. Because guess what? Now, with you being where you are, it's okay that you make a mistake. That's called self-care. That's called self-love, right? We beat ourselves up for not loving on ourselves. We're not patient with ourselves. We're not kind to ourselves. Why? If you said that you were going to lose weight or you were going to get this math test or you were going to get an A+, didn't you try really hard? And with all of your might, you just got a B+. Are you going to whoop your own ass so that you could be perfect the next time? You may study more, but why not celebrate? Did you get an F? No, you got a B+. You still good. Yes, there's growth in that you got to get to, but you didn't fail. Celebrate your victories. The moment that you start celebrating your victories is the way that you get to the ultimate victory. But if you say you ain't shit because you got a B+, now the next thing you know what, you're going to get a D+. Because when you think you got it, now your self-esteem has been destroyed so bad that you like, I don't even know if I got it or I don't. That's the trick of the Jedi mind shit. You gotta be able to express love to yourself. That's even for God. He needed compassion for himself to understand, yo, walking out this process, I fucked up. But you know what? Because I fucked up in my spaghetti sauce and put too much salt in it, I'm the creator. I know. Nobody else knows the secret but me to put some sugar in that shit and nobody would even fucking know. And the next person that's eating it, they be like, God damn, that shit was hella good. What's your secret sauce? You don't want to tell people you fucked up and you needed to add sugar. You just say, oh, you know what I'm saying? It's a family recipe. That's perfection. To be able to correct an error, and it is to anybody else perfect. And if it's perfect as a reflection of you, then I know I did it perfectly right. Like, you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
So that's all. Just like, I'm so glad for this build. It's 2:00, and I know Woon and Selfmade probably about to tap out, and I think we should start to be able to end this podcast. But this just shows the generation. Like, I can't express it any more than this. You are the light that's going to carry this next generation into like to kingdom come, right? So don't shy away. You asked for the hot seat. This is what it's gonna be, but this is how you prove yourself. This is the iron sharpening the iron. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And trust me, listen, I'm so inspired by you. I learned some things. Like, yo, this next generation, she's talking about, before we talked about God, she's talking about paying for meals and things like that. Listen, there's 40-year-old chicks that's like, what? Hell no, I ain't paying for shit. And you got that, right? You know what I'm saying? So I don't want you to for us to leave this build with you being discouraged or feeling anything other than like love, positivity, and good energy, and knowing that you know what I mean? But I just had to say that just to make sure that, like, you know,
I don't like to get discouraged.
I don't want you to get discouraged. I do want you to study, and I want you to continue to come on things like this and speak. It took me until my 39th year to be able to speak. And you are 17. Listen, get this shit, get into the battle of it, become the soldier that you are. Like, you good.
It's coming. It's coming. You already see it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, because she actually, and again, I think that Lamaya played a Jedi mind trick on all of us.
Yeah, she did.
She was like, nigga, I want this beef.
You're right. She came in on the celebration.
We got a beef with her, and she's sitting back like, I got these niggas beefing with me. You
Right,
guys how calm she is right now? She hella calm.
Yeah. Yeah, for real.
But yeah, Marioshi, I I know they just now posted that this is the first time on the show. So I appreciate that for stepping in. We got Jesus
Love, sis.
building too. I ain't seen Jesus in a minute.
Right. We was just talking behind the scenes, like, man, she gotta come really bless and honor the stage when she get right. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, she's just gotta come spill for sure.
Mari
But
Yoshi
you
too.
are absolutely correct. I did not plan on having an 8-hour show.
At all. At all,
Sorry.
for real. It just that's how the energy flow though. You know what I mean? That's what we do on the show. Sometimes
My bad.
we kind of already knew today was finna be one of those types of days.
Yeah, I definitely
you know.
But if y'all want to close out real quick before we shut it down?
Yeah. I think I spoke a lot. But again, congratulations, Selfmade, Woon. I'm so proud of you guys. Like, to do a full year, right, consistently is a thing to be accomplished. You have freed the minds of so many people, from the young to the old, Israelite to the Christian, to the believer, to the atheist, to everything in between. And I look forward to like a whole nother year to see where people are in a year, and to see where you guys are in a year. So, blessings and pieces and love and all that good stuff, prosperity, health, and wealth to you guys. And I just appreciate the opportunity for me to be able to grow. I've definitely grown, to be able to speak on this platform and do this until 2 a.m. right on an 8-hour show is and I'm not even tired right now. Like,
right, it's feeding us.
I had to look at the time, like, damn, it is 2 o'clock, right? But congratulations on your 1-year anniversary. Love you guys, and this was a fantastic show and one for the books.
Thank you, man. It's always love. Definitely appreciate you. Always pulling through, rocking with us. I was finna say, when everybody was on here, I'm like, man, all the regulars got to come on now with the I am in front of their name. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got, she already initiated. You know what I'm saying? You got that I am Benet love. For real.
I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be I am love. So we got I am Selfmade, I am Woon. I'm gonna be like I am love. So it's all good. I'll correct that on the next one.
Hey, it's funny that you say that, so because I literally just told her that when we come on Side Netter, like, everybody gotta have an I am.
For real, man.
Yeah.
But yeah, Lamar, you want to close out?
Oh, sorry. I just wanted to say that I had a lot of fun on here, and it's always super entertaining and very cool to hear everybody's thoughts and ideas. And I love this podcast especially because everybody's ideas are different, but we can always come to an understanding with everybody, and everybody is always growing and learning and taking things from other people, and that's what I love about this show, or about this podcast, excuse me. And congratulations to you guys for doing this for a whole year. It's actually pretty amazing to see, and I'm really glad to be a part of this. And I know I haven't been here for a hot minute, but
it's all good.
But it was really nice to be back, and you guys are doing amazing stuff and amazing work, and I hope that there are young people like me watching your shows or watching your podcast, because this will teach them to not only just talk to people, and have good communication skills, but also teach them to express themselves and to not be afraid to share their thoughts and opinions with older people, because I know a lot of younger people, have problems with talking to, older people. So, yeah, you guys do a lot, and you guys have taught me a lot. And you guys are basically like my third parent. So, yeah.
And now we appreciate you coming on for reals, because you inspire that that generation, you know what I mean, to express themselves on platforms like these. You know what I mean? You give them that courage to be like, you know what, let me go on here and see what I could, you know what I mean, drop or how can I, challenge myself or challenge my mind in certain aspects. You know what I mean? So salute to you for reals, because you really are doing it. You know what I mean? That next generation coming up in this knowledge and this information. So
Yeah.
salute for real.
And let me add to that. It's just like, again, it would just be like you're the test for us. Like, man, you so many. Well, I know my son's age, right? So it's just like sometimes we have a bridging of the ages. We got that gap to where it's just like, do we even relate to this younger generation, right? So with you shedding your certain angle of light, it's just like I said, you're testing us, you kicking back like, yeah, nigga, I won't beat. So it's just like, damn, do we want that smoke with the young life? Can we? Do my guns still work?
Right. So I got
Yeah, I
game
mean,
still.
y'all be
So
Yeah,
serving me.
I got game.
yeah. So
Y'all be serving me. You guys come hard, and
yeah. So
it's
ultimately,
actually I think it's good that you guys come hard like that, because it makes me think, and for the other young people who come on here, if they do come on here, or in the future if they do decide that they want to come on here, they better be prepared to hold their own, because ain't nobody gonna help them. I can say that from experience. Ain't nobody gonna back them up, so they're gonna have to fight their own. But you guys are good. You guys are really good,
thank
and
you. I
I
appreciate it.
appreciate you
Yeah, it's love.
always giving old and young people the opportunity to learn all the time, because we just be doing stuff throughout the day and don't be thinking too much, and this really makes you think and really makes you want to grow and learn and hear people's ideas and thoughts. It's
Definitely.
just nice to hear other people's opinions on things.
God,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah,
Yeah. That's
definitely.
I
We
just
will.
wish I had your confidence and your light at your age.
Girl, I am just starting to gain this confidence.
But I'm just saying, just hold
It's
on to
just
that
barely
youth.
starting.
Like, man, listen,
We
I'm
gonna we gonna watch it blossom.
piece, huh?
We gonna watch it blossom.
I
You know.
know that's gonna be like the sweet fruit, if you will, the apple of this
Mhm.
build is to see your
Facts.
fruit come and be like, damn, you know
Mhm.
what? She like, nigga, this is one of the best apples I didn't taste it, right? Like, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that's
Mhm.
the beautiful part, and that's when you see knowledge passed on, right? When the elders, when you learn how to make sweet potato pie, you know what I'm saying, for yourself, or you know how to make things Thanksgiving dinner, I know how people feel about that, but you learn how to cook for
Mhm.
yourself, and your parents taste your food and be like, oh yeah, this motherfucker can burn. You know what I'm saying? That's like, I do that with my daughter, and I'm like, man, she's 22, about to be 23. If nothing else she learned from me, oh yeah, my daughter can throw like down. Like
Mhm.
by the time she get my age, she's gonna outcook me, right? And that's perfect, because that's the purpose, right? I want you to do
Mhm.
better, right? I want you to know, right? And so I want to be able to sit back and just be like, look, you know what I'm saying? Look at this next generation. They good, you know what I'm saying? And I get to eat off the splendors of the love and the lessons that I gave, right? And you
Right.
are giving the splendors of your love and the
Mhm.
issues, the stuff that you gave to the loved ones that are assigned to you. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it is that circle of life. So I'm
Yeah.
inspired by you, and I'm just like, I'm happy. Like this was a dope ass show.
It
Thank
really
you.
was though. It really
Yeah.
was. The 1 year celebration show is one for the books.
Mhm.
I think this the longest show. I'm gonna keep it 1,000. I don't think. I think
Yeah.
the other one was like 7:30. This one for surely surpassed that other one.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I
Nah.
just I do want to give credit to my mom though, because before I even knew about this podcast, before she introduced me to it, she always used to debate with me. like about everything all the time. So I was like forced to think about everything. But I mean, you already know her. Like she's
Shout out to Lala.
Yeah,
Hey, your
Laura.
mom was nice. Your mom was nice with the information for real.
Yeah,
Mhm.
shout out to
She
Lala.
studies a lot.
Yeah.
But yeah, thank you guys very much for having me and allowing me to talk with you guys and express my ideas. I had a lot of fun. And Benet, you are a very strong and confident woman,
Thank
and
you.
I love talking with you. Um, and you're like a second mother now because I don't know. You just I don't know. Just something about you just make my heart feel all nice inside.
Thank you so
But,
much. We'll always
yeah.
reach out whenever you need to.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Lifelong
Yeah.
connection. See, this is dope, man.
Yeah,
This shit is lit. I don't care what nobody talking about.
Right.
Real.
I think y'all got an extra connection because both of y'all Capricorns, right? I think that might
Yeah.
There's the link.
Right.
Selfmade, what is your website? Because I'm gonna go shop on there.
Let me put it up just so you got
Yeah, put it up there for the last. I mean, and Josh, we didn't forget about you though. You didn't you didn't say what you learned in this last year, and I think it would be appropriate for you to take us out with that.
Definitely.
Man, this whole thing been a journey, like you said, going from the phones, with Neff, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
what? You know what I mean? Like even before Neff, like you said, when you was pulling up to the house and we was just building at the house for hours till 2-3 o'clock in the morning to go from that and then starting a podcast. That was kind of like a huge step for just us. It was like we kind of already knew where we was headed with all of this, but you know, when we actually like did it, it was like, okay, like this is something, you know what I mean? And then just all the different people that we're interacting with and sharing knowledge with and building with, it's like, yo, like within just the first year, it was a lot. Like that was a lot. We had, like you said, 40 something shows. We doing 7+ hours in the first 20 of them shows. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, it's just the elevation within self has been crazy. You know what I mean? And I wouldn't want to do it with nobody else but Woon, because like we really did start this from, you feel me, like nigga, the ground up type shit. You know what I mean? From the dirt. So this whole process is just, it's phenomenal. I'm excited to see what this next year got in store. I mean, the last what week we got on Netta, you know what I'm saying? Like, and it seems like the way that's it, I don't know, it's just a lot of stuff going on, you know what I mean? And
yeah,
I don't think that from the beginning of when we started the podcast, like we didn't have no expectations. We didn't know where it was finna go. You know what I mean? We just knew what we was trying to do. And it just starts to, you know, manifest itself. And then you start to see this picture that you know what I mean? Like, it's like you look back and see all these beautiful pictures and it's like, damn, this shit actually coming together on some, you know what I mean? Something crazy. So I'm just continuing to look forward to, you know, the next part of this journey. You know what I mean? Because so far this shit lit for real, for real.
Yeah,
and I appreciate every one of y'all. You know what I'm saying? The people in the chat, everybody that's done jumped on and made all of this possible for real, for real.
Hell yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, again, like, you know,
22. You know what I mean? That's master numbers right now.
And it's 12/2/2022. We
Yeah.
got all the twos.
Yeah, for me, it's 2/22/22. So that's what I seen. I was like, oh, that's master numbers right there.
Right.
2023, New Year, New Me.
But yeah, definitely.
Right, we about to do it.
For this next year, again, we already started tracking. We already started the journey to 2023 in terms of the podcast, because you like what y'all seeing us making a transition from going from just our thing to going to side netter thing. Now it's just like, man, look. What so they're already expecting us. Like, you know what I mean? Side netter was like, oh, I gotta check y'all out. Or, people looking at them like, oh yeah, I went over there and checked them out. They kind of lit. So now it's just like, we take that energy and still we don't even know what we're doing with that, but we know we're gonna be over there. Like,
Right.
It's like it's already up, and it's just like, one thing that me and Self really have an understanding on is that, and not to say that, nobody else, but I'm just saying for the sake of, just the co-host right now, that we have this thing to where it's just like a lifestyle, to where sometimes you don't even think about, the shit that we're doing. Like there's some podcasts, not to take away from nobody, but they'll be like, okay, well, I'm doing this and I'm asking for donations, or I'm doing this and I need this and I'm doing, but it's like we're naturally just being just like I said, we hold these conversations all the time. So we're just allowing everybody else to come into the conversation. Like, you know what I mean? We just kicking it at this point. Like, you know what I mean? So it's just like, hell yeah. Come on to chop it up with us. Like, you know what I mean? It don't cost you nothing. And then it's free. So you come for your mind. It's up.
Facts.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, I seem like that's a wrap. Like, this
I hope that one day in the future I see you guys on TV, like having an actual TV show.
I know that's in the works.
Oh yeah.
And I'd have my kids watch you guys in the future if y'all end up on
They ain't gonna have us on no TV.
Yes, they are. Listen. We about to do that.
Big enough. You gotta put your. I don't know if you guys got YouTube, but you guys gotta put your videos on YouTube. I'm gonna start showing.
Oh yeah,
my
we
friends
on
you guys'
YouTube. Yeah,
videos,
definitely.
too.
This streams to YouTube too. So
yeah,
we live on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
Oh, all right, good.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start showing my friends your guys' videos because these are really good.
Yeah,
they gotta start learning.
So with what you just now said, we got to make magic, right? So the magic that comes with this is to not, if we go and go on different platforms, is to, just like you said earlier, throw a little razzle dazzle on it. So you might catch us in different spaces, but talking the same thing, but it just depends on, how people are receiving it. So, I write skits and scripts and movies and shit like that. And I just now sent Self a script for a character, but Ben had the script for a character. So, we finna just start. We got a lot of shit that's finna pop, like, you know what I mean? So, yeah, it's up.
Yeah, definitely. Hey man, another one in the books.
My legs hurt. I'm all tired.
Right. Hey, girl, listen, I told you, you're gonna have to get your weight up, girl, to deal with that. Y'all got young knees, but shit, we still all right.
I told you I'm an old soul, so when I say old soul, I mean old everything. Old body.
You got old knees too.
Hey, every time I click off my camera, I lay down in the bed like, nigga, what the fuck is
you gotta stretch out real quick. You know what I'm saying?
Me
God,
too.
damn,
I know I look.
release
I
some
know
of
I'm
this
young
energy.
and stuff, but my legs don't be working like they used to.
You only 17, girl.
Uh-huh.
Your soul
No,
might be old, but that's
messing.
a 17-year-old body, girl.
Body,
You
right.
better
Anyways,
all right, y'all. It was a pleasure.
thank you.
Peace out. I'm
Peace.
out.
You guys have a good night.
You too. Rest well, y'all. Bye.
Hey man. Dope show, man.
Yeah.
I don't even think I ate, bro.
Hey, you want to know what? I snuck in some food before we
a little bite. You know what I'm saying? That's all. That's it. You know, he's been put the 8-hour shift.
Right. I had a sandwich. I had to go eat. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna belly. I was like, let me go get a sandwich at least.
For real.
But
Yeah, nah, this is lit. 1 year anniversary show, man. Shout out to everybody that was in the chat. Everybody that pulled up, like, it became a part of the raffle. Subscribe, like, and share the, the channel. That's all we really be asking. We don't ask for nothing else.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, this was lit, man. Like I said, I look forward to the next ones and just the next episodes, in the upcoming future. Different people we want to bring on, like Jesus, Mari. You know what I mean? We got a lot of people that, be in the building, that we could get in the building. You know what I mean? Actually on the show. So yeah, we just look forward to it, man.
Yeah, it's natural, man. And again, super salute you, bro, because again, I turned a lot of people down when it came to doing a podcast, and I'm just like, but again, to keep it a band, it wasn't that we was just like, hey, bro, you want to do a podcast? So people got to understand.
Right.
There was a lot of people that were saying, y'all need to do a podcast. Like, you know what I mean? And then it was just like, all right, bro, we're going to put this shit together. And it wasn't even a big conference or niggas didn't have to, we were just like, fucking, hey, we got to do this, we're going to do that. Boom, we just building as we go along, and it just blossomed into what it is right now. So it's organic, straight out the mud, and we appreciate everybody who, was a part of that. Like, hell yeah.
Facts. Hey, man.
But when y'all see us on Side Netter, it might be a different energy. We may not be as calm because we got to go. Side Netter. We going through guns blazing again.
Yeah.
I know people love that. People love our gun blazing energy. Like, hey, them niggas.
It's different. Once I don't let it, if we get too comfortable, it's a wrap. That's all I got to say. It's a wrap. We finna really blaze that I am shit. You know what I'm saying? But tonight was dope. You know what I mean? Had the Young Life on here. Had Chris Posey on here for the first time. Shout out to bro. All the winners and stuff.
So. Up for the first time too. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. Like, not to keep it going, but people, finally coming up out of the, from behind the keyboard and actually getting in front of the That's dope. I love that shit.
Yeah. She be on the mic. She be spitting already. You know what I'm saying? She be out. You know what I'm saying? She on the screens for sure.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Salute to Jesus.
So yeah.
Yeah. Yep. But yeah, man, another one in the books. A big one at that. The biggest one. World record type shit. You know what I'm saying? Salute to everybody, man. Peace.
Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us. Always going up, you can't take from us. We ain't slowing up. Look what life gave us.